Hi, I'm Jordu Schell, and I'm here at Monsterpalooza. We have a little bit of technical issues here, okay. But I'm here at Monsterpalooza for the Stanton School of Character Arts. I've got an exciting show for you lined up today. We're going to be speaking to monster lovers, stop motion animators, puppeteers, and puppet makers.
I'm going to make that same announcement again in case people didn't
Announcements.
hear it.
As you can see, we're at Monsterpalooza, so there are always announcements and things like that going on.
About her father and their relationship.
We might have to wait till this is over.
In the theater.
Okay.
It should be starting right now. So if you want to hear her.
If you want to hear her, yeah. Anyway, so my first guest today on this fabulous Stanton School of Character Arts video is going to be a longtime friend of mine and one of the best monster makers I've ever met. His talent is extremely well known in the industry, although he may not be as well known as he should be to a lot of you viewers. So let's get started with my good friend, brilliant mask maker, monster maker, and all around nice, fun guy to talk to, Norman Cabrera. Thanks, Norman. So, I'm very, very excited to have you on here, you know.
Thanks for having me, man.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, there are four major things to know about Norman. Number one, he's Cuban, so don't mess with him, all right? Number two, he's also a musician, and we'll talk a little bit about that and your fascination with creating cool surf music and monster music. He also has been in this business for a very, very long time, and he also really, really, really likes monster masks, which I think is the coolest thing about him. So, how did your interest in this kind of work begin?
I think originally it was Planet of the Apes, you know, like
Yeah?
more than anything else. I mean, you know, just being a monster geek, you know, growing up watching Planet of the Apes and seeing it on TV and then getting into Rick Baker, which we always geek out about,
Yep.
of course, you know, and, you know, that kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. Now, how did you first realize that this could possibly be a profession or something that you wanted to do for a living?
That's kind of, there wasn't really like a moment because, you know, like I said, I loved Planet of the Apes and, you know, geeking out about masks and making masks and all that kind of stuff. And I was like all of us, you know, we were like,
Bugs.
I know this place
Insects.
is infested with bugs. You know, we're just obsessed with monster stuff from when we were kids,
Yeah.
like, you know, making masks, Don Post Studios and all that kind of stuff. And then, you know, there sort of was like a makeup effects boom, you know, like in the 80s, which a lot of us got into it because of American Werewolf in London, The Howling, The Thing, you know, that kind of stuff. And then I think the original fascination turned into like this genuine, you know, ability to make money at it, you know.
Yeah.
And I never really approached it to make money per se, but it's sort of like, it was a legitimate job, it was a legitimate pursuit, you know. Mm-hmm. And so once I figured out these guys like Rick Baker and Dick Smith and Rob Bottin and Greg Canham and, you know, people like that, you know, were doing monster movies, and it's like you can make a living at it. So I'm like, I want to make monsters, and it was that simple. You know?
Now, how did you come to meet Rick Baker,
Oh,
who I know is your number one idol?
yeah. Rick Baker, you know, he gave me my start in the business, and is a really generous guy with guys who were enthusiastic, you know, people who like this kind of stuff. And he, at the time of American Werewolf in London, they were doing all these press junket things, you know, and stuff. And he was on a show called PM Magazine. It was like just one of those kind of news entertainment shows. And I saw the show on a fluke. I sent a letter because at the end of the show they would have the end credits, you know, and and they'd be like, if you enjoyed the show, you know, send this letter. Sent a letter, and somehow they forwarded it to Rick, and it got to Rick. You know, and in the letter I had pictures of masks and stuff that I had made, and a lot of them were just, a lot of them were just copies of his stuff. You know, like because I was just obsessed with.
How old were you at this point?
I was probably like 18, 19 or something like that, and.
So you were already really, really, really good at this point when you saw that.
Well,
stuff.
I mean, I you know, all I did was make masks. You know, like and particularly copies of Rick's stuff, because you know, like you always talk about like the, you know, loving all those catalog, the mask catalogs,
yeah.
like Savage Eye Studios and all that kind of stuff. But a lot of those masks were expensive. You know, they were like $50 even back then.
I know, and there's no way. It was like, it might as well have been $1 million. I always talk to my other friend Bill about this. You know, we're always talking about these masks were so pricey that, you know, we might as well have been asked to pay $10 million because they're way out of our reach.
Yeah. So for $50 you could buy one mask, or for $50 you could buy 5 gallons of latex.
Exactly.
So if 5 gallons of latex would make you, 20 masks,
Right.
And so. So I was making masks before I contacted him. I didn't just cold contact him out of the blue. I was like, if I'm going to contact Rick Baker, I actually want to have something to show. So at that point, I had probably done about 10 or 12 masks
Now,
on my own.
how did you learn how to make masks? Because I mean,
Cinemagic magazine.
Yeah, it's weird. I didn't even see the article. There was a magazine called Cinemagic in the late 70s and early 80s that was fantastic. It was for amateurs who were trying to become good at making short horror films or science fiction films. And it had makeup stuff in it. It had how to build your own stop motion camera. It had all kinds of stuff. And there was a guy named Kirk Brady. Who was friends with
John Dodds and all those guys.
John Dodds, but Bill Nelson.
Oh, Bill Nelson.
And Bill Nelson had been in touch with Rick, and Rick had contacted Bill. Bill's an excellent illustrator, and he contacted Rick saying, Rick contacted him saying, hey, I saw this illustration you did of Lon Chaney or something, and he said, I'd really like to get a copy of that, and how much is it? And Bill said, well, just teach me how to make masks. So Rick would send him, this was in the 70s, Rick sent him audio cassettes just talking about, how to make masks and how he does this and how he does that.
Yeah.
And he told this information. I asked him, try to find those tapes.
I know.
Tapes. But he then started sharing that information that he learned with Kirk Brady. So Kirk Brady did this article about masks.
Yeah.
But I didn't even find out about that article till the late 80s when I already knew how to make masks. I just did it all by trial and error, what little bits I could glean from like course and stage makeup and stuff like that.
And you learned how to do how'd you learn how to do the clay wall and stuff like that?
That is such a painful story and rather embarrassing that I don't know if I want to go into it on this
Because that was the cool thing about that Cinemagic, is that he actually showed you, it's such a simple thing, but he showed you how to lay a clay wall to do a 2-piece mold, and that was a mystery to me because I couldn't figure out
it was how, the hardest part.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how you make a mold on something and get the head out,
Right.
And before I understood, and then when I saw this, there was actually in Cinemagic, this article, and they show him laying a clay wall, and it was suddenly like it was like, oh, like you're handed the Holy Grail, like this is how it's done, and then Kirk, I don't even know, I'm not sure if he still makes masks anymore.
I think he might be. He's still, I think, is sort of involved in art. I think he lives in the South. I want to try to get in touch with him because, as you know, one of my great passions is rubber masks and all that stuff. In fact, I think my singular passion, and I would love to try to put together, if not an official book, some kind of history timeline and be able to talk to these people that kind of pioneered it. I mean, Rick is really the one. It's funny, all this does go back to Rick Baker because he is the one that kind of established the how-to of all this, and the information got disseminated through Cinemagic and stuff.
Yeah,
like
I didn't know. I didn't find out till later that information came from Rick. But that was the thing. I mean, that was the pivotal moment. And Cinemagic, for those of you who don't know what Cinemagic is, it was this publication. It was a total grassroots thing done by a bunch of young guys.
It started out as a fan, like a little. It started out
as mimeograph,
like this crappy, and then it became an actual magazine.
And then eventually Starlog picked it up, right?
But
there was this moment in time where you can get it on newsstands, like especially if you went to comic book stores and stuff like that. And guys like John Dodds and all these other guys were in there doing stuff, and they were doing these amateur Super 8 movies. And they were just, it made it accessible to people our age who were still in our teens, and we were looking at these guys who were probably in their late teens and early 20s, and they were doing stuff homemade with Super 8 and all that stuff. And then in that article in particular, I learned how to make the masks, and then I'm like, cut me loose. I'm gonna
Yeah.
make masks, and like all they did was watch TV in my bedroom, and after school, and then when I started to have a part-time job, I would do a part-time job, and then come home and sculpt masks till I went to sleep. That's all I did was sculpt masks, and then I finally got enough masks where I could contact Rick Baker. And that's how that whole thing came to be. I sent this on a fluke to PM Magazine. They forwarded it to him. As quickly as 2 weeks later, the phone rings, and I'm still living at home with my mom's house.
He saw how brilliant you were right away. He did.
And it's like and I had done specifically copies of his stuff, and so the phone rings, and my mom picks it up, and she's like, Rick Baker's on the phone, and I'm like, yeah, right. Right? And I thought it was my, friends effing with me, right? So I was like, it's not Rick Baker. So I pick up the phone and it's like, hi, Norman. And Rick has a very distinctive voice. It's a style of speaking, so not quite like that, but you sound like Peter Lorre.
No, I didn't go like these. I said, he's kind of like, hey, Norman.
He has a mellow voice, so I kind of, someone's imitating him pretty good. I go, is this really Rick? And he's like, yeah, it's Rick Baker, and I'm like, and my hands start shaking,
That's how I was when I got on the phone with Dick Smith.
Yeah, and then he's like, I really like your work. I got your pictures, and feel free to keep in touch. And if you ever want to visit LA, please come to the shop. So naturally, I'm like, how soon can I get a ticket to LA? So I came to visit him once, and it was right on the tail end of him doing. I believe he had just finished Videodrome. Yeah.
What year is this? 82?
It was like 81 or 82. I guess 82 it had to be, right? Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. So I came to visit him, and he showed me the shop. He let me take pictures of everything. At the time, he had a fiberglass copy of that Night Skies, the infamous Night Skies alien.
God.
It was there. I took a great picture of him with that, and I was just blown away at like how cool he was and how open he was, and he comes from the Dick Smith tradition of spread the word, to people who are excited and interested, So he was taking the tradition of Dick Smith and spreading the word and making himself accessible to young people who want to do this sort of stuff, So he basically mentored me over the phone, like I would send pictures and he would critique, when he get a chance. Here's the shop number, give me a call if you ever have a question. So I kept in touch with him for, I guess, roughly a year and a half or whatever it was, 2 years. And in '85, I decided to move to LA. And so when I moved to LA in August of '85, I said, Rick, I'm coming out. And he said, well, when you get here, give me a call. I might have some work for you, And so I got to LA and I called him up naturally. And he's like, yeah, I think I might have something for you. We're doing this movie called Rat Boy,
Rat Boy.
Yeah, Sandra Locke movie produced by Clint Eastwood of all things, but they thought it was going to be the next E.T. It wasn't,
Yeah.
But he hired me on Rat Boy. He said start on Monday, And so I was mainly doing little things like punching whiskers and nothing that important, But slowly he gave me more and more responsibility, and I worked on Harry and the Hendersons with him and Gorillas in the Mist, and for several years, became kind of one of his key sculptor guys, and stuff, doing a lot of stuff.
Wow. Well, I have a question that might take a little time to sort of think about, but why? Why monsters? Why do you think that people are so fascinated with monsters? What is it psychologically that makes people attracted to something disturbing, scary, ugly, whatever?
I mean, I guess it's a complicated answer because I guess it's up to individual, like what something's scary, but or why they're attracted to it. There's a certain, it's strange to say, but I find a certain amount of comfort in watching those monster movies and things like Creature Features when I was a kid. Ran on TV and they showed all the classic Universal monster movies and stuff like that, I just found that stuff very inspiring, and the characters back then were empathetic, like they weren't totally 100% evil. Like the Frankenstein monster, you felt empathy for him, because I think I've heard it discussed, in stuff that I think the attraction for kids was that kids are sort of at that awkward age where they don't kind of fit in, and maybe monsters are a way they kind of empathize with the monster because they're kind of awkward and they don't fit in. know, psychologically, maybe that's what it is. But honestly, the reason why I liked it is just it was aesthetically pleasing to me to look at that stuff.
Yeah.
The Universal monster movies, Hammer films, and then later on when the Italian stuff started coming in, Dario Argento and Lucio Fulci and all that kind of stuff, it's just aesthetically like really pleasing to me. You know? There's something about it. What about you? Tell me what your, like what was your attraction to monsters?
Well, I think for me, I think that, and it seems like this is a commonality among a lot of monster lovers, that I initially was really scared of monster movies, and by making them out of clay and sculpting them, it was a way to control, the thing I was afraid of, and then it moved from being something I was afraid of into something that was actually genuinely cool to me. And like, how cool can I make this? How disturbing can I make this? How exciting and original and fresh can I make this? And I think that eventually led to it really being a desire to do it for a living.
I was definitely freaked out. When I was a little kid, I was definitely freaked out by I remember a really early memory of mine is watching the Charles Laughton Quasimodo, and I'm talking when I was like maybe five or 6 years old, and seeing that face, and that's one of my first memories of recognizing a monster face that was like an iconic character, and it was that Charles Laughton Hunchback, and I guess I was 5 or 6, and it was running on TV. But I was so freaked out by it that I actually couldn't sleep that night. I kept on. I had that image of Charles Laughton in my head as the Hunchback, And then it's so realistic. It's a beautiful makeup, So that was definitely. It started with fear, strangely enough, but then I started to dig it. You know what I mean? It's like then it was just like. There's whatever the thrill. It's like a roller coaster ride. I don't know, something. It gives you like a burst of adrenaline.
There is a commonality there, though. I think that we all kind of start off being. I think that there is a specific kind of a level of sensitivity that we have. Hey, let's quiet down a little over there. I'm trying to talk to Norm Cabrera. Hi. Okay, it's just very difficult to concentrate when it's on. Anyway.
What's that?
Nothing. I think that artists have a particular sensitivity to this kind of stuff, that we are unusually disturbed by it. Or maybe that's why we become artists, because we're unusually disturbed by it, and we want to find a way to control it. And we initially do that by making them, and then we eventually become good at it because we start so young.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I guess I never quite dissected it that much. It was more just a thing where it was like I just thought it was cool. You know what I mean? It was just like, this is bitchin'. You know what I mean? It's like, you watch monster movies and you read Famous Monsters magazine, and then in the early '80s, I guess, Fangoria came on the scene, and the first few issues of Fangoria, all it did it was Dick Smith and Rick Baker and Greg Canham and Craig Reardon and all these people like that, and you're just seeing all these young guys. They're not the old stuffy guys in suits, like you see in the old days, like wearing a lab coat and a tie. It's like these guys with long hair and hippies, beards, and they were just cool. They were bohemians, so it was like I see these guys and I'm just like, I want to be like them, like these guys are these cool young dudes and they're making monsters and they're making a living at it, and I'm like, I want to be like those guys, And
now you are.
And it's like,
Rolling Rock.
I know.
11 in the morning.
Do I get an endorsement for this? No. It's actually 12.
Oh, 12, sorry.
But yeah, I mean, the appeal was just the cool factor. You know what I mean? It's just that simple. It's like I never dissected it or try to figure out psychologically what it is I liked about it. It was, you read it, a lot of people pontificate about that stuff, but for me, it's pretty much the bottom line is the cool factor. Yeah. You know what I mean? Well, do I dig it?
It's like, it's one of those things, though. It's another good question. It's like, what is it that keeps you going and that keeps you inspired to keep creating? I mean, we've been doing it for so long, and you'd think that eventually the interest would wear off, but it doesn't.
It doesn't. It's kind of like a fever, Oh, you want some Oreos? It's kind of, I mean, something we talk about all the time. Like Jordu and I get together and we have mask sculpting days, you know? And all we do at these mask sculpting days is just geek out about and talk about the same stuff that we've probably talked about a million times, you know? And it's like, for some reason, you just still get jazzed, you know? You're still, you know, it still has that energy and that passion. And a lot of times, you know, young people will be like, you know, somebody in their early 20s or younger will be like, you know, I was thinking about getting into this. Like, you don't really think about it, you just do it.
That is such a good point.
You know,
I mean,
it's like
a lot of these schools, you know, no affiliation or intent against the Stanwinson School of Character Arts, of course, but a lot of these schools are pumping out people who get into it, I feel, because they think it's going to be fun, or a neat job, or they'll meet Johnny Depp, or they'll make $1 million. And the only reason I'm into it is because I think it's really, really, really exciting to make monsters. I'm passionate about making monsters. I would do it if I was in a jail cell. I would do it if I was on a desert island alone. You know, I'm into it because I think it's an amazing thing to do.
Yeah.
And I don't really understand kind of deciding. It wasn't a decision. It was like I was into it.
And I think
something I had to do.
And a lot of times people are uncertain, and that's okay too. Like they don't know quite what their career choice is going to be, and that's totally cool too. But I think a lot of times the people who excel stuff,
Greg,
at least the
Greg,
people.
come here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Nicotero.
Greg Nicotero just happens to be walking by. We decided. You know, we both work for Greg, Norman, and I of
Look at all the
KMB, of
stuff he
course.
bought.
I'm buying stuff.
Yeah.
But I just wanted a chance for you guys to see Greg Nicotero walking by. Awesome KMB.
I walk this way and then I walk this way.
He is now you're now directing on Walking Dead.
I am. I directed last week's episode, and we're getting ready to start season 5. We start shooting in May.
Now
Never ends.
I mean, and that's a good thing, I would think. That's a good thing that it never ends.
We get to do cool tribute zombies. Norman sculpted a recreation of Jack from American Wolf in London.
Oh,
There was an episode,
They're in there. You have to kind of look for them, right?
Episode 9. Hey, look, I get my own microphone.
Oh, look at there you go.
Hey, look at that. Hey, works. Look at that.
Testing.
Yeah, so we're gonna do some more tribute zombies. We did one from Black Sabbath, which Norman also sculpted. So it's fun to, when I get to direct, I get to throw my little zombie tributes in there. I'm crashing your interview. I was
No,
not
no,
gonna do
no,
that.
cool,
no,
man.
no. You have to be on this. This is exciting.
I know.
Can you talk just a little bit about your documentary that just got done?
Right. It was a company in Canada. Donna Davies was the producer director.
Dawn of the Deadies?
Donna Davies. That's how Donna Davies. She had done a documentary called Zombie Mania and borrowed a bunch of my footage from Land of the Dead. She said, you have a lot of great footage here. Have you guys ever thought of doing anything with it? I said, well, the real issue is getting the rights. You have to go to every studio and get the rights cleared with all the actors. They said, if you can do that, you can have whatever you want. So she spent 2 years getting all of the rights and all the footage cleared with all the studios.
Wow.
And it was at the exact same time that we were prepping The Walking Dead, and I was shooting my short, United Monster Talent Agency. So they came and filmed us doing the short, and it was like literally at that moment where my career sort of took a dramatic left turn. So they sort of captured that moment while they were shooting the documentary. I just figured, hey, it's a good opportunity to use some of our old cool footage from all the movies that we had done. And it turned out really well. My son's in it, my mom and dad are in it, you know, a lot of...
No, I saw it. I saw it. It
the
was
guys
awesome.
are in it.
Yeah.
It's really fun. It's sort of... I sent it to Bob Kurtzman, and he was like, dude, I miss those days. Because it was at the advent of makeup effects when everybody had all moved from wherever they lived. They all came to LA when they were 20 years old and had no idea what the hell the town was about except making monsters.
Yeah.
And these guys had the ultimate makeup effects crash pad, man.
We did. Everybody lived at our place.
It's like everyone was in their early 20s, drinking beers and partying and doing whatever.
Me, Howard,
crashing on the floor.
Bob Kurtzman, and Dave Kinlan.
That's right.
And Dave Kinlan.
Yeah.
So we called it the House of Wayward Makeup Artists.
Exactly.
Because anybody that moved to LA would stay at our place first and then venture out. So that I met Gabe Bartelis, I met Mark Showstrom, I met all those guys right in that September of 85.
85, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I spent many a Saturday night on the futon there on the floor after drinking many
Payne
beers.
futon.
Can I ask you something? What is directing like for you? I mean, obviously you must enjoy it, but what is that like for you?
I love it. I mean, it was something I always wanted to try just once. I figured if I directed one episode and then I could say I did it, that would be enough. But I've had the best film school in the world. I've been on set with Spielberg and Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez and Frank Darabont, and it seems to sort of come a little naturally to me, which I didn't expect.
Well, after 25 some years in the industry, I would be surprised if it didn't, you know?
Yeah, I said the same thing, and Darabont's like, listen, either you're a director or you're not.
Right.
So clearly you are. And
right.
Hearing that from the guy who directed The Shawshank Redemption was a pretty major compliment.
Which I love.
And The Mist, and a lot of other awesome movies.
Now, are the actors, the actors on Walking Dead are all uniformly awesome. Like, they're amazing actors. Is it, do you give them a lot of direction, or you just kind of stand back and let them do their thing?
Well, one of the keys to directing is the actors have to trust you, and you have to trust them.
Right.
And because I've been on the show since day one, they know my instincts, and they know my instincts for the show are good, so they trust me. So they know their own characters, and again, that goes back to Darabont, who put together a great ensemble cast. So he picked a lot of great actors. Yes. But we trust each other, and Scott Gimple, who's our executive producer, showrunner, also. They let me do what I want. I get a lot of free reign on the show in terms of like the effect stuff as well. So.
And Greg also brings a serious cool factor to the show. The cool factor goes up because you subtly reference the classic zombie stuff, and you funnel that into the show, which I think in order to do stuff that's cool and iconic and stuff that we dig, right, it has to come from a person who digs it himself, right?
I love doing that. Yeah. I love that there are people that catch the tribute zombies. We've already been talking about what we're going to do for this season.
Right.
Wow, there must be a lot of zombies to mine, I guess.
Well, Bill Stout's here. And Bill's like, Tarman?
Tarman, that's right.
Now, has Dr. Tongue been in there yet?
He hasn't, but Kirk Hammett has the original puppet that I gave him years ago.
That puppet's falling apart, though.
It is, but there's mold-making digital technology that I might be able to work it out.
Yeah.
Listen, great talking to you guys. I'm going to
thanks so much, Greg.
Walk away and let Norman finish his awesome interview.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Nicotero.
Let me get a handshake there.
Yeah.
Hold on, I got to put all my stuff.
Thank you so much, brother. All right.
Thanks, Greg.
One question from outside. Question. You have for 1 second?
Yeah.
Do you have any tribute zombies that you wanted to do but haven't had a chance to do yet?
Well, he was just sort of answering that. He's got a lot of.
There's some more coming up, but I don't want to say what they are.
You can't give it away.
Yeah. But there was a couple last year that people didn't catch. In episode 5 was we did the woman from Black Sabbath that Norman sculpted. The one that's laying in the bed, the really creepy one.
Oh, yeah.
Madam Zena.
Really?
But in the episode, she was sitting in a wheelchair, but I had the costume people duplicate the wardrobe and everything, so it's very specific. Like we did Bub last week. I brought the actual collar from Day of the Dead.
You have it?
I had Bub's collar, and I shipped
man.
it down to Georgia, and we put it on, and I had the wardrobe people match the clothing. So
and don't forget the awesome Mike Tursic zombie with the exposed ribs. You got to do that at some point.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I have to get Tursic to come.
That's
play.
a must.
I know. Tursic could do a cameo.
He could. He would do it in a heartbeat.
Thanks
Greg. So much, brother.
Rock
all right,
brother. Yeah. You guys want this one?
Greg Nicotero, everybody. Yeah. Awesome. Well, back to boring, just me and you.
I got to say about Greg, I've known him since I was 20, and it's like we're all still the same people. It's like one of the really cool things about this business is what you touched on a little bit earlier. What he talked about was, you had a bunch of people from all over the country who got excited about making monsters for the movies,
Yeah.
And somehow we all just congregated here, and you had to come to LA. I mean, it just had to come to LA.
Yeah.
There was no other option.
That's right.
And so whatever you did, you have to scrounge money, borrow money, whatever, beg, borrow, steal, come to LA and make monsters. So a lot of us came here and with the same excitement, same level of enthusiasm, and made these long-lasting bonding friendships, you know? I mean, people that I've known now since 1985, it's getting close to 30 years that I've known people that are all still great friends, and I work with them, and they still inspire me, you know? People like you, and, you know, people like Steve Wang, and people like, you know, Matt Rose, and people like, you know, Lenny McDonald, and, you know, guys like that, you know, who, you know, they're friendships that I made, and they're still my friends, and they're still doing awesome, amazing work, you know?
Well, it's just, I think one of the things that is so interesting about me sitting here with you and talking, I was obsessed with your work. I was a huge fan of yours before I even really met you. I would see stuff in shops or magazines, I'd say, who did that? And it was always you, and I saw you once at a store, and I was like, Norman, you know, Norman's 9 feet tall, I'm 3 feet tall. So Norman walked by, and I was like, Norman, you know, and it was so, it's so amazing to be friends with you now, and like familiar with you, and like, hey, Jordu, you at the shop, man? I want to come sculpt masks. It's like always like, yes.
Well, you know, the love and respect is mutual, because it's the same thing. Like, we never really worked together, but you know, obviously I had seen your stuff too. And then, but then you get together with people, and then like the energy clicks, the enthusiasm clicks, and all that kind of stuff. And really, like the days of us just hanging out sculpting masks is like just as fun, and sometimes more fun than working on movies. You know, it's like
I agree.
It's like, you know, because also too, making masks and like the stuff that we did here at Monsterpalooza, when you work for a movie, a lot of times there's a design process, and you have to go through the director, and then the producer puts their ideas, and everybody kind of puts their little piece in. But when you make a mask for something like a show like Monsterpalooza, or when you do something for yourself or for an art show or art gallery, it's 100% you. It's unfiltered, you know? It's like when you see something in the movies, occasionally a lot of the artists will come through, you know? And I feel like I've been fortunate on a few things that I've done where I felt like a lot of me came through, but it's a collaborative process. It always is for the movies. It's always a collaborative process.
You know, I was going to ask you, I'm going to talk to the camera for a minute, but I'd love you to run and get one of your things off the table and show it. Get the woman.
Okay.
Get the vampire woman. The
all right,
werewolf
I'll
woman.
bring a couple of them.
He's going to bring something right now to show us. That is the fabulous Norman Cabrera. He'll be back in 2 seconds, and he's going to bring one of the masks that he made here to show you guys. Like I said, I've admired his work for 2 decades, and I personally think that he can control the clay better than I can. There's a cleanness, a cleanliness to his finish that I think is really, really rare. And you know, his ability to come up with characters that are subtle and effective. Norman does it all. He can punch the hair, he can paint it, he can sculpt it, he can make the mold, you know, and I can do all those things except hair work. You know, the hair work is extremely difficult for me. I'm being distracted by someone on the side. But here we have Norman, he's back. Come on in, brother, come on in. This is the Wolverton family. Grandpa Wolverton, and what's her name?
Lady Wolverton.
Lady Wolverton.
Fix them here. Yeah. Okay.
Look at these extraordinary monster masks. These are rubber monster masks made of natural latex rubber. They have hair punched into the latex. They're painted with a combination, like me, I think, of rubber cement paint and FW acrylic inks.
Yeah.
Anyway, but these are examples of Norman's, you know, some of Norman's work. He sculpted both of these in my studio. It was extraordinary to watch him work. It always is a thrill. Look how clean the forms are. You know, for those students that are watching, take careful note, for instance, of how much effort Norman puts into every single aspect, you know. He makes sure that the profile looks good. He makes sure that it looks good from head on. And the shadows fall very, very subtly on his work. He really, really knows how to control the clay. And that is something I admire very, very much in artists. Because I feel like while I can sculpt well, I don't think I can control the clay as well as Norman or Jose Fernandez. There are a lot of artists that are able to get an incredibly clean finish to their work. And if you're going to sculpt a female character, you've got to make it incredibly clean, because a young woman's skin is very, very smooth, usually. So,
well, I must say, Jordu is extremely humbled because, seriously, I mean, one of the things that we talk about a lot is form,
yes.
you know? And I think before you worry about detail, worry about the form. I think a lot of students, and that's something that you're excellent at, and any good sculptor always will concern themselves with the form first.
Yes.
You know, I've seen a lot of people make the mistake, younger people, they'll start blocking something out and they'll immediately go into the detail.
Right.
They'll immediately
exactly.
start scratching little lines into it and stuff like that. And if you want to be a good sculptor, or a good sculptor for makeup effects stuff or masks or whatever you want to do, look at it from across the room, right? We always talk about that all the time.
Absolutely.
Like block it out and stand 50 feet away from it.
Exactly.
And if it looks cool from across the room,
yeah, if it reads,
if it reads well, in other words, yeah, then if it reads well, then you have a successful mask. Then start refining your forms, putting in secondary forms.
Exactly.
Then go. The detail is last. You know, worry about the detail.
If there's any detail at all. In fact, Norman and I, we often discuss how Rick Baker and Stan Winston, all these guys who used to do sculpting back in the day, you know, they would often just use a texture stamp, a latex stamp with textures on it, and kind of press those into the clay. And Norman and I do that all the time. You know, we do some hand detailing, but we use texture stamps like crazy, you know, because the form is the thing. The design, the overall forms, and the impact of the character is all in those initial gestural shapes. Mm-hmm. If you don't establish those first, all the fine lines in the world aren't going to do anything.
Yeah.
You know? How long did it take you to sculpt? You sculpt these in a couple days each,
Yeah,
right?
It was like 2 or 3 days a piece, you know?
That's pretty extraordinary.
And wet clay...
look at the form of the neck.
You know?
Look at, take this beer can out of here. I want
Okay.
to show these guys. Look at the forms in the neck. It's just so awesome. Just beautiful.
I wanted to do I see camera 1 there, you can kind of see, or now it's camera 2, I suppose.
Where are you seeing this?
I can see it right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I always thought it'd be fun to design a female werewolf that's kind of beautiful at the same time, like hideously beautiful. You know, like somehow that, you know, she's still, you want to take her out on a date, for lack of a better expression. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times.
You want to take her out on a date, but you're scared of her.
Exactly.
Like real women.
Exactly. But I always thought it'd be fun to design a female, because you don't see too many female werewolves things. And, you know, but I want it to be sleek and regal and kind of elegantly beautiful, but scary at the same time, you know? Because monster stuff, of course, I love, but I felt like I wanted the challenge of kind of maybe doing something that was a little more regal, a little more feminine, you know?
Yeah, well, you achieved it.
And then over here we have Grandpa Wolverton. Can you see that over there? Yeah.
You want to
I
bring
think
it
he
over
just
to you?
moved the camera.
Oh, sorry.
Well, you know, here
We'll
we can
switch
put him
places,
over here.
though.
We'll switch places. But yeah, Grandpa Wolverton is sort of like, you know, I wanted to do a werewolf family, you know. It's sort of like I just went with a theme, you know, because I didn't want to just repeat what you see a lot in the show. I mean, you have your real specific vibe, you know, and I think a lot of the artists here have their specific vibe, you know, and I kind of wanted to sort of bring my own thing into it, and I've done a few werewolves for movies too, you know, so I was like, I mean, I've always loved them since I was a kid, from being inspired by American Werewolf in London and The Howling and all that, so I thought it'd be kind of fun to do a werewolf family, so I did an old man, a woman, and a little boy, you know. So,
fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, Norman, I appreciate you so much being here, man.
Thank you, man.
We'll have more mask sculpting days coming right up after Monsterpalooza.
Yeah.
Thanks again. The guys are genius.
Thanks for having
Round
me,
of
guys.
applause for Norman Cabrera, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
Astounding artist. He's got to get back and man his table.
Yeah.
They're going to de-mic you, and then we're going to move on. Whoa, don't forget this.
Okay.
You want to be sure to take your drink, because when you're standing behind that booth, it's a long day. Got to make sure you got plenty of drinkies. All right, come back for this if you want. Well, that was Norman Cabrera, and that was awesome. We got to hear a little about his career, a little about his sculpting technique, and about how cool it is to be into monsters. Because what else is there, in fact, to be into? Really? Furries? I don't think so. Monsters. So, our next guest is a guy that I worked for, gosh, over 20 years ago. He and his two brothers run a company that does special effects, stop motion, props, all kinds of stuff. They're brilliant. And when I first came to LA and I interviewed at their shop, I was extremely inspired by the maquettes that my next guest did. He's a brilliant, brilliant artist. This is Stephan Chiodo.
Well, thanks, sure do. Good to see you. Oh, well.
Stephan Chiodo.
Hey, everybody, how you doing?
So now, Steve, how has the world changed with the advent of digital technology when it comes to stop motion? What do you feel like has changed so much?
Well, actually, it's changed quite a bit, really. The advent of digital capture and digital compositing has really given leaps and bounds in how quickly you can do stop motion nowadays. I mean, in the 90s, when computers became the new shiny toy, a lot of stop motion production went down because that filled the gap. But now, as digital photography has gotten into the younger people, they're using those tools now to do stop motion faster and cheaper, which has now made it more economically viable technique, so people are revisiting it for the first time in a long time.
Wow. So, do you think that some of the popularity of stop motion has been helped by some of the Tim Burton produced films and like, Nightmare Before Christmas and
Absolutely.
Frankenweenie, yeah?
You know, you look at benchmarks. For me, it was like the original King Kong and Ray Harryhausen films. But I think for the younger generation, I think Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas was the benchmark that inspired a whole generation of filmmakers to go into stop motion. But if it had stayed within 35mm film, I think it would have been a slower growth because it's just costly and time-consuming to process all of that and turn sets around. But with the advent of digital photography, those new generation who were inspired by Tim's work, I think, got a technology that made it easier and faster to produce. So in fact, the learning curve for this generation is a lot faster because they get to see the results of their work while they're doing it instead of waiting for dailies the next day.
Fascinating.
Yeah,
Well,
big
talk
deal.
a little about your career. How did you and Charlie and Ed get involved in this stuff?
Oh, well, we go back, like you were mentioning before about play. We were playing around with our army men and dinosaurs, telling stories in the dirt, doing that. And then we got us an 8mm camera, and we started planning movies that we can photograph these little models. And then we were always inspired by Willis O'Brien's King Kong and Ray Harryhausen's work, Seven Voyages of Sinbad and the like. And we started to animate our toys, and then we started making puppets. So that's in 1964. I was about 10 years old, and we started animating, play animation and cutout animation, every technique.
Wow.
It was a form of play for us.
Well, now, how did you actually end up? You're obviously from New York. You can sort of hear that when you listen to these guys. They all sound like they're from New York because they are. How did you make the move to Hollywood, though? How did that happen?
Yeah, that was an interesting transition because all of the accomplishments we had on the East Coast, when we finally moved to California in 1980, they didn't know any of our references. They didn't really care. All we had was our work. So I think when we first got here, we were out of work for 6 months trying to make connections because we were like the outsiders. And it's interesting, the first job I got was through a contact in New York.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Tim Burton and Rick Heinrichs were going to be doing Vincent at Disney, and I was like living in Burbank, like 2 miles from Disney. But it was a contact in New York that Rick Heinrichs knew that recommended me for the animated short they were doing at Disney, which was Vincent.
Wow.
So it was really an odd kind of connection where somebody from New York contacted people 1 mile away from me in California.
What year is this?
1980, late 80s.
Okay. Late
1980.
70s.
Yeah.
Late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
Now, one of the more famous things that the Chiodo brothers have done is they animated the breathing, moving letters at the beginning of the Thriller video, Michael Jackson's Thriller video. How did that job come to you?
Oh, that was interesting. It was John Landis. John Landis knew of our work because, see, John is a real big stop motion fan. And he knew Ray, he knew Dave Allen, he knew all of those guys, and we were kind of connected in that way.
You know, it's funny, I'm going to interject. He is a fan of stop motion because I painted all the puppets for the opening sequence of Oscar.
Yes.
That weird Sylvester Stallone film.
Yeah.
And I did it for Dave Allen, and I painted all these little animation and replacement puppets.
Faces, yeah.
This was back in like 91 or something.
Absolutely, yes.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
Anyway, go on.
Oh yeah, so we knew John knew us, and he wanted to do something kind of funny, kind of funky, reminiscent of the old Creature Features opening titles, the Chiller Theater.
Yes.
He wanted that look, so we sculpted. Charlie did some drawings, designed it. He wanted it to look like The Thing from Another Planet, the original one, that kind of type font. So we sculpted it out of clay and we animated it on glass. And
that was it.
Yeah. Well, we did it for the Thriller video and the making of Thriller, which I think won a Grammy. So we were Grammy winners with that little project.
Do you have a Grammy?
No, we have a little certificate that said we were part of a project that won a Grammy. You know how it goes.
Yeah. That's the kind of Emmy I have.
Yeah, a picture
What's
of
that?
it, right?
Called the Class 2 Grammy.
Class 2 Grammy.
Yeah, we have a picture of it on our wall.
That's awesome.
Not really, but no. But yeah, so that's how we did that. It's funny you should remember that one. No, not too many people realize. We get involved with these little interesting projects, something like that, and like Large Marge. We animated Large Marge. And
Large Marge for Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure, and of course the eye-popping dinosaur from the 6000 SUX commercial in RoboCop.
Yeah, and
how did that job come?
Oh, that was great. It was we knew Phil Tippett, we knew John Davidson, the producer, and they wanted a dinosaur, like a 50s Ray Harryhausen type commercial. So they thought of us.
Now, are you in touch with all the stop-motion animators throughout your career? I mean, were you in touch with Dave Allen and Phil and all these guys?
It's a real small community. So it was David Allen, Jim Danford, Phil Tippett, Gene Warren Jr., who had a company, Fantasy 2. We're all doing the same kind of things, and it's interesting. In the 80s and the 90s, it was kind of like all special effects work. But nowadays, it's a lot of character work, more like Rankin and Bass, like Puppetoon type stuff. So yeah, we know the whole community. It's a really small but very dedicated, passionate group of people.
Now, talk about Team America and how that job happened and the fun you guys had on that, because I heard that was a hoot.
It was a hoot. Actually, Jordu was the hardest job I've ever had in my entire life. I think we realized why they don't do a lot of marionette movies. They're just impossible.
How dare you?
That's right. But with people like Scott Land and Tony Urbano and Greg Ballora, these guys, this team of people, we put together a really great team of puppeteers to put it together. So yeah, actually it was Dave Nelson and Norman Tempia who designed the puppets, and we came in as puppet producers. We kind of mounted the production for Matt and Trey, and we kind of geared up and put as many as 80 puppets on the set on one day with 80 puppeteers for the crowd scenes. It was an incredible, impossible accomplishment. But guys like Scott Land, who did a fantastic job, and Tony Urbano, great puppeteers, guys who brought magic through their fingers, through the strings, made these characters come alive.
Did it give you any appreciation for how difficult things like Captain Scarlet were, and those Japanese?
Well, yes. If you look at the original, oh boy, I'm making a brain freeze here. Yeah, all of Jerry Anderson work.
Yeah, Jerry Anderson.
All of that stuff. You'll see how limited the animation really was. The movement, they were sitting down a lot. They would just move around. Their chairs would move them around instead of having them walk, because it takes a lot of time and effort to really manipulate these guys. But Matt and Trey wanted an action film, and they got it. But they embraced the fact that puppets couldn't do everything.
Right.
They didn't mind it if a puppet kind of walked around and did kind of funny. It was all inherently funny, which is what they wanted to make, a comedy.
So they were going for a Jerry Anderson feel in this?
Oh, absolutely. They wanted to make a Thunderbirds action movie, like one of those big, what's that big action producer? Bruckheimer. Like a Jerry Bruckheimer movie with marionettes.
That is ridiculous.
That's what I said.
I actually haven't seen Team America.
Oh, well.
I should probably see it.
You should see it. It is really genuinely funny. It's just balls out funny. And it has the longest vomiting sequence, I think, ever in the history of filmmaking.
Longer than The Meaning of Life?
Yes, I believe so, but somebody should do a stopwatch and prove it. But I believe it is.
I have a few friends that I know that are emetophobes. They're afraid of vomit. They're afraid to see people vomit. They're afraid of people to see people go. And I don't think they could watch that,
No,
even if it's a puppet.
No, that's right. There is this kind of, when I see it, I start to get a little gag reflex as well. But not when puppets do it. See, puppets, they can do anything, and it's okay.
No, but I mean, these people, I'm talking about people that have a phobia.
Oh.
I mean, like, they run away and cry, and, like, they can't go to fairs in case someone barfs, and they don't want to be around kids, and,
No preschool.
in case the kid's like, bleh!
I get it.
They don't like that.
No. It sounds
And I
serious.
actually call some of these people, like, Beware, in the movie The Hunger Games, at one point, the main actress leans over and she throws up. It comes about 20 minutes into the film, and she's with an Asian girl. If she's with an Asian girl 20 minutes into the film, close your eyes.
Close your eyes.
Yeah. I'm not one of those, though, so I'll enjoy Team America. In fact, I like vomit a lot.
Then you'll love this.
I don't like vomit that much. But what are you guys working on now? What's going on now?
Oh, we're doing a lot of things. We do a lot of things besides stop motion. We just design characters and bring them to life with whatever special effects technique is appropriate. So we're doing large costumes for the zoos. We're doing a rabbit character, Dr. Colosso, on the Thundermans, a Nickelodeon show. It's really
awesome.
pretty good character. He's the nemesis, and they've turned him into a rabbit, so he's like the sidekick down in the kids' room. And we have a new project. We're going to be doing a web series. We're looking for some crowdfunding for a thing called Channel 8 from Outer Space. So you guys could check out Channel 8 from Outer Space on the Chiodo Bros website. And it's about an alien TV station that kind of steals signals from all over the galaxy and kind of mashes it up in their own unique form of entertainment. It'll be puppets and costumes and makeup and stop motion animation. Alien programming from all over the universe.
If you need any help on that show, if it gets going, be sure to mention me.
I was going to call you up, Jordu. We need great designs and great skills. We love your work. I mean, when we first met Jordu in the 80s, right? We knew
Probably 90 or 91.
90. Oh boy, it's been that long. Well, we knew he was talented. We saw his maquettes or his style, and it was just great. So I'm not surprised you've done so much wonderful work over the years.
Well, I appreciate that. I
Really.
was actually very inspired by how your maquettes tell a story. There's a whole diorama going on. It's not just, and I've tried to incorporate more of that in my stuff, but I usually get so worn out just making the monster part that I'm like, oh, now I have to build all these props,
No.
But you just automatically do that, and I mean, it's just, I need to take more of a cue.
Well,
from
it's
that.
interesting. It starts with either story or character, and a lot of our characters come from a story. So there's a concept, a world that begins the character. So we start with that. It's a pose telling a story about the character, what he's doing, and what he's all about, a backstory. It's really important to make your maquette come alive as more than just a sculptured figure, is to give it that backstory. So
Exactly.
what is he doing before? What is he going to be doing after? That moment that you're capturing is really important.
Well, I mean, like me, one of your major inspirations is Ray Harryhausen.
No.
I still think he is the grand master of monster design. His designs were simple, but he had a way of homogenizing animals into one thing that had a uniformity to it, and the Cyclops, of course, is my all-time favorite.
Oh,
I don't think I'll
absolutely.
ever really get over that. Kind of like my first girlfriend. No.
Get over it.
I'll never get over you, Joyce. No. No. But I think that there's something about Ray Harryhausen's sensibility, the style of the movements of the things that he did.
Absolutely.
And the characters. Tell me, do you have a favorite Harryhausen
Well,
monster?
it's interesting. The Cyclops is unique, and I can still remember the moment I saw it on the screen. My mother
Comes out of
took
that cave.
Oh yeah, my mother took us to Radio City Music Hall, and we saw this fantastic creature burst out of a cave, and it was this blue sky and this
Yeah, orange
orange
skin.
creature in front, and it just kind of burst out. In fact, I remember my brother Charlie was with us. In fact, Charlie's right over here.
Charlie
He said, "Come on
Chiodo,
in."
that's another brilliant Chiodo brother. Right there, buddy.
I was just passing by. Saw Tippi Hedren, Nancy Allen, it was great.
And we were just talking about Ray and our favorite Ray Harryhausen character and how we were
Totally
introduced.
Chiodo brothers.
So we're going to
Is
see
Ed
them.
around?
Radio City Music Hall.
You know what? As a little kid, 8, 9 years old, going into Manhattan on the train with Mom, and she took us in there, and we walk in and we see these dancers and stuff like that. Then this giant curtain opens up, the theater's huge, and then we see the Cyclops coming out of a cave, something we'd never seen before. We were hooked. We were hooked.
Yeah. Yeah, it started us on a long journey of like our animation was playing, it was playtime. We'd go down in the basement and we start taking our figures and we start animating them frame by frame.
It's funny, we're all East Coasties. I was born in New York, but raised in Philadelphia, and these guys are born and raised in New York.
Yeah, Bronx and raised on Long Island. It was great. You know, we had the woods there, so we could live our fantasies. You know, we didn't we didn't have video games at the time. We had
there are
some
kids
television.
watching. There are kids watching. Don't talk about your fantasies, man.
No, we went out into the woods, and we played this thing called Island, where we picked up sticks. They were our guns, and we'd encounter dinosaurs, and we'd run through the past, we'd hide. We'd actually live the fantasy instead of just watching it and pressing buttons on TV.
This is before cosplay, kids.
I know, that's what we did. And then we got a camera and we started photographing it. We'd have like a movie production van, which was our bikes. We used to strap the tripod onto the bikes. We had our cameras and our props. And we used to ride up to Burrs Lane or out to the beach on Fire Island. We used to shoot these.
Fire Island, oh my goodness. Did you really spend a lot of time at Fire Island?
We're on the other end of the island.
Oh my God, yeah, right, that's what they all say.
No, we had to call Dad. We had to call Dad because the Volkswagen was being swept out. The tide came in, and we were parked in the wrong place.
So, tell me more about. I mean, what's your favorite Harryhausen creature then?
You know what? I gotta say, the Cyclops is probably my favorite. It's a unique design. It was different than anything. It wasn't a guy in a suit, although I love guys in suits because the stuff that's being done with guys in suits is amazing, man.
Yeah. But I think the best sequence, I think, undoubtedly, is his skeleton sword fight in Jason and the Argonauts.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just fantastic. To think that one guy created that sequence in about 6 to 7 months, it's just unbelievable what was done.
And the thing is, he didn't take just regular skeletons. He gave them character. Do you see those little faces?
Yeah.
Now, for those who are uninformed, and I know there might be a few of you out there, Ray Harryhausen was a pioneer of special effects. He was a stop-motion artist who was very, very impressed by Willis O'Brien's work in King Kong. And he managed to meet him pretty young in his life, and he worked on Mighty Joe Young in the early 40s. And he did Clash of the Titans, he did Jason and the Argonauts, he did The Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, The Golden Voyage of Sinbad, Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger, Gulliver's Travels, or the
First Men in the Moon.
What was the Worlds of Gulliver? What was it called?
Yeah. Three Worlds of Gulliver.
Three Worlds of Gulliver.
Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. It came from outer.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff.
A lot of
He
stuff.
did a lot of stuff. And if you don't know who he is, look him up. He passed away sadly last year, but his life was a life very, very well lived, and he changed cinema forever with the incredible illusions that he created.
Well,
absolutely.
You can't count the people who he inspired. Everybody here is inspired in some way by
Even
the
if they
films
don't
that
know
we-
it.
Yeah.
Even if they don't know it.
Well, absolutely, and it's great. I mean, his career, if you just follow it, he made the films that he wanted to make. He was like the auteur. Although he was a special effects guy, he came up with the concept, he came up with the story, and then he mounted this production with Charles Schneer and all those other guys, and they were essentially his stories. So as a special effect guy, Ray's body of work is really Ray's stories. And it's I would love to have a career as wonderful and as fruitful as his was.
I think we all would, and I think the missing element was the artist teaming up with a savvy businessman. And Charles Schneer saw the value of Ray's art and exploited it to mutual benefit. It was great.
Yeah.
To all our benefits.
Well, I appreciate you guys so much being here.
Always great talking
Now,
to you.
there's
Jordu.
one more question I have for you guys. That just before you go, that I think is really important, and I think it's something that I think the entire country wants to know, and maybe the entire world. What are the real, actual hours of McDonald's breakfast? Because I don't know. I can't. I don't think anyone can figure that out. Does it go to 10:30 or does it go to 11?
Well, I went to get
Does it depend on the restaurant? Does it depend on the region?
Well, I don't know. I eat Burger King, really. And Burger King, they have a better croissant sandwich, and I don't know. I prefer it.
I went to get a sausage burrito today at 10:32, and they said, sorry, we're not serving breakfast today.
I know, but the muffins are soggy.
You know what? All right. You know what? You guys.
No, you brought up a good point. and I was
No.
gonna finish
You're
this
talking
out
about
like
burritos. They
I
don't
know.
serve burritos at McDonald's.
No, you gotta go to
Ray
Del Taco
Harryhausen
for the breakfast burritos.
I want Ray Harryhausen monsters and the kiddie meals. That's what I want.
This has devolved into a horror.
You started it.
An embarrassing horror.
He's an adopted Chiodo brother. You know, we adopt occasionally.
Hey, yeah, I talk just like him now. I've been around him too long, you know? New York and everything. All right, guys, thank you
that's
again
enough.
so much.
We're out of here.
Out of here.
I've never been so insulted in my life.
Puppets in. They have
Oh, wait,
some
wait,
puppets
wait.
here.
Oh, they've got stuff.
Yes,
oh,
I
wait.
have.
More puppets.
Many times.
I'm
Bring
back.
that Egg McMuffin. What?
Yes, let's at least look at a few creations.
Wait, what are we doing?
Just a couple of their creations.
That's not their
Oh, well, let's
creation.
see. Young lady, let's see.
That's not their creation.
Yeah. No,
No, that's my next guest.
that's the next guest.
I'm being pushed by my producer to move on. Thanks again, guys.
Well, thank
All
you,
right,
Jordu.
talk
Thank
to
you.
you later.
Good luck.
All right.
She looks like a Chiodo. She's not a Chiodo.
That was the fabulous Chiodo Brothers. Two guys that inspired me hugely. Everyone thought, including me, that they were Japanese guys, but they're not. They're Americans from Brooklyn. Now, we have a brief cameo here with Catherine Zeta-Jones. She stopped by. Catherine, what's it like to be at a monster show for no reason at all?
I live my life every day like that with my children. What are you talking about?
So, Michael Douglas, what's he really like?
He's fabulous in bed. Not.
Hi.
Hello.
You're not really
They don't know why I'm here. Why did you
That's all right.
drag me here? Why did you drag me here?
Because you
Silly
counterbalance my incredibly ugly looks.
It's silly.
Tell the people your name and who you
Hello,
are.
everyone. I'm Sean. I'm a makeup artist. I hang out with people like this sometimes, and Kenny, who's somewhere over there, and whatever.
Kenny Myers.
I do all sorts of makeup. I love it. I breathe it. I make it. And there you go, second generation. And I ain't doing anything else because no one else will hire me to do anything else.
Yes, I'm sure that's true.
What do you mean?
No. All right, I'm going to bring in my next guest. Thank
Bring
you.
in your next
I'm
guest.
going to talk to you later.
No, you're not. I'm going to work.
Oh.
I'm working nights tonight on a show.
All right, well, I have your contact info.
Yeah, see you all.
Bye. That was a very good-looking cameo, but we have another beautiful woman coming up. She's beautiful not only physically, she's beautiful internally. She's one of my dearest friends. Let's introduce my good friend and amazing puppeteer and puppet master and puppet lover, Christine Papalexis.
Hi, how are ya?
Hi, Christine.
Hi.
And we have Adrian, her assistant here. Hi. She's gone now.
Hi.
Hi, Christine. Do you want to sit? Let's sit you down.
We have a lot of puppets to show, and sorry about that. And perfect. Here we go.
Hi, Christine.
Hi, Jordu. Good to see you.
Good to see you. So why don't you tell us a little bit about why puppets? Why do you love puppets so much? What's going on in that brain?
Puppets are, well, they're iconic. They are characters. They are bits of fur and fabric, and then they come to life, and they are magic. And I think that all of us who've grown up with puppets, you know, of course, there's Jim Henson, there's so many puppeteers that have come before us that have brought things to life, and they bring out the child in all of us, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, and I just love them. I've worked with actors before. I used to do costumes, and working with actors sometimes can be really annoying. Like you're trying to put costumes on them or something, and they complain a lot. But you know, you're trying to put a puppet, you know, put a costume on a puppet, you put a pin in a puppet. They don't really care. They never complain. So there's
So you
something
prefer
about that.
inanimate things to animate things.
Well, I prefer.
Is that in all aspects of your life?
No, I prefer inanimate things that I can bring to life.
I see.
Yeah.
Now, what is this character that we have here?
This is a little puppet called Stately. He was in a pilot that I made him for, and it was about how to take care of dogs and cats for kids.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you want to operate him for
Sure.
a second?
Sure.
Do you need any help? Is this a one-woman operation?
One woman operation. Hi, Jordu. How's it going?
Hi, how are you?
I'm really, really good. I'm so happy to be at Monsterpalooza today.
I don't know, there's something about puppets that really is magical, like you just want to, you feel very tactile with them, you know?
Yeah, totally.
Now, do you want to tell us anything about Christine's career?
Well, she's done a whole lot of stuff. She's worked on a lot of monster movies, but she started out working with marionettes at Bob Baker Marionette Theater. Have you been there?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's a magical, wonderful fantasy land of puppets. Marionettes, fabulous things. You should go. It's in downtown Los Angeles.
Well, can you tell me was she interested in puppets from the very, very start?
Oh, yeah. Ever since she was a little kid, she used to, like, play with puppets and stuff.
Now, did she like Sesame Street as a little girl?
Yeah, she did. She liked, of course. What's not to love? Sesame Street isn't for everybody. But there was also Soupy Sales. Remember them? He was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And Captain Kangaroo.
And Kukla, Fran, and Ollie, maybe?
Kukla, Fran, and Ollie, of course. Uh-huh.
Now, how did she decide to get involved in puppets in L.A.?
You know what? After working at Bob Baker Marionette Theater, then she was doing live shows with marionettes and hand puppets, and then she got to work on a monster movie made by Roger Corman. You've heard of him, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it was called The Nest. There were lots of really weird human faces all mashed together to make one big, huge monster. And she got to puppeteer on that. And there were like these egg sacs hanging down from Bronson Cave, and it was really, really cool. There's more blood, more slime, yay! Yeah.
That's awesome. So you worked with the legendary Roger Corman.
Well,
she did.
Yes, she did. Yeah, he was pretty cool.
Now, why did she make the transition then into actual special effects when puppets are her first real passion?
Well, you know what? After working on that movie, The Nest, it was a magical, transformational experience. So after that, she was like, I want to work on more movies. That would be so fun. And that's where special effects comes in, because there used to be so many puppets in all these movies. Remember Alien Resurrection?
Yeah, I believe I worked with her on that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I think that's maybe where you met. Yeah. Alien Resurrection, there were these huge, big monster puppets. Remember there was the baby?
Yes, I remember it.
Remember the baby, and it had like human eyeballs, just sort of like mine, huh? Yeah, I had human eyeballs
Except
for the
it didn't
first
look as
time.
real.
What?
Nothing.
Yeah, no, the baby was. Well, remember how sad that baby was when it first
I
came?
do.
Yeah, remember that. Okay, and then there was the mother. Yeah, remember the big queen alien?
Yes,
remember
yes.
that? Okay, that was really the fun part when the baby came out of that huge egg sack. Well, you know what? There were 45 puppeteers on set. What's so funny?
I don't know. It's just,
I don't get it.
you're very animated.
Oh, thanks. Well, that movie was one of my favorite movies ever. It was shot. It was so beautiful. The lighting was really great. And Tom and Alec, you know Tom and Alec from ADI.
Very, very
Amalgamated Dynamics Incorporated. That's those guys. Yeah. Well, they were the ones that were in charge of doing all the creature effects. And when there were both of those big old puppets on set, there were 45 puppeteers. That's
really?
how those things came to life. You
45.
You thought it was real, didn't you?
No, I didn't. But I wasn't aware that there were that many puppeteers on that
Oh,
creature.
there were so many, because there were so many parts that had to move.
Were you the lead puppeteer on that?
No, I was not the lead puppeteer. It was like an ensemble performance. There were so many puppeteers.
Well, tell us more about Christine's career. I mean,
well, she also worked on Team America. Have you seen that movie?
Yeah.
Team
I've heard
America,
about that,
World
yes.
Police. Yeah, go America. Yeah.
Well, we just had the Chiodo Brothers on, so she must have worked with them.
Oh, they're the best. Those guys are awesome. They were in charge of doing all the puppets on that. So they hired a total of 65 puppeteers to work on that.
Wow.
Yeah, there were a lot of and miles and miles and miles of string.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was really cool.
How did you keep it from getting tangled up?
Oh, well, they hired professionals. Yeah, that's how.
So, tell me who are some of your favorite puppeteers that you've ever seen or worked with?
Well, Tony Urbano is one of the most amazing puppeteers of all time. Have you heard of him?
Yes, I believe I heard of him through Christine, and I think I've heard his name even before that.
Oh yeah, he used to do, well, he does amazing live puppetry, but he also used to do all the McDonald's commercials, and he used to do Snuggle Bear. Oh, remember Snuggle Bear? Oh, Snuggle Bear was so adorable. And then they decided to use computer. What's that?
This is a some, you know, it's.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's your lovely assistant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Snuggle. Oh. Yeah, Snuggle Bear used to be so cute, and then you know what happened? Then it became a computer graphic image.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sad.
Well, did Tony Urbano also work on Sesame Street at all?
I don't know that he worked on Sesame
He
Street.
must have worked
He
with
may
Jim
have.
Henson, though.
Yes, he did at some point work with Jim Henson.
Now,
yes.
did Christine ever work with Jim Henson?
Just a little bit. She's had the opportunity occasionally to work for the Hensons, yes.
Now, did she ever meet Jim Henson?
No, but she saw him perform live. There was a comedy show once a long time ago, and he was there performing Kermit.
Oh,
You know
really?
Kermit, right?
Kermit
Everyone
is one of my
loves him.
favorites.
Yes. of
Now,
course.
she has had the opportunity, as have I, to meet the incredible and wonderful Carol Spinney, who
Yes.
performs Big Bird,
Yes,
one of the
Carol
most
Spinney.
iconic characters in history.
Yes.
I think he is a lovely person. Have you met him?
Yes, I have. Oh, he's
Yeah?
wonderful. Oh, yes, he's terrific. He's very, very sweet. And you know, sometimes he wears lederhosen, and he looks really charming in that.
He does?
Yes, he does. He's got that little haircut, yeah. You've never
Lederho-
seen him wear lederhosen, huh?
No, I
Okay,
haven't.
well, I guess I'm just lucky.
Okay. Well, now, what do you think the future of puppetry holds? I mean, first of all, let me ask you something. Do you think that Christine is interested in all kinds of puppetry from all over the world, or is she only interested? Let's not even put it that way. Has Christine studied puppetry from all over the world?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact. I mean, I am her favorite. But besides me, she also does marionettes. There's a marionette right over there, actually. But did you see that?
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
there's
that's
something.
a marionette. It's a string puppet.
I don't want to.
Yeah, you probably don't want to touch it
I don't-
because
okay.
you might tangle it.
Okay.
You're not a professional.
No.
She also likes puppets from lots of. She likes puppets from Europe. Europe has a lot of puppets, and from Russia, and sometimes even sock puppets. Do you see this little puppet down here?
Yeah, I see this guy.
I bet my lovely assistant would it be okay if my lovely assistant came and worked that puppet?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Oh, Adrian. Yeah, come on. Yeah.
Here's
come on in.
Adrian. Yo, Adrian.
Yeah, this is Adrian.
Yo, Adrian over
She
here.
works puppets with me sometimes. And this is one of my puppets, and yeah. See, even a sock puppet can be entertaining. You've heard of Sherry Lewis, right?
Who?
Sherry Lewis and Lamb Chop.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes, of course, yes. Sherry Lewis was one of the main people that ever brought sock puppets to life.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What do you think of Punch and Judy?
Love Punch and Judy. Punch and Judy is a European tradition, primarily in England.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm so enchanted by puppets.
Thank you.
Let's hear from the little sock puppet.
Yeah. What do you want to know? I got answers. You got questions, I got answers. What do you want to know?
I don't know. How do you know Christine?
Well, you know, I met Christine about 2.5 years ago. I'm sorry. Oh, yes, you need the microphone. I met Christine about 2.5 years ago when I moved here to Los Angeles. And we've been friends ever since. And she introduces me to all of her awesome special effects and puppeteer friends. So that's why I'm here today and this weekend at Monsterpalooza helping out. Because it's a great experience. I love it.
That's fantastic. You're very cute.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
So are you.
Well, what else can you? I mean, what do you think the most sophisticated puppet is that you've ever seen? Let's ask you that.
Well,
Of your style, not a special effects creature style, but of the fluffy, cutesy variety.
well, some puppets have animatronics in their heads. Even if they're cute and fuzzy, they also have animatronics. Sometimes, have you ever seen some of the
Go in
puppets
when
that
they
Rick
tell me to.
Lazzarini produces? He has some pretty amazing puppets if you ever look at his stuff. But you were talking before about the future of puppetry,
Oh,
weren't you?
sorry.
That's
yes.
okay.
What's the future of puppetry?
I think the future of puppetry is right here. I think cute fuzzy puppets will never, ever, ever go away because everybody loves cute fuzzy puppets.
Everyone does love cute fuzzy
Yeah,
puppets.
of course. And I think also, webisodes. Webisodes. There's a lot of puppets on webisodes because everybody loves puppets.
Now, does Christine have any plans to put things on YouTube?
Well, maybe. You'll have to. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, gang, how are you? It's good to see you. My
We're
name's
doing
Gorgo,
good.
just in case you didn't know.
Hi.
How's
is
everybody?
this?
Gorgo the Gargoyle.
Ah.
Hi, I get to see everybody
Nice.
here at Monsterpalooza. This is cool.
So now I'd
yeah.
like to talk to you a little bit.
Okay, you can talk to me.
Do you know a woman named Christine Papalexis?
I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah.
She a friend of yours?
Everyone's a friend of mine.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course they are. You're a friend of mine, and we just met. No, we didn't. How are you?
I'm okay.
Good. How's everybody out there? Good. Yes. Go ahead, right in. I think he's speechless. What can I
I
tell
feel
you?
like I'm on Sesame Street. This is actually
Well, this works. Okay, that works for me. I mean,
this is actually really charming. I did.
Well, it works for me. It's good to see everybody out there, and it's just what we do. So how are you?
I'm doing really well.
Well, this is good. Good. This is
I'm
one of
really
those things you
enchanted
have to
right
do,
now.
and it works for me, and it works for them.
You
and
are getting
I
a chance to see something very rare,
Yeah?
people,
Where?
because
Where?
It's
right here, right here.
Oh, I didn't know what rare was.
I am regressing right now, which
You're
is why
regressing?
I'm grinning because
If you're
it's
regressing,
almost-
you should see somebody for that. Just in case.
There is no cure for that.
You notice there's no cure for that.
It's all about the joy.
It's about the joy. Okay, this works for me.
Puppezilla is right
yeah.
here. It's Monsterpalooza.
Yeah, Monsterpalooza.
What is it?
Puppet
There you
Monster.
go.
Oh, we'll call it Puppezilla. Yay!
Hey, a whole new show.
Yeah,
Where's
yeah.
Elliot? Oh,
We're
okay.
taking over.
So what would you like to
No
ask
more
me?
monsters.
I don't. Do you have a mic on?
No, Mike's not with me, but he may be over there. If he's around. But you can hear me pretty well, can't you?
I think I can.
Oh, well, I can vocalize, so it works for me.
That's awesome. So, are you a fire-breathing dragon?
No, I'm a gargoyle.
A gargoyle. Oh,
Yeah,
you're very animated for a gargoyle.
Well, thank you. It's about 300 years, but I'm not sitting on the... I'm also a downspout.
Yeah, you're not even on a building. Whoa.
Well, not right now.
Are you
I was on the
spouting?
corner of this one for a while.
Oh, that,
Until I saw the crowd coming in.
Hey
and
guys,
Yeah,
I
what?
think I want to sing a song.
Oh, yay! Let's all sing a song.
Who wants to sing a song? All right, let's go.
I think I want to sing a song.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
What
what
song?
song?
Ready?
What song?
What
Okay.
song?
Do you know where letters come from? Do you know what letters mean? I'm making this up as I go.
I noticed.
And it's probably gonna be really bad.
Well, it's
Yeah.
kind of working for us.
I don't know that
You
one.
know,
Know
So
where
you-
letters come from.
All right,
they
look,
go?
now we got a duet.
Where they go.
Where they go?
That's how it works
I know.
whenever you are. It's just what we need to do right now at
Now, yeah.
Monsterpalooza. Everyone's happy, right? Yeah, all right.
I would really like to thank my very special guest, Christine Papalexis. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Oh.
I'm so glad to be here.
And I would like to thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know who your other friend is.
Yeah, I try not to even talk to him either. He's kind of nearby, but we don't even talk about this.
And you can't make a move without him, right?
Oh, I make lots of moves without him.
Ah.
Yeah, he's the one that doesn't make any moves without me.
Oh, gotcha.
And I would like to thank also Adrian. Oh, look at your tail. It's excellent. I love this.
Well, thanks. That's a whole nother tale. We won't get into it right now.
This is about
Bill Diamond.
Bill Diamond.
Diamond.
Yeah.
Hi,
Yeah,
everybody.
Mr. Bill
The guy
Diamond
under
over
the
there.
table.
The
the gargoyle.
Let's hear it for the guy under the table.
Oh, yeah, well, keep him
I would like
there.
to thank Adrian, Christine, and Bill and their friends for being here with me on Sesame. Oh, wait, no, the Stan Winston School
There you
of
go,
Character
Stan
Arts.
Winston School. Woohoo!
And, you know, thanks everyone for watching. I hope you had as good a time as I did. I didn't expect it to end so joyfully because this
Of
really...
course, this is Stan Winston School. Why wouldn't it?
That's right.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's usually about monsters and dark stuff, but you're...
Oh, well, we could be dark.
It's all about the love, right?
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
All about the love. Thank
All
you
right,
guys at Stan Winston School for doing
Thank
this.
you so much.
All
Thanks,
right.
guys. Thank you.
Hey.
Thanks, Jordu.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
See you soon at Monsterpalooza or Stan Winston School.
Monsterpalooza rocks.
Yes.
So this is Jordu Schell signing off for the Stan Winston School of Character Arts. Hope to talk to you guys again.
All
Bye-bye.
right.
That's cool. Adam Beane, obviously. Mike Hill. Jessica Drew. And you are a sculptor, artist, creature creator.
I'm a 3D artist for a video game company.
3D artist for video game company.
You don't
want to say which one?
Yes, I can, and I am allowed to because it's a fucking fact. But I don't. I can't talk about Blizzard
Jessica
or any
Drew.
work that I do without their permission. But I do have PR training from them.
On
so,
the thing.
I mean,
Okay. I don't have to say it.
Just do it. All right, yeah. So 3D cinematic artist for Blizzard Entertainment.
Got it.
I don't know if you can remember that.
Adam Beane. How do you like to be introduced?
Adam Beane.
Just Adam Beane.
Sculptor extraordinaire. I don't know.
Got it.
She needs this. So we're going to start here.
Okay.
That's Mike Hill.
What's up, Jeff?
Jordu hosted that whole first block, right?
Oh, that's awesome.
That was incredible.
That's wonderful.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the Monster Show, live from Monsterpalooza 2014 here in the Stan Winston School booth. It's been a crazy morning, and it's just getting crazier because we have fire, and we have laser pens, and molten clay, and scissors. We have a very cool demonstration here from Adam Beane Industries. This is Adam Beane himself,
everybody.
Artist extraordinaire, clay inventor of CX5,
right.
a new product that I haven't seen before this event. And we also have Mike Hill, creature designer, sculptor, creator of mind-blowing art that we're going to talk to you later. Jessica Drew, 3D artist for Blizzard Entertainment. And I'm going to hand it over to you guys because you're going to basically show Mike how to use this stuff.
That's right. Mike, never had your hands in it before?
No, sir.
So this is, anything could happen.
We don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, we have no idea.
Enjoy and good luck, Mike Hill.
Thank you.
We are not insured. Thank you.
So welcome, Mike. I guess the first thing I wanted, so this is CX5. This is a material that handles like clay when it's warm, and it handles like wax under a wax pen, and it's a little bit like plastic when it's cool. You've never had this before in your hands?
Never.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This doesn't feel a thing like clay, by the way. You know?
No, it doesn't.
It feels like a sheet of resin or plastic.
Yeah.
I'm kind of intrigued as to how you could even work with this.
And I think that's a big question for a lot of people when you.
Yeah.
It's pretty rugged stuff until you warm it up. So we've got some here. So for the first time ever.
Thank you, sir. Here's one I made earlier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now this
is an example.
Oh, okay. I see now. Now it's really pliable.
Yeah.
How long does that softness last?
So there's two different grades. There's CX5 and CX5S. CX5S is the softer version, and that's what you're playing with right there.
Right.
That's going to stay pliable for probably about that particular piece, up to 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
As long as you are holding it and working it, it's going to remain
And if you
pliable.
have warm hands, it helps a lot. My hands are about 50 degrees most of the time.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So warm hands help a little bit, but
so does it help working under a couple of warm lamps? And,
it depends on your style of sculpting. So for this type of stuff, what I'm going to have you do is like sort of rough out a small figure.
Okay.
The way that I like to begin is feedback. Is by starting with the legs, because the legs are half the height of the human body.
Okay.
So you can just grab some. That's probably a little bit warm.
It's okay, I'll cool it quick. Sure. That'll work, huh?
We can make anything you want to make. But
Okay.
I'm just going to give you the idea of how I start a figure.
Okay.
So this, let's say I'm going to start with one leg. This is going to become a leg for a sculpture, believe it or not. So I'll just make sort of a rough approximation of a foot, rough approximation of where the calf and the knee are. I like to keep it thin for the ankle. And just like that. Now this is still quite flexible.
Okay.
And it's going to remain flexible for a little while. But obviously the thinner the cross-sectional area, the faster it cools.
Of course, yeah, I get that. Yeah.
So from there, we can go on, and as this is cooling, I can start to build onto it. Now typically what I usually do, and it smooths out just like clay.
Okay.
What I usually do is I build a loop for both legs. I don't have quite enough clay here.
Okay.
Warmed up to do that. But why don't you go ahead and just...
Yeah, okay. And I can start adding to this, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And this just welds itself without heat?
Correct.
When it's warm?
When it's warm.
Okay.
And if you want to add some to a piece that's already cold, you can heat it up over an alcohol lamp. I'm going to have Jessica do that right now.
So you just kind of like gently heat it with fire.
Here, have some clay. Make a thing.
Yeah, make more ribcage. Oh shit, I haven't put arms on this at all this weekend.
Well, now's a good time to start. So one of the great things about this material is it forms its own armature as you're working. You don't need to build an armature out of wire first, which is really convenient because when you're finished, it's totally self-supporting at any scale. If you're like sculpting a human being, when you're finished, if you want to cut up your sculpture for molding and casting, you don't have to saw through a piece of metal or something like that. And what's also really convenient is you can warm it back up and reposition the sculpture. So let's say you're working for a company, the art director says, we really want a little bit more oomph in the pose. You can just really quickly warm it up in a pan of hot water and reposition it.
Oh, that's clever. Because I was wondering that, because you can't, I don't say dremeling the whole thing out again. You just warm it up and, that's cool.
And in fact,
I like that.
Well, you don't actually lose any of the detail when you're putting it in hot water because you're not melting it, you're just kind of softening it just a little bit. So possibly the only lost detail is where you grab it physically with your hand and kind of just adjust. And those minor adjustments are really easy to figure out and adjust later in the sculpt.
Gotcha.
And for something like this, when I'm sculpting it, I'm holding it in my hand the whole time. And you'll see, if I'm sculpting on the face and I decide to flip it around and work on the hair, I'm not messing up my detail by grabbing it. It's not like normal clay at that point. It's really hard. It feels like plastic at that point.
Yeah, and if you're really clumsy like me, it's really nice to know that I'm not blasting out my face while I work on the back of the head, or the back of the head, like caving the skull in while I'm working on the face.
Right.
Because I do that.
And it also can be melted down to about the consistency of heavy cream and poured into molds. That way you can slush cast it into a mold and backfill it with foam if you want to.
Well, you could rough it out in something a lot quicker. You rough form, your likeness, whatever. You cast it in this, and then do all your fine tuning and
Yeah, you can absolutely do that.
Yeah.
It was initially conceived of as a cast-only material, but then I realized I could make it this flexible and I could make it behave just like clay. So it's really the best of both worlds. This sort of eliminates the need to make a waste mold of something. Typically, the workflow that most people are used to is you sculpt in one thing. You sculpt in like an oil-based clay, you make a silicone mold of it, and then you pour wax in. This eliminates the need for a silicone mold, and it eliminates the need to switch materials. And what's cool about it is at any time you can switch it back to a clay-like state just by warming it up in warm water or something like that, heat gun or something. How are you making out?
It's okay. It's really good actually. I'm always used to polymer clays or wet clays, so I know I've talked about using your stuff for the longest time on miniatures, and it's always worried me because, simply because of that.
How hard it is.
Yeah. But this is opening my eyes right now.
Nice.
It's very cool. And if Adam can sculpt a likeness as perfect as that, with this, holy cow. Let's talk about this one moment.
Yeah, sure.
What's so beautiful, I complimented you earlier, is that's such a subtle expression that reads Matt Damon. It's almost an in-between moment. Like you said, that can go either way.
Right.
You can look like a bit pissed off. You can have a smile.
A little bit of a smirk.
Yeah, it's clever. It's really good. Amazing portrait. And and the casting itself is wonderful too, which I'm very impressed with.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So I actually want to show you something really cool.
Go ahead.
I don't know how we're set for time, but this is one of the biggest advantages of this material is rapidly smoothing things out. So I'm actually going to take, this is a sanding sponge. This is for sanding drywall. It's made by 3M. And I like to just cut a strip of it. Let me grab that leg for you, just for a second. So, I don't know, can we get a close-up of this? So this area right here that Mike's been working on, let's say it's got like a whole bunch of tool marks in it, because I know, Mike, you're messy with your tools.
Oh, yeah.
And I want to smooth that area out real quick. I'm going to take this sanding sponge, and I'm just going to warm it up over the flame. Not enough to, set it on fire or something like that. Just warm it up, and then one quick pass on the sculpture. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, wow.
But I'm going to have you try this. I don't want you to like scrub at it, because it's not sandpaper. Don't think of it as sandpaper.
Okay.
It's just a tool. Warm it up, one quick pass.
Make some nets first, huh?
Oh, all right, there you go. There's your messy.
That does not suck. I'll tell you. That's good.
Nice endorsement.
Yeah.
Right.
Thanks for that, Mike.
Adam's clay does not suck. Actually, that's really cool. That's almost like taking just water to wet clay are, and
Right.
the ease of smoothing that. Yeah, that's really good.
I think you're going to find if you keep sanding at it like that, as the sponge is cooling,
yeah,
it's going to grab the grit and it's going to try to pull the grit off of the sanding sponge.
Okay.
So that's why I do just one quick pass, or
Okay,
two
all
at
right.
the most.
Okay.
So warm it up.
And
two
then
quick
work
passes.
that, and then go again. Yeah,
Yep.
cool, excellent.
Yeah. So it is. It's just like using a sponge dipped in water.
And this is going to be as hard as this when
Yeah.
it cools. Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and it's still repositionable right now. If
I
you
can
wanted
feel
to
it. Yeah, I
straighten
can
that
feel it.
leg
Yeah,
out.
I can feel it. Yeah. Mhm. That was easier than straightening my own leg. Yeah. Yeah. Excellent.
So yeah, and then the next thing I want to introduce you to, if we have time, is a waxer.
Okay.
So
Yeah, this is like the magical easy mode on this clay.
Yeah.
I got so spoiled this weekend getting to try that out.
This is like cheat mode.
Okay.
In a way. So this is having a tool that's always hot, that can always move the material,
Okay.
even when the material is cold. You know? So this stuff here has actually started to firm up a little bit. If you wanted to move it quickly, you could either warm it back up over the flame and use a regular tool, or you can use a tool that's not on.
They warm up super fast.
If you know how to.
And in the meantime, I'd just like to say this will be for sale after this demonstration. All three of us will sign this. Yeah.
What's the price on that?
I don't know.
So at the moment, I'm cheating. I'm warming up the tool with an external source, but it does generate its own heat. All right, so this is what it's going to feel like.
Okay.
It's probably actually heated up a significant amount right there.
Hopefully.
This one hasn't.
Touch it. Find out.
It's probably still a little cool.
Yeah, it's moving now.
But it is moving, yeah.
Yeah. And it
So
is
you can
and it
see-
is hot. Ouch.
And you can see where like that would come in handy for doing portraits. You know,
Absolutely.
at this scale,
Yeah.
I can make a little face here really quickly.
And now those are tools that you use all the time in the sculptures that you do, right?
I use a waxer for an alarming amount of my sculpting. A lot
Wait,
of
I just
people.
want to go fast.
Yeah, it has become, over the years, it has become my hands. I initially started sculpting in oil-based clay, life-size stuff, and then when I got into this, using these tools, it just became an extension of my
Very
hands.
nice.
It's very strange because there's no like sort of tactile, response, but I manage.
Well, I mean, just have been using this for like a minute. It seems that this is a necessity with this clay, right? To have one of these tools.
Yeah.
Because once it goes hard, you couldn't go in and move those little noses around, right? So you need
correct.
something warm. Yeah.
Well, unless you warm up the clay again gently in something like some warm water or a little bit of.
And the thing is, it doesn't. I mean, it just feels like a sculpting tool. That's what's cool about it.
Yeah.
It's no different, you know.
Yeah,
it's not.
absolutely true.
I was afraid that, what do you mean a heated tool? I got to do this, got to do that. Now it's just basically like using any regular sculpting tool right now.
Absolutely right.
Remove the clay
Except
out.
that you can do something really cool with this one.
Okay.
You can do it with that one too, but not quite as readily. So for instance, you know what? I'm going to put some veins on that leg.
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. So this is like dipping a pen in an inkwell. You can just dip it in a, well, not a part of your sculpture typically. Normally I have a piece of what I call a donor piece of clay, and I'll dip it in the inkwell. And then I can just draw on the surface of this really quickly. I don't know if that's something that we can see here. But I can build up really, really delicate details.
Oh, I see. So you're grabbing it from there and putting it there.
Yeah, so
I get it.
This is my donor.
Gotcha.
Donor
okay.
area right up there.
I like that term as well, like donor area.
Yeah, it doesn't mind.
Oh, that's really
it
clever.
doesn't hurt at all. So yeah, the
I
thing
get
to
it.
know about this is most people want to do it this way. If you do it this way, it'll cut in.
Okay.
If you do it this way, it'll lay on.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And so I'm dipping and I'm laying it on like that.
I see that, yeah.
And so grab that. If my hand is the tool piece, so I call this the heel of the tool, and that's the break.
Okay.
That's the tip.
Okay.
You want to draw with the break, not the tip.
Okay.
So give that a
So
shot.
I want to draw with this break.
No, that's the heel.
Okay.
So just like this.
Yeah.
But not the tip, just like that little bit. So dip it in and see if you
So
can.
I'm dipping from here?
Yep.
How long? That long?
You'll find
Right
out.
on.
A little more. Dip it deeper so
Okay.
you get more on. There you go.
Oh, it is tricky.
It's a little bit tricky to get the hang of where exactly.
Well, it's just I'm not used to it, you know? So.
Yeah. And now if you try hot
Oh, now I
sanding.
can see the theory. Now it's working.
There you go.
Now it's working.
Now if you try the hot sanding over that,
What's
it'll.
the hot sanding? The paper again?
Yeah, the
I
paper
got you.
again.
Okay.
So you can blend that in. So watch this.
Mine looks a little better than yours, actually.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Those are the varicose veins there.
Yeah, okay.
So I can blend this in with one pass. Whoops, I overdid it. But you can see how it looks
I
like
get your point.
subsurface veins.
Yeah. That's excellent.
So these are all the techniques that I use for creating a figure, as well as creating portraiture.
That's a lot quicker than polymer clay or anything like that, because polymer clay, you'd have to apply the vein on there and then sit blending, then they just blend in and then softening that over. That way you just laid it on in seconds.
This stuff is, I've been told it's like ZBrush in real life. You can smooth things out, you can blend them, you can build things without armatures, so you can repose them afterwards. You can wet sand this material, so you can put a mirror polish on it if you want to.
And what I'm finding is nice about this, as opposed to a polymer clay, I'm not going to have any brand names, but is it's not picking up the grease and dirt from my hands. You know? And maybe
and your hands are totally clean afterwards.
Yeah, maybe because of the wax itself. I don't know what's going on there, but it's not. Usually it starts to get dirty. You have to keep washing your hands, and that's not doing that. So cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a polymer clay. This is all natural. It's not really a wax, and it's not really clay.
The best of both worlds.
It's the best of all worlds. And it can be machined too, so you can create parts for lightsabers and ray guns and whatnot.
Cool.
Okay. What do you think?
So I think Ian's giving me a free sample, so I can try it out right there.
You want to try a little portrait with it? All right, Jess, how's that arm coming?
Give me the fire.
Try a little portrait. How long is that going to take?
I don't know.
Well,
My name is Adam Beane.
We've got about 5 minutes here.
Okay.
So let me find some that. So these pans, typically they click on and off, and they have a pretty wide what's called the dead pan.
I don't know how this goes.
Oh yeah, it just sits in there like that. And when they're clicking on, it can melt the heck out of everything.
Okay.
So some of that stuff's a little bit warmer than I would typically like it. Here, I'm going to give you a piece. We're going to get you doing miniatures.
Okay.
And then I'm going to start doing the life-size silicone pieces.
I was afraid you were going to say that.
Next, we'll see a Matt Damon head running around in a bikini.
Right, yeah.
That's right. Who was that? Who's who?
Oh, the Stephen Colbert mask?
Oh, it is Colbert.
Yeah.
That's downright creepy.
What are we doing here with this? Making a skull shape?
if that's how you want to start your portrait, so typically I just start with. I don't have any rhyme or reason when I start sculpting. I'm a really I wing it. Everything I ever do, every sculpture I ever do, I just wing it, and I feel very lost. Typically, partway through the sculpting process.
Right.
Do you ever feel that?
Yeah, absolutely. You hate it for a while, right?
Yeah, you're like, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
I can't do
yeah,
this.
This looks nothing like them. you
Yeah.
know? And at the end, it still looks nothing like them, but you feel better about
But
it.
yeah. But you've deluded yourself at that
Yeah.
point that you know how to do it.
Self-hypnotism.
That's right. So I like to actually give it a little bit of a neck to hang on to as I'm working on it.
Which then again, eliminates the fact I now have to put an armature in there to hold it.
That's right.
But yeah, you would foil a wire normally to do that.
Right, and this is gonna firm up and become
This is
a nice little
mine.
handle.
Mine's already hard.
No.
Almost, yeah.
Let me see that. It's not hard. I'll trade with you.
It can go a lot harder.
That's what I was trying to do. Get you ahead of you.
Particularly cold hands. All right, so I've given it a little, and I'm like to add a little chin. Pretty much all my sculptures, all my portraits start out this way. I don't really have a method that I use per se, other than, I start off with something that looks approximately like that.
Okay.
And then I go in with the hot tools pretty much immediately. Although you could, if you wanted to, you could
start adding, right?
Yeah, you could add with your fingers.
Okay.
But I'm going to show you some hot sculpting techniques here. I just use the heel.
Okay.
To dig out a little bit for the eye sockets, and then you watch, and I'm actually tapping.
Oh, I see. So you're building that up again like that. Okay.
And if you blow on it as you're working, you can move really quickly. So that mask there is going to become the lips. This mask here is become, and I'm telling you, I swear to you, I can't actually sculpt. I know
It's just the pressure.
It doesn't look like it. No, they always start this way, and anybody who has ever witnessed me starting a sculpture has said, "Really? Are you kidding?"
So I'm using the heel to get to make the eye socket, right?
Yep. The heel will move it like all over the place.
And then I'm using
Pardon my
this.
voice breaking. I've been talking for 3 days straight. I don't normally sound like this.
So we take that out and we use that for the nose, right?
Yeah, exactly so.
I get it.
And if you blow on it as you're working, you can get things to stay put. Now this is the soft version, so it doesn't firm up quite as quickly as the normal CX5. So you have much longer open time. And I'm actually going in and doing a little bit of handwork. I'm cheating while Mike is struggling.
I am so struggling.
But you won't be for long. You're gonna get the hang of this.
Next Monsterpalooza, you'll see what I did.
And I'm gonna cry myself to sleep when you become a
Amazing CX5 sculptor.
yeah, now I'm gonna hire him.
That's right. You don't win by defeat, you win by assimilating.
Right.
That's right. Let's see your arm, Jess. How's that going?
Blocking it in.
Nice.
It's
beautiful.
I didn't know I was gonna get put on the spot. I was like, who here has muscly arms? Just lift up the little shirt a little.
What was that? Okay. Absolutely. How are you making out there?
Slow, but it's been 30 seconds, you know.
It's
It's
pretty
working.
good for 30 seconds.
No,
for
I
your
can-
first
I
time
can-
ever touching the material. So this is a brand new material, brand new style of working, and a brand new scale for you.
And
I
a
have
lot
to say,
and a lot easier than I think it would be as well.
I have to say you're doing admirably.
All right.
It is a very different approach to sculpting because you're starting off armature on the inside and layering stuff on top, kind of écorché style, I guess. But you want to take advantage of the thermal nature of the clay as much as possible.
Yeah, that's the other thing I want to say just before we wrap up is I don't sculpt with an armature, but I do sculpt with an armature. I create the armature out of this material itself, so I wait for it to cool just a little bit before I add onto it. And that's actually a very important and very subtle point. I don't grab a whole lot of clay because the exterior is going to cool first, and the interior is going to remain warm, and it'll become sort of this collapsible tube. So if I'm building a big form, I build it slowly and I let the core cool. So that's the key. Cool core, warm exterior, not cool exterior, warm core.
Yeah, and you can always carve back in, like add on, carve out.
So I think that's about it for us. We're going to wrap this up
Cool.
and check in with you next year and see how you're.
Okay, mate. I look forward to it.
All right, cool.
Maybe I'll sculpt an Adam Beane.
Yeah.
How about that? Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, man, right.
You watch yourself. I'll sculpt a Mike Hill, and you won't like it.
You're gonna need a bigger tool.
So I want to thank Stan Winston School of Character Arts for having us on here, and Mike and Jessica for being willing participants here, and everybody watching at home. I want to thank you too.
Thank you, Adam.
All right.
This has been that sort of mystery clay.
Yeah, here we go.
I walked by yesterday. I'm like, what is that? How does it do that? What? It's very cool. And now you have a new spokesperson in Mike Hill.
Yeah.
Should seal the deal, I guess, right here. What's the percentage?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Anyway, Mike, can you stick around for 10 minutes?
Yes.
We're going to bring in Mike Cathcart. We're going to talk about what you brought to the show, and we're going to talk about making art that breaks new ground while also nodding to the people who started it all, the classic monster makers. So that's what we're going to talk about after Adam clears
so
away.
He's so busy.
And Jessica, thank you too. Thank you too.
All right.
And
thanks,
please
Adam.
clear away all the dangerous things, and let's give a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Is this one mine? Yeah, man.
You just got swag.
Yeah.
He's like, well, one of these, one of these.
We're not shooting that, right?
I think we can take you off mic, so you can
okay.
take a break if you want.
No, I wanted to give an honest. That's really good match.
Come on.
Yeah, really moved that.
You like it?
Really cool. So much easier than I thought, because I've been avoiding it like the plague.
Yeah.
Because I'm worried about wax, not your version, just any wax, you know. But that was working. So I will do a portrait that you know what I think. Okay.
Cool, man. Very cool. I will hook you up with everything you need for it.
Excellent, brother.
He's digging it.
Cool. Cool.
I'm gonna make this.
Is this my box?
Okay.
Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Oh, they're both mine. All right. Excellent. Excellent.
You know, I'd like to really, if you're getting soccer, would be better for me, you know. I'm just so used to.
Yep. Yeah, dig and just squish
right?
it. Wed clay. We're talking about wed clay. Or dig in and squish it.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with squishing wed clay.
No, not at all. Oh, here.
So you guys, that was really great. Thank you for bringing your entire booth to this tiny table.
Yeah.
That
Thanks
was
for having us. Man.
amazing.
That was awesome.
Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
All right, enjoy the rest of the day.
I hope I occasionally looked in the right direction.
Nah, you never did, but it was
I don't
fine.
think I did.
No, you
I
were
didn't
perfect.
feel- I was like,
You're
wait.
a natural.
Which?
No, we got 2 cameras, so they were picking you up wherever you looked.
All right, cool.
Thanks again.
So let me just,
Get rid of one of these seats.
I'm gonna just introduce you guys. Then you guys are gonna talk. So we only need 2.
No, I just two guys should not close to each other. You know what I mean?
I don't even need a chair here. I'm just gonna intro them and get out.
They give you a real one.
What's that? Yeah. You got. We're gonna start in like 15 with you guys.
Hey, Brian. There's you. You're on there. Screen. On the screen.
You're on the monitor up there on the side.
I think I am.
Because Mr. Beane was just going to stop by the New Deal tomorrow.
Yeah. Here we are again.
Oh, he was going to be there anyway? Oh, great.
That is pretty neat stuff. I was looking at it yesterday. I was playing with it. It was a little table.
We just did one.
I know it.
Pretty fascinating.
Tense up, tense. Welcome to the Monster Show, live in Monsterpalooza 2014. It's been going on for days now. We are joined by two brilliant monster makers. Both of their names are Mike. Coincidence? I don't know. Mike Cathcart, Mike Hill. And both of these gentlemen are brilliant artists, but they also are known for their innovative techniques and pushing the envelope. Mike in his sort of Halloween-themed animatronics creations, and this Mike in his homages to classic horror moments and personas with his three-dimensional figures. But I think the theme maybe I would love for you guys to discuss, then I'm going to get out of here, is how you're innovating, but you're also grounding it in the beginnings, and why are you doing that? Why is that important to you to bridge those worlds? That's the conversation. Or you could talk about whatever the heck you want. It's your show.
We're just going to talk about you while you're gone.
That's fine. I'm not even listening. I didn't even hear what you just said.
Didn't you just say you didn't like being on camera?
No, I'm out of here. Goodbye. Goodbye. All right. Thank you for being with us. Enjoy.
Thank you, Matt.
Well, I know when you're starting, the first Monsterpalooza I came to and I saw you, and it was obviously an homage to the classic Universal figures, right? And yet, you brought to it some life. It made it seemed like there was a real being there.
Okay.
I remember when you brought Larry Talbot.
Yeah.
Wolfman. So would you say that achieving realism is more important to make it feel like a tribute?
Okay.
Or almost any kind of, like, if he was more stylized, like cartoonish, do you think it would still be a good tribute?
Yeah, I think that for me, I don't really so much try and sculpt, anything to look at as real as I can. What I try to sculpt from the inside out, in the sense that I want the piece to have a soul, and that's what I start with. Rather, instead of worrying about whether this nostril is higher than this nostril or whether this part is here, I'd rather know why the nostril is inflating. I want to know, what this guy's thinking. Yeah, and I think that the key to moving an audience is to tell a story without telling a story, verbally. You can make something that again, to speak to a person, they know exactly what Boris Carlton was thinking while he's drinking that tea. He's uncomfortable in the makeup, but he's also a formal gentleman, and I think that's what I try to aim for, is giving these things a soul rather than the fangs on the hair.
And that's my creations too, are animatronic, somewhat cartoonish looking, but they move realistically enough that they give it a life, that you feel like there's a story to. I have a raven that talks like Albert Hitchcock.
Yeah.
Or something. It makes it seem like.
Well, that's the story right there, because it's not like Hitchcock or the raven, but we know why you've made the raven, right?
Absolutely.
It's association.
Yeah. And that brings you immediately. Now you have access to the soul of that.
That's right.
You make an eyebrow move a certain way. You make and even your things when they're static, they're created in such a way that they look like they're in the middle of movement. And that's another part of that soul too. Would you also? I was just thinking about when you talking about tributing. You could almost make the argument that every special effects guy, every film guy, is tributing the stuff he loved when he was growing up.
Oh, absolutely.
She loved when she was growing up,
Absolutely.
This is live. This is live, and your mic has dropped into another area of your person.
Is
it yours?
I was gonna say that's a lucky mic.
I see. Let's get it.
We're just gonna fix this. Make sure they can hear you.
Gotta go back up the shirt? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, so guys, start back at the beginning and take two. The mics.
I thought you were serious then. I was like, gonna do blub it this time?
Yeah, just rewind it like 5 minutes. Here we go.
Sure, let's rewind.
But try and say everything exactly the same.
Oh yeah, because
are we really going again?
The first time.
No, continue where you were.
All right, then. So for what you said, Mike, is I think that every one of us is any monster maker, anybody who's into this genre of expertise, for want of a less conceited word. We're baby boomers, we're influenced as a kid, and a lot of the time we couldn't have these things as a kid. Right. We couldn't have the toys, and we couldn't have the Aurora kits, and we couldn't have this.
You wanted one.
We had to make them.
We had to make them ourselves. That's exactly right.
And for me, people could, people say, "Wow, this guy used to make." I used to go to the riverbank, and dig up clay from the riverbank and make King Kong and the dinosaurs and this menagerie of different characters. And I still do it, and I don't think in any way it's childish. I think in every way it's less than childish. It's us, we're not spending money, we're not getting wasted, we're making monsters. You know,
and there's no point to impress anybody else. You're trying to just feel it yourself. I'd build puppets when I was a kid. I'd do the same thing. I'd sculpt and build puppets, and I'm 3 years old going to the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland, and it's like, well, I want that in my house now. So how do I do that? And it's not, I don't care if anyone else liked it. It wasn't to impress, it wasn't. I went out and just did it myself. I got a piece of foam or a piece of, like I say, go out to the mud on the bank, get clay, get whatever, and just make, I want it live, I want it here. I want it, something where now I'm feeling it. Now I'm part of the story too.
So where does your inspiration come from, Mike? I mean, are you laying in bed and you suddenly come up with a eureka moment? I mean, where
Some of it will be dreams, sure. As a musician as well, inspiration comes from dreams and emotions, and everyone goes through big moments in life when wonderful things happen, terrible things happen, and that tends to inform what you feel like creating, because creation is exercising those feelings.
Absolutely,
right? And so it could be anything, but generally it'll be a good horror story, a good literature, good like Edgar Allan Poe, or a real bad B movie. And then suddenly I'll be, or a Rankin Bass, like an animated thing, and I'll suddenly think, I want to see that in real life. And then I'll think, okay, what can I do to make that move, make that look like it's stop motion, but happening in my living room? How can I make that happen? And so I tend to get inspired by all the stuff we grew up watching, all the things. I imagine we're near to the same age, so it's the same, the generational thing, the things we used to watch. What inspires you? I mean, obviously the Universal films we have in common.
I was a huge fan of the Universal movies. My era of falling in love with these guys was the early 1970s, and they'd only show them we had 2 TV stations in England at that time, maybe 3. So if you wanted to watch King Kong, it was every 5 years you could watch King Kong.
Exactly, yeah.
So to me, it was the greatest moment of my life. Every time I read, hey, King Kong's going to be showing next week, it was like...
That was here in Los Angeles.
And that's been diluted now. I mean, we can rewind it, we can pause it, we can freeze it, we can have to watch it in 3D.
You could literally watch it 24/7.
To me, I don't know. It's lost its beauty somewhat.
A little bit of its oomph, yeah. When I was a kid right out here in Los Angeles, it was KHJ, Channel 9, King Kong, like twice a year. They'd play it over a weekend, like 4 times. That was the only time you could see it. You couldn't tape it, you couldn't... So but that magic of that.
Yeah, and so now that's what I want to recreate. What I like to do with my sculptures and these characters is, I want the people to walk in the room and feel that they've finally met Lawrence Talbot, and they've met the people they've only ever read about before, and finally they're with them. And I think it's the closest thing we can get, or I try to make it the closest we can get to being on set, or even in the darkest forests of Transylvania with these monsters.
Right.
And hopefully evoke that feeling where people get that enjoyment like I do from it.
Well, it's a feeling, this is something that even if it's fictional, they get the sense of the truth of what this was saying.
Yes.
Because even if there aren't facts in those movies, I mean, there's no Larry Talbot who turned into a werewolf, but there's a lot of truth in the story. Yes. And when you make your figures like that, or when I make, even just for a Halloween display, when somebody, cemeteries full of singing skeletons and singing pirates and different things, those things aren't factual beings, but there's a great truth in experiencing them.
Yeah.
Especially when you see like a 5-year-old kid who finally sees, you can see in their eyes that they know they're no longer afraid of something.
Right, exactly.
If they've seen something and they've looked something in the eye, and now they know, oh, wait a minute, I'm part of this story too.
That's right.
And I keep getting that same feeling as I'm giving that feeling to other people. And you do that in here with your pieces. Certainly the Larry Talbot piece. And I'm glad you brought that up.
Thank you.
That's when he looked alive. Yeah. People are holding mirrors up to him to see if there was breath coming off the mirror.
Yeah, I like that. But I mean, like the latest piece I just did now, the excavated Frankenstein's monster corpse. That is the child in me wanting to say, okay, if this thing was real, what would have happened next? Yeah. What would happen next? They'd have found this body encased in Germany beneath, under the feet of rubble, and and we wouldn't know what the heck it was. This thing has been pieced together. It's got DNA from several different sources.
Sure.
And I think that is intriguing as to how the world would deal with the universal and classic monsters if they really did exist. Which to us as kids, they really did exist.
Oh, that's what I was just going to say. They absolutely did when we were children, and now it brings a level of truth again to what it's not factual, but it feels true, and that's what truth is. We keep creating that mythology, is what we're doing, and that's what monster makers are, and all of it is a tribute to what came before us, because they were doing the same thing. Jack Pierce did the same thing.
Jack Pierce.
Certainly.
I mean, you can broaden the horizon. You know, you got Jack Pierce, Basil Gogos, Rick Baker, all these amazing people who
all
have
the
taken
people walking around up through here. I mean, it's
taken the original monsters and put them on a pedestal that they belong. Because to me, I mean, without offending anybody, these are almost religious figures to people. You know, this is what we want an hour.
That's exactly. It's our mythology.
I don't want that. I don't want a sports player. I want the Wolfman.
Exactly.
You know, so if people think I'm crazy for wanting the Wolfman, well, I think they're crazy for wanting to watch a gang of 9 men running outfield chasing a piece of leather. To me, it's ludicrous. It's the most boring thing in the world to me.
I see what you're saying. But the people that are studying online, doing the Stan Winston School, doing all these things, it's the same. That's our mythology. That's our. This is what we. I'm going to say worship, but certainly it's the great passion of our lives.
That's right, and I think that's the fun of meeting, people such as yourself, and I guess every single person at this convention of Monsterpalooza is. We all love these ridiculous creatures. I mean, I guess I'm, it's hypocritical for me to say that because I know they're ridiculous, but I don't think they're ridiculous. I don't know.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, and it's and we all there's beauty in that. There's beauty in seeing a lady walking around with Oliver Reed's werewolf on her shoulder, or the little girl dressed as the Bride of Frankenstein. It's like, wow, it's so cool. I used to dream of this.
Oh, absolutely.
In fact, I think I had this dream at 8 years old that I'd be allowed to visit somewhere like this.
Oh, no, that's exactly right.
All these monsters.
As you and I sitting talking, it's the same thing for me. And as you say, seeing a little girl with it, talk about, it's like not only a pride of personal accomplishment, but what greater tribute to everyone that came before. What greater tribute to Jack Pierce and Elsa Lanchester that there's a 5-year-old girl in 2014
and
walking
how
around.
amazing is that?
Yeah, it continues to be an homage. And all the monster lovers continue to be, even the cheesy ones, which I would call a fromage.
Yeah.
All right, anyway, no, but all of this continues to tribute the Stan Winston School. We're tributing Stan Winston, who was tributing the people he grew up being influenced by, and it's keeping it alive. And your things certainly, they look alive. My things they look alive, and even if they're cartoony, it's a tribute to all of that made us who we are.
Yeah,
the crazy guys who we are.
Yeah,
the two crazy Mikes.
All right, yeah, 2 crazy Mikes who are mic'd up, right? So, how long are we going to keep this interview going for?
I don't know. I think Matt ran away. I think we've already scared him off.
So we just keep BSing here, okay?
We'll see if there's anyone else interesting here. Well, there's an awful lot of people that show up here wearing makeup that they've done themselves. And they may not necessarily be trying to get on Face Off. They may not be trying to, but they're attributing, this is all sort of a big tribute to everything that came before.
Yeah.
And I like that they just keep it alive. I love it, love it, love it, love it.
Hey, Carson, come here. Carson.
Get in here.
This is my good friend Carson, who helped me on the Frankenstein monster tribute. He actually poked in 16 hairs into the leg of the Frankenstein monster with such passion.
Eddie, let me keep 4 of them in it.
Yeah.
So we only had to pull out that many.
That's
So
right,
it's been a dream come true to be able to watch this man work. So thank you, Mike.
No, go keep me.
My pleasure.
Later, Carson.
Wonderful.
So then maybe, Mike, we should talk about how you're going to animate one of my monsters.
One day I hope we can do something together.
And,
I would love to do, as you were talking about, a Karloff mummy. Where he's in
moves a little bit, right?
Just the littlest bit. Just
enough.
The eyelid going.
So people don't know if it's moving or not, right?
Well, did I see that or did I not see that?
The excavated monster would be nice with a slight little breathing.
I'm telling you, it's a great idea for that. But again, going all the way back to the great work that was done before that inspired us to do it now, and we're just trying to make it look real, or at least feel real. I found that when I make something that looks sort of cartoonish in physicality, if I try to make it move realistically, suddenly it's like, it's almost surreal because it does move like something would really move, but it doesn't look like it should do that. And I find that makes people just stop and wait a minute. How did you make that happen?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that goes with any form of animation. I mean, in these wonderful cartoons we see, it's a cartoon cat. Yeah. But once it brings it to life, and that's real stuff, it doesn't really matter that the thing may not be organically, real.
Exactly.
Once it moves, we believe it.
Now that's the surprise.
And we listen to it, and we want to talk to it, and we're enamored. And I think
that's the beauty. Story.
That's the beauty of artwork. I think
to keep making it, make you feel like you've accomplished something every day.
Yeah, cool.
Because that's the most important. Right. You can go crazy. Matt doesn't accomplish much of anything he gets us to accomplish for
I
him.
just wrangle you guys
That's right. He gets
into
us
the
to
booth, and you do it all. And I occasionally step in and go, thanks, next, and then I do that.
Well, isn't that
I
like
got this
father, like
dialed
son?
in.
Didn't your dad once say that part of his success, besides him being a wonderful artist, it was that he surrounded himself with people who
That's the
made him
trick.
look good.
That is the trick.
Yeah, and you know what? I've always
And
listened to that now.
other than the last half hour, it's been the truth of this weekend. Everyone else has made us look really good. This was kind of like a whoa.
You caught me before I started drinking.
No, that was great. I'm so you guys are connected.
It's kind of difficult, you know what I mean, when you're just going to keep something going.
No, it was fantastic. And thank you all. And shout out your websites so they can find your work online.
Sure. MikeHillArt.com.
And you can just go to theskullpumpkinblogspot.com.
Follow these guys. They're two of the guys who everyone looks forward to seeing what they bring to the show. And thank you for joining and hanging. Now we're going to do a Jurassic Park talk.
Thanks, Matt.
So
Matt.
stick
Well,
around and watch or go get a
that,
drink.
right?
You know,
Yeah.
a little bit. I got to be there.
Those things, right?
Yeah.
A few things here and there.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
You're flawless.
You made the noise.
I was the right arm, dude. That was all me. This was me.
I like to use both, dude.
What movie
Oh
is
yeah,
that?
yeah. Come on over here, Chris. Will get you hooked out. And we're gonna point the camera out into the crowd while we get set up for our next talk here at the Monster Show, live from Monsterpalooza. We're gonna be talking about Jurassic Park with some artists from Jurassic Park. Shannon, Shea, Andy Schoenberg. Who else is gonna be joining our show from the movie? Well, you'll find out when we come back. So let's take a look at the convention. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Shannon Shea, coming to you directly from Monsterpalooza 2014, and this is the Stan Winston School Jurassic Park panel. I have to my right, your left, Andy Schoneberg, who is one of the artists from Jurassic Park.
Hello, hello.
And to my left, I have Josh Ballze, who runs the Jurassic Con every year. So together, and he brought some treats to show and to share. But tonight we're going to be we'll be joined shortly also by Matt Winston of obviously of the Winston School, who also puppeteered on Jurassic Park. But there's some things, we don't have tons of time because let's face it, we had a year and a half on Jurassic Park.
Was it a year and a half?
It was a year and a half because we had just about wrapped Terminator 2 and Batman Returns started. And I was originally with Andy on Batman Returns,
right?
Which we were talking about just before the show, which we'll talk about some other time. And I got split off onto Jurassic Park, so it was a year and a half.
That's right. I finished up Batman and came in late.
Right. So yes, and there was still work for you to do.
Yes.
It just shows you the amount of work that was done on Jurassic Park.
There's a ton of work to do.
Yeah, a ton of work. Literally a ton of work. So, I mean, and as you know, the Jurassic World, is going to continue the franchise, which they start shooting, I believe, this is still technically March, right? So in 2 months.
I believe they're in Hawaii right now.
They're in Hawaii, yeah. And then they go to Louisiana. Anyway, no, hey, I'm from Louisiana, so it's cool. Anyway, so I want to just start off by saying, first of all, thanks guys for being here.
Yeah, my pleasure.
And second of all, I want to talk to Andy about working on Jurassic Park because there's just so many memories and originally when Matt said to do this, I was going, gosh, where's Joey Orozco? Where's Crash, Mike Tersick,
yeah.
But we should probably start at the beginning and say, I think it was Terminator 2 where Crash did his first drawing of a T-Rex.
It was, and that's also when Tersick started sculpting the maquette for the T-Rex.
Right. And what happened is, and this is what I recall. I recall that Crash had done this really great drawing. It was a very bird-like T-Rex. It's the one that's on a lot of the marketing stuff before they changed it. Mm-hmm. And then the shop closed down at the end of Terminator 2, and it was literally Mike and I working on that maquette. Right. And the only people that were in the shop were Stan would come in every once in a while, and Tara Crucito would come by every once in a while, but it was just Mike and I in the shop. And somewhere there exists, and I'm saying this to the Winston School, you got to find it, because somewhere there exists videotape, because I know because we took the shop camera and did this, and we set up miniature lights, and we set up miniature scaffolding, and we pulled the camera way back, and Mike pretended to be sculpting on this giant sculpture, and it was just the maquette. So Stan came in one day, and we got it. He got as far as the break room, and we plugged it in, and we turned it on, and he looked at it, and he went, "Wait, what is that?" And then he realized what we had done. And he was like, "Why am I paying you? Why am I paying you?" Nice. And I was like, "Come on, Stan, it's funny." He said, "Hey, it's going to be like this in a year, so hey." But. As it was, groups of artists were assigned different dinosaurs. Andy, is it okay if I say what you said before we started?
Sure.
Horrible. Let's be honest, right? If I can't be honest, then what can I do? Andy said he got the dinosaur nobody wanted, which is true and not true. The Brachiosaur, which was Andy's baby, is, let's face it, the first dinosaur you see.
It is the first dinosaur you see in the film. But it's also, as I stated on a video elsewhere in the Stan Winston School, it was the only dinosaur on the show that had no hydraulics in it.
Yeah,
really?
Because it was a full puppet.
It was a 7.5 foot tall puppet, and it was all cable operated.
Really?
Well, it had some RC stuff, but it was yeah. Everything else, I'm thinking, it's going to have cool hydraulic rams. No.
Really?
Cable, yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
That whole the pitch forward and all that stuff, it was all gigantic cable operated. It was like operating
wow.
The anchor on a steamship.
Wow.
Did you run cables for the gums? Because I know it had a chewing
Yeah, that was
motion.
RC stuff there. For the gums.
Right.
And then,
but the jaw was a big, gigantic stir the kettle mechanism that I operated, and I put on 8 pounds of solid muscle in 2 days.
Wow, nice.
So if you want to get 8 pounds of solid muscle in 2 days, you operate a giant brachiosaur jaw.
That's exactly what you do.
Yeah, not insanity, but the brachiosaur workout.
That's right, the brack workout.
Yeah, exactly.
I had some guns for a while.
Nice.
Which this is a great segue, because you mentioned the chewing, and this is one of the things I will never forget about Jurassic Park, is at one point I was asked to assist Andy in gluing.
Which was always a bad idea, putting Shannon and I.
I know, because yeah, it's very bad. A lot of laughing. But we were gluing appliances, right, on the insides of the lips.
Yeah, I had big inside of the mouth appliances to cover the cables and finish the inside of the lip.
Right. So and because it was the full-size dinosaur, we had to actually be up in on like a scaffolding or a cherry picker.
It was one of those hydraulic lifts.
Right. So Andy and I are up there, and we're literally taking this foam appliance, delicate foam appliance, and we're gluing it on the inside of the lips and all this. And Andy, and next to us, on the ground, is the giant hydraulic Tyrannosaurus Rex, full-scale puppet sitting there. They had just finished gluing the hero skin on it, and one of the welders, Lloyd Ball, was making an adjustment. So while we're up there, Andy turns to me and says,
"Hey, look, the T-Rex is on fire."
I look over, and sure enough, Lloyd's there welding, and the foam skin has caught fire. And I looked over, and I just went, "Hey, yeah." And we went back to work. And then and then Lloyd takes a ferny pad, a furniture blanket, and just put it out and went back to work. And we just both went, I wonder what we can do about that.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
What happened to work today, sweetheart?
Yeah,
The T-Rex got on fire.
All right, just after a year of building, could have burned down. It's
pretty funny. That was after I rode the T-Rex.
Did you ride the T-Rex?
I rode the T-Rex. I rode the T-Rex. Yeah. Remember I sewed on the leg
sure.
things, the whole interface between the foam legs and the body to rivet on these saddlebags over the top of the armature and then rivet the legs on.
Really?
Yeah, so I was up there doing that. They had that pre-programmed test move that they ran the T-Rex through periodically.
Right.
And Lloyd Ball says, "We got to test the T-Rex." I said, "I'll get down." He goes, "No, you're fine," because I was right over the top of the motion base, and it doesn't move that much over right centered on the motion base.
Right.
So I said, "All right." So I kind of hung on, and they ran it through the move, and I'm riding the T-Rex.
I think you're the only one.
I think I am?
Yeah, I think you're the only one that rode the T-Rex.
Wow, that's pretty awesome.
I am impressed.
That should be like a shirt, like I rode
the T-Rex.
Now I'm a real boy.
Yeah, exactly. Unlike Karen Mason, who was knocked out by the T-Rex. Yes.
And when she went to the emergency room.
Yeah, she was standing out like this, under the jaw, and I think Richard Landon was moving a table.
He accidentally hit the kill switch.
The kill switch, and it just went. And when you have a big dinosaur, and Karen Mason's like, what, 5'4" or something, it just went.
She said she literally saw stars.
And
they took her to the emergency. They took her to the ER, and the doctor says, "So what happened?" She said, "I got hit on the head by a T-Rex. You might have a concussion."
Yes, and hence that's why I gave her the. No. I won't say her. My favorite nickname for her on the air. But I love you, Karen.
It's a family show, right?
It's a family show.
It's a family
show.
Yes.
But you sculpted 3 different versions of the brachiosaur.
Yeah.
So
the 16th scale, and the 5-foot one was, I want to say it was 8th scale or something. That seems wrong. Whatever it was. It was 5'2".
Right.
From the shoulders to the top.
And it was it was like from the shoulders to the head.
Yeah.
And I think, I keep hitting my mic. I'm sorry, folks. But I think the reason why was for scanning, right? Because it didn't have enough detail.
Well, there were different shots. There's the opening shot of the brack where you see it full length and it's eating the leaves out of the trees and stuff. Then later, there's the scene where they're looking out of the trees down on the bracks. And they wanted a larger size so that when they scanned it, they could get more detail in the computer model.
And by the way, folks, beautiful sculpture. I mean, that's something that Matt, you guys need to look in the archive and find that sculpture.
Well, there's a picture on the stand inside of me sculpting the 5-foot one.
Is it? It's beautiful. Great sculpture. I love that.
Thank you.
Love
that was fun.
And then obviously the full-size one, too.
Yeah, and there were a number of us on the full-size one.
Right.
It was Chris Swift and me and Greg Fiegel, and I think somebody else.
Was it Bill Basso?
Bill Basso might have been on it. Might have been Widge. Might have been on it doing detail.
Gwidge?
Remember Gwidge?
Of course I remember Gwidge. How do you figure a guy named Gwidge? Yeah, no, Gwidge. Yeah. No, I didn't realize that. Yeah. And I tell you, it's amazing because I think what a lot of people don't realize was that was all sculpted in Roma. Correct?
All Roma.
Yeah.
All the sculptures were Roma.
All the sculptures were Roma. And I remember I actually had to call Standard Clay Mines to set up the order because we literally we weren't
huge,
buying
hundreds of pounds of clay.
Yeah, we bought right from the manufacturer, and we had those big 55-gallon drums. Because Gwidge, who was with him? Gwidge and somebody else cut all that clay.
It was toast or fry. What the hell was wrong with the hiring on that movie?
Wait, what was this?
Gwidge and Toast and Fry.
Toast and Fry.
They were the two French guys. And Swift called them Toast and Fry.
That's messed up.
I don't know. We have to edit this all out. You can't say this.
Lawsuits. There's going to be lawsuits.
I know there's lawsuits are flying. Yes, I forgot the two French guys. Yes.
Anthony and I don't remember the other guy.
Yes, and they're so. Yeah, not now. Yeah, not. Yeah, exactly. No, jeez. Okay. I would like to say an official apology to everyone in France and everyone in Ontario.
Yes.
So
and Montreal.
And Montreal. Yes, we formally apologize. Thank you. Now we will go about our business.
Yes.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so
it was those two guys chopping clay
chopping
for months.
clay, and they would put it in big wheelbarrows and take it into the oven and get it soft, and then would slap it on. And there's another thing I do remember is oh boy, I really wish Mike were here. We were and you've seen it a million times. You've seen how we did the T-Rex, or it's on Stan Winston's site, Stan Winston School. You can watch how they did it. But when we built the armature, for the T-Rex, Mike said we need butterflies. Mm-hmm. A butterfly is basically an X of wood or something that has like an armature wire. Like a tail that gets attached to the main armature, and it's there just to hold the weight of the clay.
Right, it bears the weight.
It bears the weight, right. So, and they were like, we don't have time, we just have to start slapping clay on it. And they kept saying, we're only going to put this much clay, but it was never this much clay, it was like this much clay.
Well, and it varied. I mean, some parts were that thick and some parts were that
right.
thick. And,
But so, and then, I don't know, someone had the bright idea, hey, I know what I'll do. We're going to put a, what do you call it? A time-lapse camera up in the shop so we can watch everyone building the T-Rex. Well, every Monday morning after all the clay was put on the armature, a section of it was on the ground.
The sculpture was pretty far along. And we came in one Monday and the jaw was on the ground.
Right.
So we put butterflies on then.
And
put the jaw back on.
We
came in the next day and the neck was on the ground.
So
it just kind of worked its way down
all
the
way
entire
down,
length of
all the way down
the underside
to the
of the T-Rex.
But whenever it happened, Mike Tersick took a sign that he wrote, I told them this would happen. And he stood in front of the camera, the time-lapse camera.
For 15 minutes.
For 15 minutes while I just went, click. And I just could imagine, when they got that footage back, because you always see time-lapse footage of the Triceratops getting done. You don't ever see T-Rex. Because, there's Mike standing there saying, with the jaw on the ground, I told him this would happen.
I'd love to see the middle of the night footage when the pieces actually came off.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And my recollection is it was reasonably far along. When
absolutely. I don't think the detail had been put in there,
right.
But I think most of the major forms had been already on there. Yeah, and it was like all on the ground. Whatever.
Smack it back up.
What can you do?
And I half expected to see pieces come off again, but nothing ever did.
No, and that's the other thing too. I think people don't realize is that it was like. The T-Rex was like working on any small sculpture you do. I mean, like all the pieces came off for molding, but they were just giant, you remember? And we had this big forklift that would have to come up and take the big pieces off and slide them out and all that stuff. It was quite a rigmarole. Yeah. And then running foam with Richard Davidson, may he rest in peace, great guy. Yeah. literally built oversized spatulas and
They
things.
were like,
remember?
plastic snow shovels. They looked like almost to
Right.
spatulate the foam into the mold.
Yeah, so whenever he ran foam, it was like a situation where they'd go, okay, T-Rex foam run happening in 5 minutes, and everyone would just run out there, and we would just, and everyone got handed these giant plastic snow shovels, and Richard would come in and just dump just buckets and buckets of foam latex. It would be like scraping and scraping. Yes, sir.
We have a question from the audience
Oh.
from Elsie Schoenberg.
Now, Elise Schoenberg.
Elise Schoenberg. Okay.
Could you tell us the story of testing the Brachiosaurus snot?
I was going to ask you
it?
about that, yeah.
Did we test the Brachiosaurus snot?
Like,
I don't remember
was it
doing
an air
I mean,
cannon?
right?
It was an air cannon, right? That was
Yeah,
inside the main
Well,
dome.
what you might be referring to is when we shot the sequence on set of the Brachiosaurus sneezing.
Yeah.
Spielberg said, he told the actress, said, it's just a rehearsal, we're just rehearsing, we're not going to do it, and then told us, go ahead and really do it on this tape. Because he thought if she flinched at all prior to the actual thing happening, which would be a natural reaction, it'd ruin the tape. So he just surprised her with it. So her reaction on film is the real
So that's
reaction.
like
She wasn't
Ariana's
expecting
real
that.
reaction
Yeah,
right there. Nice.
she was not expecting that to happen at all.
So, and in a related story, not that you asked, Elise, but I can tell you the spitter story because that was unfortunately me, and Rick Gallinson, who did the mechanism for the spitter, he had an air pistol, like an air gun. And Stan came to me and said, okay, we got to shoot Wayne Knight in the eyes with something black and mucusy, so give us something. So I did some research and I went, okay, well, the most sterile thing I could think of is KY jelly, because it's sterile and it's used in the medical profession. I tried to order a lot of it and they wouldn't sell it to me because they said, well, anything bigger than a tube and the sterility, they wouldn't stand by the sterility of it. So they said, tube size, all we'll give you. Great. So then I looked up colors, and so the best thing I could find was what they would use in cosmetics, this FD&C black powder. So I mixed FD&C black powder and KY, boom, shot. Okay, that was it. So we get on set. We're at Universal. The rain tower's up. It's raining. And they say, okay, so shoot Wayne in the face with the stuff. So I'm sitting there, it's raining, and I got this air gun, and I've never pointed a gun at a person's face and fired it. Not even a plastic gun.
As you wouldn't, yeah.
No, as
Let's not confess anything.
Anyhow,
as I was saying.
Yeah. No, but you just don't do that. So the first time I shot him in the chest, and then I was like, okay, we cleaned him up, and not that it was a bad cleanup because it was wet anyway. So let's do it again. I shot him, it went right into his hair like this. And I'll never forget
So
this.
you're a bad shot, you're
Yeah,
saying.
well, I was nervous.
Yeah.
So Stephen walked up to me, and this is what he said. No one else could hear it. He said, this guy is not made out of latex. Shoot him in the eyes now. And I just went, yes, sir. Third take, I shot him, bam, square in the eyes. And what does he do? I go to run, and the first hit, he grabs me.
He's acting.
Yeah, and that's what he said. He said, he's acting. And I was just like, oh, thank God.
There's real pain in his
Yeah.
eyes.
And so he's going, screaming and screaming and screaming, cut, everyone, yay, So then I'm sitting there thinking, whew, okay, done. And all of a sudden I hear, it was, I can't remember, one of the Westmores. It was, I can't think of which Westmore it was, but it was his makeup artist. And he went, what did you put in that stuff? And I'm thinking, oh God, I just blinded Wayne Knight. And I told him, it's KY jelly and FD&C black, it's this and that. Stan runs up to me and he goes, what did you put in that stuff? And I just said, hey, it's all sterile. I mean, I could just pour it in my eyes, it wouldn't hurt. So I walk up, he stained purple. Oh no. Stained purple. Stained. And I'm like, and my first thought was, that all? It's a couple days, he's done. And they go, he's shooting Seinfeld in an hour.
Oh no. Newman, what happened to your face?
So, flash forward years later, I'm on Rat Race, working with Wayne Knight. So I'm thinking, I wonder if Wayne knows. So I walked up to him and I went, hi Wayne, you probably don't remember me, Shannon Shea, worked on Jurassic Park. Oh, hi, I'm the guy that shot you in the face with the bike. You're the guy. And I went, he went, they were cursing your name on Seinfeld. Oh my, they had to put so much foundation on me. I kept burning through. What did you put in that stuff? And I was like, dude, it was food coloring KY, man. It's like nothing. I'll put it in my eyes. Dude,
Turns your eyes black.
No, yeah. Eventually, yeah. He eventually forgave me, but Yeah, but it was just, slime, big thing on that show, right?
So,
do we have more time, or do you want to talk on?
I wanted to talk to you about the Triceratops. I don't think we've talked to you
Oh,
about...
the baby Triceratops. Yeah, which made a cameo in Jurassic Park 2. There's a deleted scene. That was because Stephen felt that he didn't want every dinosaur encounter to be a bad one.
Okay.
So he thought that it would be great if, when they came out from the tree, it was originally going to be the little girl.
Yeah.
But then they changed it to the little boy because they figured she just got a face full of snot. Right. So they were looking out and they would see he was like bouncing, like somehow bouncing on top of the grass. They're like, what's going on? They run up there and he's on a baby Triceratops. The baby Triceratops stops and he throws him onto the ground.
Nice.
So we were, Alan Scott was in charge of the mechanisms and I was in charge of the dinosaur. Like Andy says, another dinosaur nobody wanted. And it's just, but it's, I mean, yes and no. I mean, I get it, whatever. But it was the cute one, you know. You're doing the cute dinosaur, So
it's a baby. After
it's a
all.
baby. It's cute,
The baby raptor was cute.
Well, yeah, a little bit. It's a little creepy because in the movie when you're watching it, I fully expect it just to go on Sam Neill's.
Alan's thumb.
Yeah. But we were 2 weeks away from finishing. All the mechanisms were built. The hero skins were done. The hero skins were seamed, and I was painting. All the horns were finished. I was painting the hero head skin, and I'll never forget Stan walking down and saying, "I got some bad news." I said, "What's that?" He goes, "Your dinosaur got cut." And I was like, "You're kidding me." And he was like, "No." And he said, "It's nothing personal. Everyone loves the dinosaur." He said that it just didn't make sense within the story, that they would go through a tree, and they would have this cute dinosaur moment, and then they'd be being chased by, T-Rexes and stuff. So it's a...
And then I'm sure you lost a lot of sleep in that too, right? Because I worked in effect shops, and it's like nonstop, 24/7.
Okay.
Sculpting.
Only because he mentioned this, I will tell you the story. We, Crash McCreary, who did all the drawings, did a great job with all the drawings. And once the drawings were approved, that was it. Like, there was no variation.
Yeah, that was the Bible.
It was myself, Paul Mejias, Eileen Kastner, and I think maybe Bill Basso came in there too. I think so, because Bill was floating around a lot. We sculpted the baby Triceratops and got it to where it was, where it was. But blowing up Crash's drawing that big, something cute, it really looked like almost like a cartoon, like a theme park
like
dinosaur.
The baby eyes and
Yeah.
that big and
So a picture had been sent to Stephen, who was coming in the next day, and they were like, not so excited by it. And so Stan came down and went, not so excited by it. And that started a marathon sculpture. We resculpted that dinosaur overnight.
Yeah.
We stayed all night. The crew, no one left from like, I guess 3 or 4 in the afternoon when we got it, till Spielberg walked in the next day. So we stayed all night resculpting that dinosaur. And I'll never forget, Spielberg walked in and went, "Hey, it looks great." And he turned around and we all went, and then I went to Stan and I go, "Can I go home now, please?" He's like, "Yeah, please, can I go home?"
Nice.
Eat your gruel. Anyway, no.
I can empathize because the last effects shot that we did was for Todd Lincoln, and it hasn't been released yet. We can't break the NDAs, but we spent 3 nights straight, no sleep, just 3 nights, covered in fiberglass, and you can tell fiberglass, it just doesn't get out of your skin. You take a shower, it's like 1,000 mosquitoes. And we did an effect where these creatures were popping out of someone's back while I was doing this giant puppet of a creature for his film. And we get on location after we spent 3 days molding it, casting it, painting it, getting all the puppeteering into it, whatnot. And the director comes over to me and he's just like, "Yeah, I got cut." And we're just
Oh,
like,
man.
oh, so that's like a whole night of sleep I could have gotten.
Exactly.
Wait, I can't sleep because I got to get strapped into a monster in 2 hours. Okay.
That's the break. That's the breaks. That's showbiz, folks.
That's
Yeah,
showbiz.
but it's a
That's
labor of love,
showbiz.
though, because I mean, you guys wouldn't do this unless you loved it, unless you loved doing the dinosaurs and the special effects.
And let's face it, this is what at least was told to me later, was that on Jurassic Park 2. Were you on that Jurassic Park 2?
No.
No.
3.
3, but not 2. They said they needed an extra dinosaur, and they literally just took the baby
So
Triceratops.
is it the same?
It's the same one.
Literally, so it wasn't a
literally,
remold or
It's
anything?
literally the same skin.
Huh.
Yeah, all they did was they changed the interior from a puppet to a suit that Lindsay McGowan wore.
Really?
Which I really wish I could have seen. I wish I could have seen it. Because nothing would have made me happier, not because I don't like Lindsay, because I like Lindsay. I would love to have pushed him over in that suit. That would have been so funny. Come on, that
Tip
would
the
have been so
Triceratops.
funny.
Triceratops
So-
tipping.
I hear the British Triceratops.
Yes, exactly. I've been burgled. Lying on the ground. Somebody, assistance, please. You know, that would have been great. So, I'm sorry, Lindsay. It's just never be in a Triceratops suit around me. I will push you over.
No, but because I know the presumption was it was a recast. It was a repaint of the baby
No,
Triceratops.
they told me it was the actual skin that just sat there for
That's
years.
amazing because I know the materials over time because Lost World wasn't filmed till like years later. I think it was like 97 it came out. Jurassic Park was 93. That's still like what, 2 years of production that went into it before it got released in 93.
Yeah. So, but you know, the thing is, I know that at least the skins were, the head skin was at least based with Pax paint, you know.
Yeah.
And it was for one shot, you know, and you barely even see it. So I don't think it would make financial sense to go through the trouble of remolding. I mean, if you have the pieces, why not just patch it, right?
Yeah.
So.
And it depends on the foam. I mean, that was a different brand of foam than we'd use for
That's
a lot
right.
of things too. So
That was that aquaspersion stuff. Yeah, from England.
And it,
yeah.
I'm sure they got the bag and out of heat and out of sunlight.
Oh, yeah.
They
sat-
lasts a lot longer.
Yeah.
Okay, because they didn't use it, so it got saved the torture of being on film.
Stan, at the studio, there used to be a giant, like closet, like huge, like a big closet, which was a storage room where I guarantee those skins sat. And remember, we used to run films. Remember, we had the mold, the mold. Oh God, what do we call it? It was the Storage Room Film Society. And I brought my 16mm camera. I mean, and we would literally run at lunchtime. We would run 16mm films because the room was so big and dark. We just close the door, get sandwiches, and watch an old episode of Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. Stan would open the door. What are you guys doing in here? Close the door. Close the door.
Come on, boss.
Yes,
We're watching Voyage.
The Storage Room Film Society. Oh my God.
Nice.
One day we'll have to sit down with Mike Spatola and talk about T2.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And that will be, heads will roll, heads will roll. So, anyhow, but it was, listen, Jurassic Park, and I'm sure you feel this way, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but it was an amazing experience. I really think that we had accomplished something that up to that point, not many or no one had successfully.
It was, that scale of hydraulic creatures had not been done successfully prior to Jurassic Park.
No. And I've said this on many occasions. I know, because we'd worked with Jim Cameron on T2, a year earlier or whatever, or a year and a half earlier or whatever. And I remember Stan inviting Jim to the shop.
Yeah.
And it was before, it was just the mechanism. It wasn't fiberglass, and it was going through its motions. And I'll never forget, Jim was like this. And he's like, wow. And I'm thinking, did he just say, did someone tape that? Jim Cameron just said, wow? I mean, he just went, wow. Because it was just.
It was impressive to see that
impressive.
thing moving.
Yeah.
Just that size and that mass of a thing.
Yeah.
Tim Nordello, was it Tim or Lloyd came from the theme park?
Both of
industry?
them. Both of them, yeah.
I was talking to one of them at one point when we were building the T-Rex, and I said, it had like 30 moves in it or something, and I said, how many moves does the average theme park character have in it? He said, 1, maybe 2 if you're lucky.
Okay. All right. So, really, and it was 30. Oh, no! Ah! Anything can happen here on the Stan Winston Monster Show. Ah!
No. So you gotta buy me dinner first.
Yeah, exactly.
You must know I taste her.
Exactly. The Walking Dead. Oh, boy. That will be a lawsuit, folks.
That is perhaps the best segue we have had at the Monster Show. Well, thank you, Shannon, for emceeing this fantastic Jurassic Park conversation. And Josh, we should say goodbye with the Raptor.
He's gonna wrap it. He's gonna wrap it up with a Raptor.
And that's a genuine SWS Raptor casting from the molds, at least. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then really quick, because you also worked on Jurassic Park.
Yes, I did. But I don't have time to talk about that now because the Men in Suits guys are over there.
Douglas Tait.
Jones.
Doug Tait is here. Doug Tait is here.
That's Doug Tait. We got Frank. We have Mick, and we're gonna do Men in Suits stuff. So dinosaur time is over.
Dinosaur time is over.
Andy
We're
Schoenberg,
extinct.
thank you for coming in. I know we could. I think we should set up a fantastic reunion panel where we get as many of the crew from as many of the departments together as possible and just tell the story. How many of you would like the definitive Jurassic Park behind the scenes reunion panel? Yes. Just type yes in the, so this is just the beginning. This is the beginning of the snowball.
Oh my God.
Fantastic.
All right.
Type yes in your phone.
Yeah,
You can just tell me yes.
Yeah,
I'm right here.
Yes.
Right here.
Tell
Right
him yes.
here.
Tell him yes.
Human connection. Human connection.
Okay.
That's good.
So
thank you,
it's gonna
Josh.
be rolling?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're kicking you out. Thank you,
All right,
Shannon.
Josh.
Shannon.
Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you.
All right, brother.
So
Great
we
stuff,
are,
Shannon.
Oh, thanks, Doug.
Yeah, that was awesome.
We're bringing in Frank Woodward. We're bringing in Doug Tait, and we're bringing in Mick Ignis, and we are going to talk about the fine
Hey man, what's up? Good. That was cool stuff, dude.
of creature suit
Awesome.
performance. That's like the perfect.
Yeah.
I wish we'd had that stuff.
Can I
up
wear that
earlier
head
the
while
whole
we're doing the
time.
interview?
You should wear the Raptor.
Why were we?
Okay, that would be
No,
cool.
I've been trying to manage the schedule.
Oh my gosh, dude. Are you
I'll
kidding
do the
me?
voice of the Raptor.
That's classic, dude. It's totally classic.
All right.
Jeff is a guest star. Yeah, definitely.
Welcome.
Let's talk about chaos
Yes.
theory.
The actor's
Yes.
Let's talk about a butterfly flapping its wings.
Let's do
Jeff
that.
Goldblum.
Oh, I would have guessed.
All right, we're gonna walk out of here with Jeff.
With Jeff's ghostly face just sort of walking around.
Frank, this is your show.
It is my show. Hey.
I'm sorry. Let me hand this over to you. Frank is going to be our MC. He is the filmmaker responsible for, along with his partners over at Weird.
That's the Weird.
Hold on one second. Sound issues. That's probably me. Here you go, Josh. Thank you. Take your
Bye,
head
Take Goldblum
and be
with you.
well.
All right, man. Yeah.
Goldblum
Yes.
was just in a nightmare I had, so it's really bizarre to see his face here.
I don't know. I can't imagine any dream with Jeff being a nightmare. I think it'd be dreamy.
He was dreaming, but
The nightmare was okay. So he wasn't scary.
Was he
No,
the
he wasn't
fly?
scary.
He
Was
was
he turning
saving
into
you.
the fly?
he was Seth. Yeah, Seth Brundle. He
Okay,
come to get me.
good.
No, great. My son, we're going to watch that. We were going to watch that last week.
Yeah.
The Jeff Goldblum fly, and didn't do it, but I can't wait to show it to him.
I'm going up this weekend with Chris Wayless to do reshoots on a film. Chris won the Academy Award for The Fly.
And is Chris getting back into it?
Chris, his hearing was bad. He had an operation. Now he could actually hear, and that's the only reason he's been out.
And he's back in the game. He's going to
He's
start
getting
making
back in. This is
monsters
his
again.
first project back in.
Oh,
I'm a part of it.
That's so exciting.
I'm gonna have pictures because everybody wants to hear about Chris because he's awesome. Man. He's a legend. I got to hold Gizmo, the original Gizmo that he created. I mean, it was just sitting in a corner in his house. I was like, Chris, that's Gizmo?
Yeah. I let my dog play with it.
Yeah, I know. It was like a little rag doll. I was like, that's Gizmo.
Well, I'm going to get out of here because I'm trying to be on camera as little as possible.
But you're so good.
No,
you're face for camera, not face for camera.
No, look at this punam. Look at this punam. So Frank Woodward has created, along with his partners over at Weird Studios, Men in Suits, a documentary about the fine art of creature suit performance. No matter how brilliant the artistry of the monster is, if on the day, on the set, with the cameras rolling, if it's not performed and brought to life, it's not going to work. So these guys are the one you finally hand the ball to make it over the end zone. And we have with us Doug Tait and Mick Ignis. And we're going to talk about dudes in suits. And I'm going to hand it over to you, Frank.
Thank you very much.
I'm getting out of here. Thank you for joining us.
And as Matt was telling you, we're going to talk about Men in Suits, which for me, when I started to make the documentary, there was one of an art form that I thought was unappreciated. A lot of these guys are responsible for playing some of the most famous characters in cinema, but nobody can really talk to you about what they look like, or some people don't even know their names. And that was why I wanted to talk to these guys, because it's also an art form that it seems to go, it's a pendulum swing. It comes and goes. Yeah. You guys are right now experiencing what it seems to be a pendulum swing in favor of the practical versus the CG creation. Because are you finding that people want to go back to real creatures they can feel, they can smell, they can touch?
Absolutely. That interest never wavers, really. I mean, the fandom is always there. I mean, you look at a place like this, and every single person here is like dying for more of that.
There's a lot of directors that grew up in the 80s that are, fans of practical, and they're tired of the CGI, and they don't like it, and they want to do practical, and I've been working a lot because of that,
Yeah, you've been doing a lot of really key creature stuff right now. Okay, tell us a little bit. I know you've been working on Harbinger Down, which we'll talk about in a second, but you've been working on, you mentioned Chris Walas's project. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Chris Walas's project is called Legend of the Yeren, and I play the Yeren, which is like the Chinese Bigfoot. We shot it in China, and now we're doing reshoots, and it's all practical, and it's a great sculpt he did, and working with Chris was awesome. It's so
it's
cool.
good to see hear that he's back.
Absolutely. The director brought him out of kind of his long break, and because they had worked together on House 2, and he did the effects for it, and this was his first one back in the game, and everybody's excited about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're working on Harbinger Down, which is also a callback to practical effects.
Absolutely. I mean, Harbinger Down actually came about because Alec Gillis, who wrote and directed this film, and Tom Woodruff did a film a few years ago called The Thing. It was a prequel to the original Rob Bottin thing. And they did some amazing practical effects work in there, and then everything ended up getting scribbled over in CG after that. So this film is kind of Alec's revenge on what happened with that film. And he did something really interesting where he took it to Kickstarter and asked the fans if this is something you want to see. If you want to see practical effects in films, you want to see guys in suits doing this sort of work, then invest and we'll make you a part of it, and we'll fund it that way. And they ended up not only they totally broke their limit on how much they needed to make for the film. They got other people involved in it, and shooting this film is really it sends a message that shows that the people out there.
I was following it. I was a backer, and I've been getting updates, and the amount of support from people outside of the business, inside the business, it was overwhelming. It's like people want to see this. People want to see practical, and that really is exciting to me.
And it's been, and that was a passion that when you and I first met when we did the interviews for Men in Suits. That was one of the things that I found really refreshing. Was like you weren't some guy you wanted to immediately hop into a mocap suit with the little dots all over the thing. You wanted to get inside. And a 120-pound suit.
Absolutely.
In the films, in Men in Suits, we actually followed Doug Tait here through all of his fittings for a film called Knights of Badassdom.
Yes.
And that suit ended up weighing 120 pounds, I think.
Yeah, it was. On a lifts at this angle of your feet, so it was very... But the thing is I've done motion capture, and it's just not the same. Right. You feel like it's not... You're not interacting with the other actors, you're just kind of doing movements, and that's the beauty of it. No matter how uncomfortable it is or whatever, you're making art, and it's living and breathing on film, and you can't do that on motion capture.
You can't replicate that actor to actor feel of somebody like if you're in a fight sequence with somebody with an actor versus a green bag with an X on it versus another actor who they have that connection with.
Exactly.
I mean, regardless of what the wardrobe is.
And the actors reacting off me say the same thing. They're like, "Oh my God, this is amazing to have something that huge that I'm reacting to," and they loved it. Steve Zahn talked about it. He's in Knights of Badassdom. He's like, "This has been the most awesome thing to see this amazing thing designed by Spectrum Motion," and he was a huge fan of it.
That's something that people forget. It's not to take away from the CG artists because obviously they're extremely talented.
Absolutely.
But it's the practical versus the CG. There are a lot of things you don't get for free.
Yeah.
In the CG world, everything you have to animate. Everything you have to. Everything from the hair bristling in the air to how they breathe, the characters breathe. You have to animated. You get nothing for free. Whereas in practical, there's so much reality, so much that comes through just by virtue of you being there. The way you have to move because of the way the costume, right?
And in the marriage of the both is a beauty, you know? When there's things that you can't do practical, like I had the opportunity to work with Stan Winston before he passed, which is a great experience on Zathura. In Zathura, I played a Zorgon lizard, and everything was practical about this suit. It was amazing. The only thing that wasn't was a tongue that would come whipping out. That was CGI, but you never would have told it was CGI because you're seeing something living and breathing. But that tongue that was CGI could not be done right practical. It just wouldn't have been right. So the blending of that with the practical, that's what works. That's the beauty of the two. You don't want to do this all one.
They can help each other.
They can, absolutely.
There is definitely a place and a healthy marriage there, as long as it doesn't, you're not scribbling over something that somebody,
Exactly. But when you're seeing that, you're seeing something that's shot on camera, as opposed to like Jack the Giant Slayer, where it's all CGI. You could tell it looks kind of cartoonish. You believe it. So anything that's added on CGI, you go with it because you see that something was real, shot on film, and you can't get that with just CGI.
No, exactly. I mean, that's why I think there is a return to practical effects now, a lot more than we used to see. Now, I have to ask you guys this now, because even though we were seeing this resurgence and everything like that, you guys sound like the young Turks in the business now. Why would you want to go into practical creature performing and acting like this now?
It's an actor's dream. I mean, the idea of being able to play such a wide variety of characters from film to film, you get to play with your range so much more doing work like this and play things outside of your comfort zone or what you're used to.
And that sounds a lot like you did the show,
the Quest.
Yes. That's exactly what you're talking about, getting to play so many different characters.
Yeah, there's a new show that I'm a part of called The Quest, which Spectrum Motion did, and it's going to air on ABC June 19th. And I get to play 3 totally different characters in this, some with lots of dialogue, different voices, different movement. And the reaction from the people in makeup, would never be the same if it was like something added in CGI. And I love it. I couldn't do what I did on a mocap stage, what we did when we shot it in Austria with practical, amazing makeups by the best in the business, with spectral motion. It's like you said, you cannot compare when you're doing something live like that, playing characters so different from yourself. And it's just so exciting. I mean,
and so much of that physicality is discovered once you actually have that suit on, once you have the makeup on, and it's a beautiful collaboration of different artists because it's you bringing this character to life, but it's also the sculptor had this very specific personality in mind that totally resonates once the costume is on.
And that's the thing. You brought up a good point. When you never know exactly how. You can read the script and you can have an idea of how the character is going to be, but until it's actually sculpted and it's on you and you look at it in the mirror and you go, oh my God, this is how it should stand and this is how it should talk. It gives you so much with the energy of the face and everything, It kind of it speaks to you. And I love that process. It's different from regular acting where you never look at yourself in the mirror. It's all in the eyes. This you have to because it serves you in the work.
Yeah, if I can get the time to actually put on the suit, practice in front of the mirror, and really figure out how that stuff works, especially when your anatomy changes significantly.
Yeah, exactly.
And you moving your head a certain way is not the way that the camera would see this creature's head moving. You totally readjust yourself and readjust how you normally walk and move day to day.
You don't always get the opportunity to spend a lot of time, so sometimes it's on set getting it on for the first time, and you're like, okay, I got to get to my trailer and work this out, But it helps,
Does it trouble you that some people don't see what you do as acting?
No, definitely.
It does, because people say, oh, we're just gonna go stuntman to do this, but I've seen it over and over. I'm athletic and I've done a lot of stunty things, but I'm not a stuntman. I'm an actor, and I think, like Mick, as an actor, we're thinking about character, and that's why we're making these things breathe and live. And it bothers me when someone says, well, we're just going to get a stuntman, and I've seen it happen where they do get a bunch of stuntmen, and they're just running just like they would like as themselves, and you're not it's almost like a slap in the face of what we do. It's like oh, we can just get anybody. We'll get a tall
Yeah.
guy.
I mean, I've seen a million times people sculpt unbelievable makeups
I
and
know.
put them on people who are not performers.
Well, you said that on Facebook. You
Yeah,
made that
exactly.
comment, yeah.
There's been a lot of models that I've seen where they basically stand there like a mannequin.
Yeah.
They'll basically be completely stiff.
Yeah.
And even the best makeup in the world
Doesn't look right.
It's so static and so flat when
Exactly.
there's no life underneath
Exactly.
it. It's basically a statue. It's a flesh statue.
Exactly, but when you do get a director who sees it and gets it, then you're really appreciated, you know, like Guillermo del Toro or J.J. Abrams, people like them who understand it. And it's always the makeup. It's always the makeup people. The shop says, you got to use my guy. My guy is the guy. And when they actually listen to that, they're very happy. And they understand why. And this has happened over and over. They go, okay, now I get it. Once I come on set, they had a stunt guy do it, and then I come and I actually bring this character to life. They go, I get it now. I understand what you're saying.
That's the beauty of
That's
this.
a great thing.
The close relationships we build with the effects artists we work
that's
with.
the key.
Oftentimes, you know, we're not brought in directly by cast and director.
No,
we're
I
brought
know.
in by the studios themselves
Yeah.
and work directly with the people who are making
beautiful.
this. So
it's a beautiful thing.
and you know, you have to have that close relationship because they're having, you know, people are gluing stuff to your face for like 6 hours. You're in a chair
Exactly,
with them.
and it works both ways. We make them look good, and they make us look good, and it's a beautiful thing, you know.
It's very symbiotic. Now, something I noticed with you earlier when you came and ate the previous panel is that with the makeup, with the prosthetic, whether with a suit or like that, there's a certain freedom it grants you as an actor.
Oh, absolutely.
I want to talk a little bit more about that. Do you feel braver?
Absolutely. I mean, again, it really depends on the character, but you know, for characters like this that are more aggressive, where you know, like you really get to dig into like the feeling of, you know, hunger that a zombie has and that animalistic sense where, you know, logic and all those other emotions are completely cut off. I mean, there's a lot that goes into playing a character like a zombie versus somebody who's just kind of dragging their foot along. And it's fun to play with, you know. It's fun to get into like that more animalistic mindset versus something that's a lot more.
You know, I look at it as like you know, it's all acting, but there's just something different about when I'm acting as myself out of makeup. You know, sometimes I don't take the risks that I take once I'm in makeup, because when I'm in makeup, I'm not seeing myself, so all that self-consciousness is gone. You know, and there's I don't have to deal with that self-consciousness that I might on a character with myself, and you're free to breathe, live that character right away without any thought, and that's the beauty. And like you said, it depends on the character. It gives you that freedom to go in so many different directions, you know.
Now that freedom, has that ever allowed you to scare the heck out of somebody on set?
Every single set.
Have you done Hans, Doug? Have you been
I
out there?
I started at Universal Studios playing Frankenstein and stuff, and they had Halloween Horror Nights, so I definitely started in that zone.
Yeah, I'm a
I've
Horror
always
Nights
been a fan of scaring, and
We're both Horror Nights
Oh, no
alumnus.
way,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So I did Horror Nights just last year, and I got to play like this creepy like French clown character with these long arm extensions and stuff, and was able to actually run on them on the street and everything on like all fours. And that's the best. That's like doing it's live theater.
It is, man.
It's
It was
total
a
live
great
theater.
training ground for me, and I never hesitate to get a scare on set. It always happens. I love it.
What's one of your favorite moments where you scared somebody?
I remember it was on a movie I did, and we were out in like way out in the middle of nowhere, and it was like dusk. You know, the sun was going down, and I was this deformed character, and there was a car like driving really slow down the road, and I came running out of nowhere and slammed on the window, and these people, I've never seen such fear in their eyes. Like, it just came out of nowhere, like this deformed guy. That thing was shirtless, and it's hard to explain when you don't see the reaction of the people.
But it's
awesome.
addicting, though, isn't it?
It is
I mean,
addicting,
once you're in it, you can't help but sneak in.
What about you? You have a favorite scare?
Well, I have to say, last year was a ton of fun because of being able to collaborate with a lot of other like really talented, creature actors who were there that season. We came up with a bunch of fun stuff we did as a team, basically bouncing people that we found most terrified from place to place. They really had nowhere to escape in our area. Eventually, like this one girl just basically fell to the ground, like just screaming her head off at this thing, and everyone in this Cirque du Clowns group held hands, circled around her, and started singing "Ring Around the Rosie." and like she like was absolutely traumatized by that. So she paid $80 to get traumatized there. So hopefully she got her money's worth.
Exactly.
So you both mentioned you started Universal, but with a lot of jobs in Hollywood, you find people, that's not what they started out to do. They kind of found it on their way.
That's definitely my case. It was one of those things where I was pursuing acting in high school, and I got a job there because I was a Monster fan, and I saw Frankenstein when I was like 12, and I said, I'm going to get a job there, and I knew I could because I was tall. So as soon as I turned 16, I did get a job there playing Frankenstein, and through working there while I was pursuing acting, and it kind of like small things would come up. Oh, Doug would be great for this because he's tall and he can handle the makeup, and then all of a sudden it became like a thing, So it wasn't planned, It wasn't like, oh, I'm going to be a creature actor, but the love of it growing up as a kid, as a Monster fan, and getting it, the sensibility of it.
Yeah, you don't go searching for it, but when it finds you, you're like, yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, heck yeah, and you grab onto it, and then it just became like a thing. Yeah, it's amazing. It's awesome. I can't complain, that's for sure.
Same for me. Like I had studied acting in school and was actually simultaneously studying acting and doing effects work myself. And after I graduated from effects school, I actually got an internship at Amalgamated Dynamics. So was working there for a little while. They eventually hired me as an assistant fabricator, and Alec was the first to notice that I'm ridiculously thin. I'm like 115 pounds and 6'1", so I've got like not an ounce of like meat on my body at this point. So he's like, you'd be good to build over. Do you do any acting? And I told him about my experience, and the next day just threw me in a suit he had lying around and just kind of test the way I moved. So it literally was just those acting and effects work just kind of came together to acting with effects artists. And it's been a beautiful
tall,
marriage.
thin, do you think this is a good body type for a suit actor?
And that's what I was going to say, that it's I'm not as thin as Mick.
And I'm not as tall as Doug.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's a certain thing about being slim and being in creature suits and stuff. It's the only way to go. Tall also. They don't want to build on a guy who's a bodybuilder. A lot of people have this thought where, oh, we need a bodybuilder to play this character because we want him huge. Never the way to go. Bodybuilders are stiff. You need to be flexible. It needs to look like a creature, and bodybuilders don't have that build. What they do is they hire guys like us who are thin, who can move well, and they can build that into the suit and make it look like the character's huge. And you're not sacrificing any flexibility or whatever. And I find with me, I gotta have a balance of the flexibility and the strength, because I'm wearing stuff that sometimes weighs 130 pounds.
Yeah, like I would not be able to wear a lot of the suits that you wear.
And that's different. We do different things.
Very different.
It's different. Like Doug Jones and you kind of are the same. Me and Brian Steele, Derek Mears, we kind of play the same type of characters where they're very brutal and bashing.
And you see that. It's like the difference between looking at one of the Hellboy films, like Doug playing someone like Abe Sapien and Brian Steele playing someone like Mr. Wink. It's a very specific character actor for this.
Exactly, and that's what's so great about Guillermo, who mentions it in Men in Suits. He's like, I would never cast Doug Jones in a Brian Steele role because Doug Jones doesn't understand that language, exact words. And it would be too much on Doug Jones to do a character like that.
It also speaks to the fact that this is indeed acting.
Yes.
You just don't cast anybody in any
That
role.
is exactly what exactly, and that's what I'm talking about, having a director who gets it. And then when you get it, you look at his films and you go, wow, that's amazing. That's amazing because of the thought that goes into it and the understanding of that.
They're all fans. It's like these directors that really get it. They grew up with this stuff and they're fans of that genre. Guys like Guillermo del Toro. I mean, they come to conventions like this and buy up everything they can because they're huge fans of this genre. They want to keep the genre alive. So hopefully there are more budding directors right now who grew up with this stuff and want to.
Exactly. And there's Barney Burman, by the way.
There is Barney Burman.
Barney Burman right here. I'm doing Grimm next week. We did Star Trek together. He created and won the Academy Award for an amazing makeup on Star Trek. Barney, come in. Just come in. Come on.
Shout out. Have a great
man. Good to see you.
Here we go. I got to work with this guy. This guy is a good friend of mine, amazing makeup artist, Barney Burman, and I'm very happy to have worked with him on several things.
And I'm a giant fan of, what's your name?
Brian, long face.
Brian
Brian
Steele.
Yeah.
One of my favorite people. You're one of my favorite people to make Pretty.
Thank you. Yes, he's made me pretty on many occasions, and I'm very happy to be a part of
How
this.
is he when you get him in the chair?
I guess Doug, all kidding aside, Doug is amazing. He's
thank
awesome.
you, man.
He's up for anything. He's cooperative and patient, and just, you couldn't ask for a better model.
How do you guys do that though? I would be insane.
You have to have patience for it. Anybody who does not have the patience to sit in the chair and let somebody like pull in their face and glue stuff all over them, it's not going to last long. If you don't have a good sense of humor when you're on set, you're not actually like ready to kind of go through some of the discomfort and some of the pain it takes to play these characters. Then
that's what I like about working with people like Barney who understand that and will recommend you going, hey, I have these guys, Derek Mears, me. These guys are going to do a great job, and I've worked with them, and because you never know what you're going to get. You don't know.
Yeah, and you know what? It's guys like you and Derek and Brian Steele, and you guys, you're actors at heart. You bring the performance.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get somebody and you go, "Give me be ferocious, be mean," and they're like,
Yeah, you were just telling me that. and then you're casting that guy in the role, and he's playing the character in the show, and it's like, if he can't do it in a picture, how is he going to bring that to life?
Yeah.
And that's the kind of the slap in the face sometimes, where it's like, oh, we're just going to get anybody.
Well, you just keep doing what you do, and
I know.
You got people like me and multiple other people that are going to recommend you and say we need him because he's going to make this creature alive.
And it works for both ways. You make me look good, I make you look good, and it's a great marriage of the two.
Now, what do you as a designer, and like, how do you feel the tables have been turned? Do you feel we're making a return? Because you're working on Grimm, and Grimm does a lot of practice.
Great effects on Grimm.
Which is very, very
all
encouraging.
silicone. I mean, he's really done some amazing work.
We do try to push it as far as we can and make it as special as we can on a very, very tight schedule and budget. But,
I know, that's the problem.
We get to make monsters every day. What am I going to cry about that? Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, we talked a little bit about some of the things that people don't understand about what you do. But what do you think is the biggest misconception about what an actor goes through when he plays a creature?
I think it is the acting thing. Just people automatically assume. I get people asking me all the time, I really want to be a creature actor.
Yeah.
And think it really just involves, well, once somebody glues something to my face, I'm a creature actor. That's it. All I have to do is stand there while somebody does makeup on me. And, taking all the lessons that anybody who would get into any sort of role, pursue anything in acting would do to get into.
It's also important for producers and directors to understand that just because you're covered in something doesn't mean you're going to make that character live.
Absolutely.
And I see a lot of times, we'll say, oh, we'll just get some extras. And they'll put a mask on an extra, and they're like, why can't this guy do the simplest kind of creature-y thing?
Exactly.
Give me a roar, give me something meaningful. And, like any kind of acting, you've got to believe it. You've got to actually sell who you are in this moment and not just make a pose.
And we know how hard these artists work to create these things they wear as well. So we kind of feel a responsibility as actors to bring these characters to life. So we know how much effort went into creating each one of these things that we wear.
And what's great is sometimes they get somebody in that they didn't like or didn't do the great job, and then I'll come in and do something, and the director will go, wow, that's the guy you recommended. Now we understand why you kept mentioning him, and that's always a compliment.
We had this commercial we were doing. We had to make a werewolf, and for AT&T, and I couldn't help but think, this has got to be Doug. We got to get Doug into this, and I was about to call the producer and say, I know the guy that should play your werewolf, and they go, hey, they called me just before, and they said, hey, I don't know if you have anybody in mind, but we've been auditioning people, and we have this guy we think will be good named Doug Tait.
And I had no clue that he was doing the effects on.
That's the guy. I was just going to call you and tell you that. They said, yeah, we saw a bunch of other people, and he was the only one that actually brought the character.
And this is exactly the same thing I'm talking about, where the stunt coordinator was trying to get his guys on, and he tried to sabotage me at the audition. He tried to make me feel like an ass.
Yeah, well, there's always going to be nepotism. There's always going to be people wanting to bring in their buddy.
Yeah.
But, as far as I'm concerned, I'm looking for what's going to make the project work the best.
Exactly.
And who is going to be the person to help facilitate that.
Exactly.
Now, I ask you, these are questions that some people tend to always want to know when they meet, especially a creature actor. Well, I'm not going to say, I'm going to ask you three-fold question. what was your first role, not counting Universal? What's your favorite role?
Okay.
What was your most uncomfortable role? Not necessarily the worst role. What was your most uncomfortable?
You know what's really funny is me and Barney go way back, and I was working at Universal Studios, and my first guest starring role in a TV show was as Frankenstein on Sabrina the Teenage Witch. And Barney Burman was doing the makeup on the bride. He didn't do my makeup, but he did the bride, which was my wife in the show. And we had talked, and then years later, there was a project he was doing, and I got my stuff to him. I didn't end up doing the try, but we were in touch, and then we later, linked up on Star Trek and stuff. But that was my first real one in makeup. And my favorite is definitely the show we talked about, The Quest. Star Trek is a second close, where he designed my character, the long-faced guy at the bar. That's definitely second, but this new show, The Quest, was so special to me. It comes out June 19th because I got to do so much in it, and I played 3 characters and tons of dialogue, and so much great experience came from that. That's.
What role did you find very uncomfortable?
There's been a lot of uncomfortable ones. The Knights of Badassum obviously is up there on the top. I just finished one that was really, really tough. Had a lot of stunty stuff, and things were swelling my hands up, and there was metal inside it, and they were, cutting me. And
it sounds more like back, like a 1950s type of discomfort. Because nowadays everybody designs these suits. I mean, they do their best to make sure that you guys are taken care of.
Here's the problem, though, and Barney mentioned this: is they want something in like a week. And here you are, they're doing stuff last minute, and things don't always get thought through like they could have if they had more time. And there's a metal bar in my arm that they forget I'm fighting with, so it's hitting all my bones, and my bones are swelling up. And those are the things that happen on when they give them these deadlines.
It happens.
And it's like that's the problem sometimes.
What about you? First?
Well, I mean, I think my very first full face prosthetic that I wore was actually during Barney's brother Rob Burman's class, because I was a student of his at Joe Blasco School, and it was one my partner Lindsay, who was another student, did on me, was her tribute to Billy Butcherson, Doug Jones' character from Hocus Pocus.
Oh,
so
nice.
that was the first time that I actually wore the prosthetics and got to play around as a character who was covered in prosthetic makeup, and I had a blast for that, because I had been acting before that, but this is the first time that I actually got to take on a character like this, where I was completely not me and got to really play around with being this, the different physicality for this character. I'd say my favorite the favorite thing I've done and the most challenging was Harbinger Down, which I just got off of, because this was a character that beautifully sculpted, headed by Tim Martin from ADI, so amazing suit, but also no vision in it whatsoever.
That's tough.
Very difficult to breathe out of and everything, and the challenge was a ton of fun. Figuring out how to actually do a lot of this choreography and how to work with the actors, and multiple limbs on this creature, so it walked completely differently. Quadrupeds, so walking on my arms and using those as an extra set of legs. It was such a fun challenge, and by the end of it, you kind of feel like you climbed a mountain. You got this great sense of accomplishment once you're done with it, because it's like you see what's on the camera, and you breathe a sigh of relief that it actually all looked good. And
absolutely.
It was a blast, and also just the fact that we kept it practical, and
that's great.
Everything that film kind of meant. So
definitely.
No, I mean, this next question is kind of a little odd one, because we're not necessarily line producers. I mean, I've done budgets for my films and stuff like that. We've all had to prepare budgets for our different departments and stuff like that. But there's always been a debate about is the practical approach more cost-effective than the CG approach, or the vice versa. A lot of people think CG is cheaper and easier.
It's really not. I mean,
when you see credits and you see 5,000 CG artists, and then you see the effects credits, I just can't see how that could be cheaper. I think it's a post as opposed to production cost. Oh, we have this amount.
There's a lot of different factors. On Grimm, for example, it's like, how many shots are we going to see this guy in as a creature? And if it's 3 shots, sometimes 4 or less, it's CG. unless he's moving too much.
Right.
And if he's moving too much, or we're going to see him in more than that, then we're going to do it as a makeup.
Wow.
But you can't just look at it and say, what's the price tag of the CG company and what's the price tag of the makeup company? You also have to look at, okay, if we do it as a makeup, how many people are we going to have on set? How far do we have to travel them? How much do we have to pay them and their hotel and their per diem and their overtime? And there's a lot of factors that go into that aren't really considered. So I understand that doesn't make it the right choice all the time. Personally, I saw Knights of Badassdom.
Yeah,
I was really happy to see you in it. But in my opinion, everything that was CG in that movie should have been a makeup, and everything that was a creature and a makeup should have been CG. If they had reversed those, they would have had, I think, better success with how they read on camera.
Sure.
The sucky part of that is that the bigger creature stuff is still fading and becoming more often CG.
Right.
Sometimes I'm all for it. Sometimes I say, yeah, that was the right choice. I don't think you could have made the Hulk a suit and gotten away with it. But on the other hand, so often they get too comfortable thinking, we'll just do that in post, we'll do it as a creature in CG, when it very easily could have been a makeup and or a suit of some kind, and would have played much better. I was thinking about Prometheus. The big giant alien guys were makeups. And they were gorgeous.
Awesome. Yeah.
You know, if you'd done those in CG, it just would not have read well.
Absolutely.
You would have had I Am Legend.
What about my Godzilla? That was practical.
Yeah,
and
awesome.
You have the distinction of being
I had to throw that in.
Oh yeah, well you
So when I saw that you played Godzilla, I'm like, oh my god, I am so envious of you getting to take on that character, and it looked awesome too.
Yeah,
and you're one of the very few Americans to have played that role.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Nakajima's actually he's here.
I gotta say hi to him.
The original Godzilla.
Yeah.
Great icebreaker.
I'm having to take off, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks for coming in, buddy. I'll be seeing you soon, right?
Thank you for you.
Great to see you, Barney.
Yes. All right, here we go.
Thanks.
Thanks, Barney.
So yeah, I mean, I've been encouraged by the amount of practical work I've been seeing. I know you've been working a lot. You're working a great ton. But do you still hear rumblings? What are your takes on motion capture? Because a lot of people,
there's a place for it. I think a character like Smeagol, Golem from Lord of the Rings, the way that's done, the way he's kind of structured, that could only be CG or possibly a puppet or something. It's just he's anatomically still something that a person could not be because he's very small.
I still think the blending of the two, if it could have been like a puppet or a close-up of an animatronic head at times, and then the motion capture of the longer shots, I think it would have given it even a better look, But
the trick is to not do the same trick twice.
Of course.
And that's where CG films, which are all CG, I think, tend to fall into the trap of doing the same magic trick twice in a row or many times in a row to the point where you become desensitized.
Yeah.
And that's where the marriage of practical and CG definitely is the better route to go.
See, I was very disappointed actually. The Hobbit films had a lot of great elements to it that I really enjoyed. But some of the best stuff from Lord of the Rings were those amazing makeups that they did on the orcs.
I agree.
And then watching
real and raw because
it looks almost unfinished. Like there isn't enough texturing done on it or something like that. The orcs just don't pop like they used to. I missed that.
I did a movie called Outpost 37, which will be out this year, and Steve Wang, who designed The Predator at Stan Winston Studios, designed the alien that I played, and I played all these different aliens, and they looked amazing. I saw the cut, practical. He knows how to build a suit, the way it moves, and it's just such an amazing thing that, and then they had CGI in it, of course, but
it helped.
The suit was practical, so I cannot. And going back to motion capture, I did motion capture on Thor and Jack the Giant Slayer and some other stuff, and it's just not the same. You have a list of 100 moves you're gonna do, and you just are doing moves all day, and it's you don't get that feeling of being on set, being with the props, being with the other actors, and being in a character that you're actually acting in rather than just moving it, So I don't really enjoy that process at all.
But do you fear
you're going to be having to don leotards more often?
I have to say I'm doing way more practical than I am doing that. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm doing more of that.
I think there are more practical shows on TV today than ever. You know, you have shows like Grimm, you have shows like Sleepy Hollow.
And I'm doing
Once
stuff
Upon
on
a
Sleepy
Time.
Hollow. I'm doing characters on Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah, I did.
So
I did a Sleepy Hollow as well. I did Moloch for the opening credits of that.
Oh, awesome!
So, you know, that was a blast. But there's. It's because the fandom is there.
And I go to these conventions and I'll do panels, and every time people are like, oh, we love what you do because it's real and it's practical, and I always get that. So I don't know if that's speaking to the whole world out there, is it, guys? But every time I'm around, you know, these people are saying that to me. They're telling me that.
Is that something that you find, I mean, obviously coming up now versus, well, Rico Browning is here, who played the Gillman
Yes.
from Black Lagoon for the underwater scenes.
Yeah.
You know, and now a lot of the people know who he is, but you're able to go to conventions. So is the anonymous quotient not a problem anymore? Are people beginning to realize what you look like outside of makeup or outside of the suit?
I definitely like Doug Jones as an example of somebody who's gone from playing all these characters to people actually recognizing him everywhere. And I'm starting to feel a little bit of that. You know, I played Jason and Voorhees and Freddy vs. Jason in the ending, and I played some iconic characters where people that are into that kind of stuff have looked me up and see my face. You know, but then there's times when I go to a convention and they don't know who I am, but then they see all these characters and they're like, oh my God, he did this and he did this. And then,
Which is a lot of fun,
It's like, wow, this guy's done all this stuff that I've seen. And, you know, it's great to be recognized, but also it's also great to not be recognized, you know, where you can go around and you still have been in movies that people have seen.
Doug can be in like films like Hellboy and Pan's Labyrinth, where you know so many people have seen those films.
Exactly.
Everyone knows of those films, but he can walk along the street and not be bothered too much. Of course, conventions
when we
like
go here where
yeah.
people know these characters and they're into that, then it's a little different. Then they know who we are. In the outside world, not so much the case.
It's kind of the same with like voice actors and people like
Yes,
that.
exactly.
It's like, you know, somebody who does a cartoon character that everyone in America knows of.
Exactly.
You walk down the street, and no one would know.
Yeah, the people know my characters, but they don't know what I look like in everyday life. You know.
Right. Is that changing though? Because I mean, you're doing a lot more live convention appearances.
Like I said, when I go to conventions and places like that, they're into that stuff, so they do recognize me. A lot of people.
Right.
Just out on the street, though, it wouldn't be the same.
And then, because I mean, for me, that was the Men in Suits impetus again. Is I felt you guys should be recognized on the street a little bit more. I mean, you're playing very iconic characters in many instances, and a lot of people don't know.
And by the way, I have to say thank you for making that film.
Oh, thanks.
Again, it's an awesome film, and people are loving it, and it's because of you. I think it's put the word out there more. If you haven't seen Men in Suits, check it out. Where is it? Where can they find it?
Oh, we can find it on Amazon right now, so you can definitely check it out.
Hopefully in a lot more places soon.
Very much so.
Netflix coming.
Netflix coming soon.
Yeah.
But but that was partially it, because for me, most people can tell you who played James Bond. And most people can tell you who played Batman. They can tell you who played Indiana Jones. But if you had to ask them who played the Gill Man, or who played the Xenomorph alien, who played the Predator, they draw a blank. Yeah. And those are just as iconic characters, if not even more so in some cases.
It's funny how that's fluctuated, because way back in the day with like Karloff and Lugosi, they would have the huge marquees outside that would promote like Karloff the Uncanny as as the creature and everything. Like that was for a long time it was all these very classically trained theater actors who were going in to take on these very strange and abnormal roles. So that was a very, very cool. Interesting time, and then for some reason they went away from that for a while, and they just started throwing anybody under the mask.
I think it may have been because when those films came out, there was no horror genre.
Yeah, that was the beginning of something big.
Exactly.
Christopher Lee said that Karloff and Lugosi used to call it the theater of the fantastic.
Right.
That was their term for it at the time.
Yeah, because once they became branded horror, you had B-movie level stuff. You had the 50s, and even though there were some iconic characters from the 50s.
It's a lot of cheesy
bad
stuff,
there. Finding that. Do you now you play creatures, but not necessarily always creatures that are in horror films or science fiction, like that. Do you like horror? Do you like being a man who scares people?
One of my first movies that I saw as a kid, scary movie, was Halloween 2, and I was always a fan of Michael Myers and stuff. So
remember, if I forget about that.
So I really wanted to play Michael Myers even more than a Jason Voorhees, because that's the one I grew up with. So I don't tend to go to horror movies as my favorite movie, but it's definitely fun to work on them, you know. And I do enjoy some horror.
And
movies.
I grew up with it as well. I was a huge horror fan as a kid. But I you know, my dream character that I love, like you with Jason Voorhees, is the alien xenomorphs from all the Alien films. You know, I love the design of that character. You know, I love seeing guys like Tom Woodruff, you know, bring those characters to life. And you know, I mean, I'm really into more sort of dark fantasy work and you know, things like that, because you get to explore the character a little bit more. They've got a little bit more personality, but there is more to a horror movie character than just being scary. I mean, that's a terrible motivation for an actor, is be scary.
Totally.
But so there is a lot going through an actor's mind, even when they're playing a character like Jason Voorhees in a slasher. You know, there is motivation behind that. There is psychological elements that you have to
It's
keep
funny
in
because
mind.
I've done a lot of really cool creatures with amazing makeup, but everybody, when I go to a convention, they're all about Jason Voorhees. And that's just a mask. But it's an iconic character, so I guess, you know.
I would
and
wake
there's
up.
Bob Burns, by the way. Bob Burns!
Bob Burns!
Bob Burns, come here! Another Men in Suits legend right here. Bob, you gotta get it. We're doing a Men in Suits thing. Get over here,
Come
sir.
here, come on.
Come in here. Have a seat. Come here right here. What do I do? We're gonna talk to you about your career.
Yes.
He's leaving.
You want to stand over here with me? Yeah, you got to get in here.
Oh, you can stand right here.
Bob
Ladies
is-
and
Bob
gentlemen,
is-
folks, this is
Bob
Bob
is a-
Burns. He's one of the people, one of the original, a gorilla man, and just all around. How do I describe it?
All around
I was
awesome.
not going to say the real thing. I guess I should really say the real thing. Goofball. That's exactly.
Trailblazer. That's what I would
That
say.
it?
Trailblazer.
Yeah, you're a trailblazer.
I never started a fire in my life. Nowhere that I know of. Maybe.
Well, we were just talking about the state of Men in Suits, kind of like what we talked about the other night, and like that. And we just these are the guys who kind of. But you were there.
It helps.
Some of the iconic guys like Ben Chapman, like Strange, these guys who play creatures. How do you feel the state of the monster industry is these days?
Oh, I mean, I think the guys that wear suits, it's better than it's ever been.
Right.
I mean, these guys are like, you know, they're made out of steel to really make this stuff work. Because when I see the suits he gets in, I mean, my gorilla suit is like 60 pounds, right? And I thought, boy, that's really hard work. I see him getting this 500-pound thing, and he holds his one arm out that's like 60 pounds by itself. He puts his head on, it's got 8,000 things running through it, making everything move. And if he gets wrong, you touch it, you know, so I mean, and he can walk in these boots that are like 5 feet tall. So he's 19 feet tall. And he walks around in them, and he never stumbles. Well, I didn't see him, so they cut that out, I think. But anyway, you know, he wears this thing for hours at a time, and then they take it off, and he faints.
You see the plumes of steam rising off of dust like an inferno.
I did see some steam off him.
It's coming out here.
But I think he's smoking. Anyway, but no, I think now it's come to a point now that monster suits now they're fantastic. They can do stuff now that we couldn't do years ago.
They're not done in every movie, but when they are done, they're amazing.
Did you ever think you'd see creature suits like you're seeing today, back when you were like putting your own ape suits together?
I knew they had the automatronics in them and things like that with the gorilla suit that Rick Baker's doing and stuff like that. You know? Stan Winston did some great gorilla suits. I mean, these guys did some great suits. You know? But I never thought it was going to come to this part where they could do the stuff where, I mean, they just were totally real. I mean, absolutely real. And they're so big and bulky, you know they're big and bulky. I mean, you know this, okay, there's not a guy standing on a box. Well, anybody standing by me, I'm like, on a box. So that's all right, you know. But luckily, gorillas didn't have to be tall.
You're a perfect gorilla stature, perfect guy in the suit for that work.
I'm not too sure about that. I'm not sure what you're trying to say about that. One zoo did want to keep me. I remember that. So that's pretty nice. But it was a male gorilla looking at me, and that bothered me. But otherwise, no, I think it's come a long way, and I think it's wonderful. I mean, you can only go onward and upward. The only thing that bothers me is the CGI stuff. That's fine, but if they start turning guys in suits into CGI things in suits, see the problem, CGI is a wonderful tool. It's great. I mean, I really have nothing against it. However, usually these guys are great technicians. They work the mouse, it's great. They're not actors.
No.
You have to be an actor to be able to put this on the screen and make it like an actor.
Yeah.
It still looks kind of like a cartoon.
Yeah.
It's not done right.
Absolutely.
And so that's my only fear.
Yes. And the blending of the two we were talking about.
blending of two is
You do what you can do practical, and then you do the CGI as an add-on to make it even better.
Peter Jackson do both.
That's what I'm talking about.
They
Yes.
do the best of both.
Of course, it's
and it works so well.
Del Toro says he'll always use a person in a suit. If the creature isn't too small or too large to be a human, it'll be a person in a suit.
Exactly.
That's it.
And that's the way to the good thing to go by.
And they're just, so that's why you guys are just so great at this stuff.
thank
Because
you,
you have
yeah.
the body, you have to have body parts.
Yeah.
Number one, you got to have body. You got to have that.
Yes.
And I could never master that, but that was okay. It was a grill.
I also think Charlie Gamora was talking to you about that.
Yeah, Charlie Gamora, I think, was the best gorilla man in the world at his time. He was in the
Yeah.
30s and 40s up to the 50s.
Yeah.
And he actually taught me how to be a gorilla. I mean, all that happens with my suit, the mouth opens and closes.
Yeah.
Nothing moves up here. There's no gears.
You would never know that,
nothing.
though.
But it's all, he said it's in your eyes, the way you move your head, and in your body. That's how it is.
Yeah.
You know, he told me, he said, now, if you want to make the gorilla look like he's really mad, the shit just open and close too.
Yeah.
He said, you pop your head back and open it up, and you're looking inside the mouth. Hey, it's a big, huge mouth. It's really not. It's just a trick.
You could say so much of just those minimal restrictions. I mean, you can say a million things with your eyes.
Yeah, well, people used to say when they saw the Ghostbusters TV thing that I was like, they thought they said the brow movement and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't. It's just the way you kind of do it.
Exactly.
But it's just thanks to Charlie Pitt. I didn't
Well, that's the thing. Those techniques, if you just get somebody that's never done it, I don't think they would sell the performance by doing that. And that's...
No, and if you get somebody claustrophobic.
Oh my
like
gosh,
one time I was in a commercial and they got this stunt man to come in, supposedly to do a thing where I have to jump off of a little thing in my cage down to the floor. It's about 6 foot.
Yeah.
So I can do that. They said, oh, you might get hurt or whatever, And there's a rope to hold on to too. So I get this stunt guy, big muscle, big guy, And I said, you ever have a suit on? He goes, no. And I said, have you ever had anything on your face close? No. He said, you get claustrophobic. He's like elevators? I said, not exactly.
No. A little different.
But a little bit, maybe, yeah. So he put the head on, and he had the head on for probably about 35 seconds to get me out of this thing. I can't stand it.
Some people can't take it. It's definitely not for the claustrophobic.
We were talking about this stuntman thing. Oh, we're just gonna get a stuntman. We're gonna get a tall guy. It's just, it's one of those things where when they do that, and then I come in and then they see the difference. It's a compliment to us, but sometimes it's a slap in the face when they just say we can grab anybody. Oh, I'm not saying that. Yeah, absolutely.
But they're not actors.
They're not thinking about character. They're thinking about the stunt.
Suits
Exactly.
that have to do things.
Exactly.
And there's a certain thing in a suit you got to do to overreact a little bit to make it work.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, we do our own stunts and all this work.
Yeah.
But you're one of the best in the business at doing this stuff. I mean, you really are. I mean, there's stuff you can do, and I've seen it, and it's. I forget there's a guy in there.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm thinking it's probably CGI. But no, yeah, he does. This man.
That's the twist at the end of this show is that Doug's been CG this entire time.
I'm CG.
He's a hologram like Tupac.
I mean, there's still room for guys in suits. There
I
always
agree.
will be.
And there's directors that believe that too, and that's
A
all
lot
we
of
need.
them now
Fight for it.
For practical stuff.
Fight for it.
And I think that's wonderful. It's a great
I
thing.
agree.
So it's not going to, some people think, it's going to kill the industry as we know it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's ever going
I
to
don't
do
think
that.
so.
I don't,
I don't think so.
My health is killing my energy. That's why I'm not doing it anymore. But I'm old.
Hey, you did it in your 70s.
But I'm older than dirt now.
When's the last time you tossed on an ape suit? Just for fun or anything?
I was 71 years old.
71?
Last time I did it. And
what film was that?
That was Dark and Stormy Night.
Dark and Stormy Night.
Yeah, and I really wanted to do it. Rick Baker said, don't do it, you're going to die. My wife said, don't do it, you're going to die. My doctor says, you will die. And I said, but I'll go happy. I said, put me in the gorilla suit.
Yeah.
Dry freeze me and just put me in the museum. I'll be fine. I'll be good. So anyway, but I'll tell you, I felt like a kid again. I couldn't believe it. I got in that suit. I got energy I never thought I could.
Isn't that something?
And I was jumping, bouncing all over the place.
Yeah.
And I felt so good. At the end of the day, I was tired, but I felt so great.
I know the feeling.
But and until my legs totally gave out on me, I just can't do it now. I was jumping up on tables and off edges, which I shouldn't be doing.
Yeah.
there is like an extra amount of power that these suits give you when you're doing it. You tend to be a lot more physically active than you ever expected to be. Once you're working these things.
But so I've had a great time at it. And, There's a film.
Yeah, I know. I was saying, are we like taking up too much time?
No.
Okay.
Guys, why don't we? I'm gonna stand down and come in here and talk to you for a second.
Please do. Get in here.
His dad now.
I know.
There's a guy who can do
I
a
was
suit.
saying that I was so happy to get the chance to meet your dad and work with your dad on Zathura. It was truly an honor, to be a part of that.
I wish Mick had a chance. He would have loved you.
I wish I would have as well. I mean, your dad has been such a huge influence on me and wanting to take on these sort of roles.
Before you could do it.
I remember when I first got the Sam Winston Studios book, and was just like I just read it from cover to cover and just marveling at the stuff.
Studying all those shots of Derek, mirrors and suits, and Doug in there in his blue beanie and his Zathura coming out of his belly.
I would not be here today to work for guys like you and Derek and Doug Jones. I mean, this is
I'm
why
taking
I want to be in this.
I like this. Are you annoyed here? Let's share it.
That's going to get his own.
Really like it.
I'm like, think everyone should have these at Monsterpalooza because at a certain point.
Exactly.
Well, Bob, you are truly one of the patriarchs of this industry, and I know you are, and you can own that. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, it's true, Bob. We owe you a lot, man. You're a good guy.
I enjoyed doing it. It was kind of fun. It kept me off the streets.
Now we're back on the streets, so
And you've been one of those guys who, before Monsterpalooza came around, you were one of those guys who welcomed everyone in and said, hey, maybe your family doesn't understand you, maybe your friends don't understand you, but Uncle Bob gets it. Let's all get together and play.
First time I got to talk with Bob, I think we talked for like 3 hours or so about like the industry and all these different people you'd worked with over the years. It was just
the three
an
things
amazing experience.
He's carrying on from his dad. Plus, he added acting to his thing.
Yeah.
So now he's got the best of two worlds.
Yes, Matt Winston is in this upcoming film called Harbinger Down.
No, the acting is one thing, but I prefer the monsters.
But you got them both.
Yeah.
You don't get better than that. I mean, how cool is that?
Well, thank you.
I never got beyond the monster guy. I mean, I can't deliver one. Well, I could deliver one line. Hi.
Hi.
That's about it.
That was pretty good.
But you
though.
nailed
I
it.
believed it.
Well, I tried.
Hey, your flying character.
Your old night turkey was something brilliant.
Don't even talk. Oh, God.
What about your flying
Can you
space
take that off,
character?
please? You don't need the
Your
knife.
space character. Come on, you were delivering
Major
lots of
Mars.
lines. Major Mars.
Major Mars as well.
See what you got me.
I'm sorry. I didn't pull you. Who
Do we have a
pulled you
clip?
in?
Do we have a
Was it
clip of
Frank?
Major
I
Mars?
did.
I need to see that.
Thanks.
I need to see
It was
that.
like
I was like, no way.
when we talked about doing this, we're like, we got to do a Men in Suits thing, and he goes, I think Doug Jones is gonna be gone. I'm like, well, who's still gonna be here?
Yeah, I know.
I heard
Frank.
you were here, but
Yeah.
You just happened by
I didn't know
chance
you were here.
to see you
I
there.
was
But you're
still
here
in the
now?
coffin. I hadn't gotten out yet.
I've got nowhere else to go, so I
Yeah,
mean,
well, you got to get back in the grave because we're gonna really at the end of this, we're just gonna go. Just put you out of your misery.
yeah, this is a makeup my
I don't
friend.
want any more competition.
Bam, bam.
Well, I've got to go now. I have to go back to the farm just for a little while.
All right.
I need a couple of transfusions and so. But I do that 3 or 4 times a day.
Oh, okay. Good.
It keeps you fresh.
Share your
Keeps
blood
you fresh
supply,
away.
please. Don't be selfish.
huh? Yeah, you use blood?
Maybe. We'll talk about it.
We're gonna have a blood exchange here
Yes.
on the Monster Show.
My pocket does. Is that all right?
Oh.
You'll work out just fine. Let's go in the back room and talk about it.
Well, there couldn't be a better way to go out of this
Yes.
segment of Men in Suits than on the blood transfusion that's going to happen between you two. Bob Burns, Frank Woodward, Doug Tait, Mick Ignis, monster suit performers, filmmakers, original monster suit performers, and legends of the industry.
Because they didn't use suits. It was just me.
Just you. I mean,
Great.
look how realistic he is.
Wow. Amazing.
I mean, look at the pore texture.
Is that gel 10? That's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, look at this.
If I do that, then you have to pay me.
No,
He rips off.
No, we're done. No payment.
Hey guys, it's been really fun.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
I love this.
Thank you,
You,
Bob.
my friend, you're just a jewel. That's all there is to it.
Oh, well, the
Your stuff
feeling
so
is
great.
mutual from all
Stuff
of
you've
us.
done, your dad's done.
Amazing.
I think you know how I feel about everybody.
Yes, sir.
Except you, maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's not so fond of Doug, you know.
You'll like me someday.
You're the only one that I know that comes up and scares the hell out of me. And that's just not
I'm
right.
doing my job.
I know.
That's right. Don't get mad at it.
It's
for being
it's
a good
only
monster.
professional.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because I never got anybody screaming. Yeah, the one person did, but that was a long time ago. Is she at home still? I think she's still alive. Yeah. All right, I'm going to hand this to you.
Yes. All right, dude.
And
Thank
I'm
you,
gonna take
Bob.
the
Yes.
exit, and I'm going to go to
All
where
right.
I go next.
You're probably making a left, or you're going to run into all those people.
Yeah.
So I'd make a left. Bob Burns, everyone at home.
Bob.
Type clap in the comments, and also for Doug Tait and Frank Woodward and Mick Ignis. Do you guys want to take a quick photo? Or at home, just pick up your cameras and click them in front of the screen, and you'll
There
have.
you go. That's right. I'm standing in a hole, by the way. In case anybody wants to know.
I'm on stilts.
All right. So thank you again, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad you were all suited up. Thanks,
Yes.
Frank. That was fantastic.
Oh, that worked out so
That was
brilliant.
wonderful.
That was fun.
Our camera. That's okay. It's okay. Can they hear me? Folks, we're just going to turn the camera out to the crowd. It's quieted down a little bit here Sunday afternoon. There's probably a panel going on, and there'll be a new burst of Monster fans. But enjoy the view while we take a 5 to 10 minute, probably closer to 10-minute break. And we will be back with Last Man Standing's LuVisi and Stephan Lokotch in about 10 minutes. And we'll see you then. Welcome to the Monster Show, live from Monsterpalooza 2014. We have been broadcasting all weekend long, and we are back with our next two guests. Once again, I'm Matt Winston. We're here in the Stan Winston School booth. We are joined with Stephan Lokotch and Dan LuVisi, and we're going to talk about how an artist can start to develop their own intellectual property, their own content that they own, and develop that in addition to perhaps doing art for others. But the focus of this conversation is how an artist, in your case, Dan, can work with someone like Stephan, who's more on the producing side and the business side, to chart your own course as an artist and not always be waiting for other people to give you permission to make art, but instead be the master of your own universe. So that's what the goal is, right?
I mean, that was pretty much how it all started.
So tell us how it started with you and how you met him and where. Let's set that stage for these guys.
We met through a mutual friend who thought we would pair well together. I did a few jobs for Stephan, and then we eventually decided that we wanted to work together because nothing was really adding up on the freelance side. I didn't like being told what to draw by people that didn't really know what they wanted, and it got annoying. So I told him that I wanted to make a book one day. I said it's only going to be about 30 pages. You know, it shouldn't take that long. And I said I wanted to make it so we could platform on it for the rest of our lives. And that's how Last Man Standing was born.
And it's ended up being a lot more than 30 pages.
It's around 275.
Yeah, so
kept mutating.
Yeah, 10 times the original.
Well, once I started to understand the world and the character and realized that it was just my inspiration as a child growing up, I then knew what that world was, and I just dove really deep into it.
So talk to us about what it was you saw in Dan's concept. I'm sure you saw some original art, but before you even did any of the book, how did it first strike you? What was your first impression?
First impression was two images that my friend had sent me and said, like, that might be a fit for you since you're into comic books, and you know, this kid's doing amazing art, and he literally was a kid at the time. So I called him up for a job that I needed some storyboards for. We met up at a coffee shop, and I flipped out as he was not just taking notes, but creating them right in front of me. I said, all right, this changes everything. This is the guy I've been looking for 10 years, you know. And so sure enough, we struck a little bit of an alliance there, and he started working for me at first. And then we flipped that after we had a few bad experiences with clients, like, you know what, let's build our own company, let's go for our own IP. He had an idea at that point and showed it to me. The first thing that struck me was the amazing detail in the art. That's now pretty well known, how he operates on that scale. But then the fact that he also had tremendous ideas for each character, you know, so the world immediately felt like it could be of a Star Wars size, and then his own mandate to himself was interesting. He said, like, I want to create a book that nobody can say no to. It's like, yeah, don't we all? But he did it, you know. So as he was creating previews for it, I was like, you know what? I think I know exactly where to take this. So at the time, I figured Kevin Eastman with heavy metal would be the perfect fit, and it was a good fit for him too, because that world and the Turtles had inspired Dan. So it was a nice little 360 story coming together. And sure enough, it worked that way. You know, Kevin recognized it for what it was right away. We did publish it through heavy metal later on. Now at this point, we're with Dark Horse, but it spun out that way because Dan was always clear on the fact that the art is one component that's important, you know, and that can get eyeballs on what you're doing very, very quickly. But in the end, you have to back it up with story. Yeah. And he is a master at that in my book as well. So that's really what helped setting things up for us. We're now also from there spinning it out into like our own publishing division and everything. And from that point on, we also invite other artists who are looking to like get similar situations and platforming.
How great is that? Like now that you've tasted what it feels like to create your own IP, to enable your favorite artists to do the same thing.
I mean, what could be better, really?
I mean, that was the goal. You know, like growing up as a kid, I always just wanted to work with my friends. That was my dream. So what I wanted to do was create a company that allowed that to happen.
Yeah.
And like something where, you know, I allow them that freedom that a corporation or a studio or a company won't.
Yep.
And, you know, like I wanted them to feel like they're just, I mean, I feel the best projects are the ones that people don't feel like they're working. You know, they feel that project is part of them. I mean, that's why Pixar is so good. You know, so that's what I wanted to get, that type of freedom.
The only way you can make anything good as a team is to have equal investment in doing something great. I know I've been in a few partnerships where I felt the person I'm working with doesn't have the same buy-in to it, and there's nothing more frustrating, and nothing comes out of it. So if you can get together a bunch of people who are equally enthusiastic, you're unstoppable.
Yeah.
You know?
And I think that's the important part. You're absolutely right. You nailed it. Because we have had situations where it looked like that for a second, but then the follow-through wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
And that can be exactly very, very frustrating. You know? So you have to find like-minded people who go, okay, I'm not going to look at the clock. I'm just it's going to be done when it's done.
Yeah.
And we are very fortunate to have found that. I mean, we have artists now in our office who operate under the very same, or with the same kind of aesthetics. But I mean, as far as the work ethics as well as visual aesthetics and how they care about story.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be a good breeding ground in a sense.
I think there's a shift in how art is being distributed. I mean, whether it's music, obviously that's the old story, but crowdfunding films now and alternative distribution platforms and self-publishing novels. This is it's a scary time for artists because the old jobs where you were funded by a corporation and you're going to work with them, those are going away and blah, blah. But what is happening that is awesome is distribution has become available to anyone, and you're right in there. And I think this is where, if the artists are pining for the old days to come back of security and all this under the umbrella of corporations, forget about it. Because they're going to always outsource to whoever's cheaper. But if you can create your own stuff and distribute it without needing them.
And that's where we're getting to with LMS. You know, I think, or at least I hope, you know, is to a point where we can do it ourselves and, you know, not overcharge and, you know, make it for the people and have them feel like they're in it. It's not just coming from some suit somewhere.
Right.
You know, and that's what I never like. Oh, am I off? Hello? Am I good?
Yes.
All right.
We have to, were we hearing Dan the first chunk?
All right,
okay, so we should probably start back from the very beginning. Hey, welcome to the Monster Show. I'm Matt Winston. We're here with Dan LuVisi and Stephan Lokotch. We're going to talk about. I'm kidding. Continue.
We'll play along.
No, we don't have to start over.
Your name is again?
We don't have to start over.
So has no one been able to hear me?
No, we've been hearing you just fine. But you have a sort of soft, dulcet. You know.
I thought that was for off camera.
Oh, my song? No, but we were just discussing, you know, putting it out there and being able to self-publish. I mean, that's the goal, you know, is to just own everything that we can do and just do it on our own.
And go directly to your fans.
Can you hear me now? There we go. There we go. No, I feel like when you have more control, you can tell the story that you want to tell. And that's what I feel like I want to do with LMS. I don't want someone telling me what that story should be. And, you know, like I want to work with teams and collaborate with them. I don't want, again, suits standing in that way because they don't know what they're talking about half the time. So I want a place where I can work alongside other artists and not businessmen. And I think that's where we're headed.
Very, very exciting.
Is he trying to push me out of the picture? Is that what he's really trying to say?
Yeah, he's just doing a little bit like here and no.
Literally and figuratively.
Yeah, oh no, yeah. As soon as we get rid of the suits, you're not wearing a suit.
That's why.
Yeah. You don't count
I've
as
learned.
a suit.
He's not allowed
Don't you wear a suit at Monsterpalooza? You'll be shown the door.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're standing in the way of our dreams, man.
Although over here would be considered a costume, so.
Yes, it's true. It's true. Two-Face or something.
But I was going to say that I think there's two sides of that. I mean, if you want to self-publish and self-distribute and also use that social media site that we're talking about to your advantage, you have to be able to cooperate with your fans. And I can't talk to and reply to each one of them, but I always try to stay in communication with them and make them feel like they're part of the project. I mean, I always tell them if there's a meeting going on, I pretty much from the day we started with this, I've been leading them up to this point. Going like, this is what's happening now. Okay, this meeting's going to be able to allow this. And, you know, we just got a writer on board. And I've even had people tell me that they've learned stuff from that. So, you know, I feel like if you want to be able to do all of that, you definitely need that fan base to back and support you.
Yes.
I think that's very important. I mean, without my fans, I don't even like calling them fans or followers or friends. I mean, without those guys, I wouldn't be where I am today.
Your tribe, your community, your
I mean, like
your believers.
It's seriously like it's BS.
Your do-liebers.
It's BS to think that I would be able to be where I'm at now without their support. I mean, there wouldn't be the pre-orders for LMS. I mean, all the letters that people have written in. I mean, it's all because of them. So thank you to you guys that have backed me and allowed me to get to this point.
Well, that is the other exciting thing about the times we live in is not only can you, through the miracle of the internet, get your art out there without any friction, you can just post it, but you can make actual connections with your, I don't want to be crass about it, but the consumers of your art, people who love what you do, you can know them and you can...
I've literally made friends with
I know
a bunch
it.
of them. I mean,
And it's the same with
Robert's one of them.
us. We 24/7, we maintain the Stan Winston School social media site. Many of the people we met through that have become employees of our company. Chris Vaughn, we met on Facebook. He lived in Texas. He moved out here. Bonnie, our sales manager, we met on Facebook. She was a student putting out stuff. And so many people here at this convention are our friends. And it's like,
I think that's
what an
very
amazing
important.
time to be a content creator.
Absolutely.
You can distribute it, and you can develop a relationship with people who love what you do.
It's an instant response, too, when
Yeah.
you put it up of what people want,
Yeah.
what they like.
Yeah.
And it's really helped us to create this whole pool of artists too, because that is kind of what brought it all together.
Yeah.
And, so that's very exciting.
Very exciting.
Cool. So I know you guys can't talk about certain things that are in the works, but suffice to say, lots of exciting stuff coming out of this team.
Yeah.
And is Justin working with you guys now? Sometimes.
Not as a partner or as he's not part of Section 9
right now.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
But
But does Justin
he's
secretly?
part of
Is he
the-
secretly the boss?
Secretly?
And is he secretly in charge?
kind of mysterious.
Because he's secretly in charge of Stan Winston School.
Oh, we know that.
Oh yeah, he's sort of
We are aware.
the megacorp behind all of this. It's like Monsterpalooza, a Justin Corp presentation, just quietly sponsoring everything.
Just a suit.
Yeah, just standing there quietly in the background. I would love to make sure everyone knows where to follow you and everything you're doing, and Stephan, any websites they need to know about.
He's elusive. You can't find much on him.
Well,
it's mostly me.
He's in the back alleys making the deals. Well, you can be on the
Whatever
front.
that is.
I like keeping it elusive a little bit.
He's milking cows and who knows.
But he's a
your
company
imagination.
prostitute, so you can.
Whoa! It's in the back alleys. We've got this and we have that.
Last man standing for a reason. No, you can follow me pretty much Dan LuVisi Art, just my name and then art, Twitter, Facebook, danlevisiart.com. Dan LuVisi Art's my email.
Deviant art.
It's really just
And I'm sure we put a lower third on there at some point, but it's Dan Dan LuVisi LuVisi.
And then, or you can go to thekillbook.com and sign up for that. There will be some future stuff coming from there. Thekillbook.com. Did you want to say?
No. Was there any other website? You're good?
We're good.
Well,
I'm good.
Thank you guys for joining us at the
Thank you
Monster
so
Show.
much.
Honestly, we've been trying to bring.
Sweaty hands.
I don't care. I don't care.
Thanks for having us. as
Absolutely. Enjoy the rest of the show.
We will.
And we'll be talking soon
Likewise.
about fun stuff.
Alrighty,
Put your hands
cheers.
together virtually for Stephan and Dan.
All right.
We had
Sorry?
a gentleman
Oh, yeah.
standing by. We're going to point this out into the crowd for a moment while we find our next victim who is scheduled to sit down. And Ben will do that. And I'm going to turn off my mic. Stay with us.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Bruce D. Mitchell. I'm here at the Stan Winston School booth. I'm here with Matthew Levine and John Mahoney. We're coming to you live from Monsterpalooza 2014. We are way into the future now. It's 2014. But I dragged these guys into this. Matt kind of gave me carte blanche on this session to go ahead and grab a few artists. And what I wanted to discuss or talk to you about, or amongst ourselves and with you about, is the absolute need and necessity. If you are an employed person in a creative field, or if you're an employed person and you have creative intentions, that is very important that you put those to good use in your time. It's something nobody else is going to tell you to go ahead and keep doing. People might tell you it's a waste of time, but these are two guys who I admire a lot creatively. I met them through John Mahoney. I've been aware of Matt's work, and it's just a fantastic sculptor, and John as well. But I met you guys at a ZBrush class at your school, the Inspiration
Station, yeah.
And Matt was there as well. But I thought of you guys immediately. You're both people that are, incredibly driven. So you do your own thing. I'm always about doing my own thing. Really quickly, my name is Bruce D. Mitchell again. You may know me as the Conceptual Executioner. That's my little Facebook fan page. Look for that logo. It's Bruce D. Mitchell without the period. Please give a shout out really quick.
I'm Matt Levin, as he mentioned, and I have a website. It's MatthewJLevin.com, and I'm on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and all sorts of things that can be found there.
Very cool. And my name is John Mahoney, and my website is mahoney.carbonmade.com. So please check out my work there. Brochures, all kinds of fun stuff. Yeah, we've been doing this Monsterpalooza show for quite a bit of time, and it's incredibly inspirational.
My third year doing this, and I got encouraged to do it through other friends who are effects artists that were talking about this event where you could get a table. It was local. You could drag your work there. You could show off. It's this and the art shows that I encounter you guys at are just always, to me, these are the people that are doing the extra steps, the extra work. We've all got jobs in the creative field, but I think that this is the kind of stuff that we do that keeps us fresh. I know that a lot of our own colleagues don't do this stuff. I do see a lot of people, I would say, suffer from the 9-to-5-itis that goes into these kind of jobs, or the freelance nature. It's incredibly easy to get, into the rut of you're hired and you're laid off and your work becomes what you're paid for, but it's not always about who you were anymore when you started, when a lot of it, I think, is the drive that comes out. So what I wanted to bring up or even mention to those, even if you're in a cubicle, I mean, please, if you're a creative person, you've got to do it. You've got to do your own stuff, and I'm hoping that we can sell you on that idea and keep you doing that. But myself, I did a mask video for the Stan Winston School. I'm the mask guy. This is a newer one. I've spent a lot of late hours working on my own projects after I come home from work. And it's vital to me. It's one of those things that it makes the day job easier. It's
absolutely.
It is so crucial, or else, I don't know, become angry and bitter. There's already enough of that. So.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to keep yourself inspired, keep yourself to be motivated to continue to work. I teach at Cal Arts in USC, and I always try to have my students, as much as possible, do their own work. Whenever they say you're going to get hired at Disney or DreamWorks, it's going to be great for the first couple of weeks maybe. But so if you have something that you can do when you get home that's your own thing that you personally are attached to, it's going to be your lifeblood. It's going to keep you going. It's going to keep you excited. So while I was working at Disney, every night I would go home and I'd work on my weird creatures and things like that. And it just what it does is when you create your own work, it's like you're feeding this little character, and the more you feed it, the more that character eventually turns around and feeds you. You know what I mean? But you have to feed that character. And a lot of times when you work at a big studio, it could be really great. It's great for your resume, but it kind of drains you. It takes away your energy.
You will watch the clock.
You drain your battery.
You will start watching the clock.
Exactly. But then you charge up your battery with your own personal work. So, absolutely. And that's what we do all the time. And I think that's why we kind of sort of became friends, because you're attracted to other people that are passionate for their own their own personal work.
Absolutely. I mean, we all got into this in the first place because, because we had something in our hearts, our minds, our creative minds that we wanted to get out, and helping bring someone else's creative vision about won't necessarily feed that the same way as, bringing to life your own creature that you thought of yourself.
Absolutely, absolutely. I saw Matt's work at, I think, the Hive Gallery, and I was stalking him. I said, can I come to your home and videotape you? I think you're really freaked out.
I think I first saw your stuff at the Hive Gallery as well.
Yeah. I just looked at his work, and I was just like, you can see the passion and the gesture and the emotion there. It attracts you to the work, And I wanted to learn, but I also wanted to befriend this person, And we ended up becoming friends and working and teaching together.
We've all become fans of each other.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It is a very mutual admiration society sometimes. But is this a Super Sculpey piece?
This is actually, it's made of Super Sculpey.
Well, I want
and
to
that's
point
an original.
out,
It's not molded.
that is one of the early kind of go-to materials for the home crash person to experiment with. But I got to point out that Matt's work blew me away from he's got armatures in there and he's working really tight against them, but I don't see a lot of cracking. And if you've ever worked with super sculpting, I'm sure so many of you have, it's a very obtainable material, but it gets finicky once you start to cook it. Cracks, whatnot, especially if you're narrow and you're top heavy. I mean, you get some waggle in your piece, and it may crack around the knees and the ankles. But
absolutely.
I didn't notice that in his pieces, and it's what they, beyond the skin details, the mastering of getting the somewhat finicky material to do exactly what you want, told me that you are somebody that works with this all the time. And you put it to very good use.
Thank you. Yeah, well, the main reason I started working with it at first was because of the idea that I could just make something and stick it in the oven and bake it and have a finished, lasting piece without having to dive into the world of mold making and casting and all of that. And for a beginner, it's it makes everything possible.
Absolutely. There are a lot of steps you can do at home for yourself at the, and also with whatever time you have when you do get home from whatever you're doing. You can have this covered, tucked away, and get back to it a little bit night after night, and achieve getting a piece done, something beautiful, something on your own.
It just has to be small enough that it fits in your oven.
Exactly. That's a very good point. Or you can, lay it over on the side.
I guess,
you're messing with gravity. But also John's pieces as well. These are things you can constantly go back to. You're using a Roma or a Chavant?
This is a Chavant medium clay. And it was just a character I kind of made up out of my head and, kept playing around with it. I used sculpting epoxy for the hand to make it really strong, if you notice. And for all of you young people out there, you want to get as many penises in your work as possible. It's very important to understand anatomy, right? So I try to have at least 5 penises in everything I do.
Wow, you outdid yourself.
But anyway, and machine guns. Penises and machine guns. What more do you need in life, right?
Yeah.
But I like to create my own characters, my own worlds and stuff like that. And celebrating a chance of freedom, whatever you can do, whatever you want to do, you can do it. There's no limitations. And when you do that, your artwork sometimes takes you in places you wouldn't think you're going to go in. And let your artwork kind of be the leader.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? It's pretty exciting.
Also, I did take a ZBrush class at your inspiration station.
ZBrush.
Yeah. And I have seen a lot of your ZBrush characters, and that you've actually created and put through all the way into Keyshot. And
like some of
lot of them are the same. You've got the same kind of, I'd call it grotesque anatomical studies. But they're these contorted, tense characters. There's a lot of emotion there.
Your visual style really carries over from digital to
yeah,
physical
you can
really
do
nicely.
with nowadays. You have clay.
Yeah.
You have ZBrush.
Yeah,
you have
digital
3D.
counts. Don't get put off. Like if I'm not a digital guy, I'm not offended by it. I've used ZBrush to the point where I've gotten into it as a project and found it just as rewarding, and time flies by just as quickly as if I'm doing a sculpture or something.
Absolutely.
It's a very intuitive medium, and if you can do this kind of stuff, it's going to translate well. So,
And
your,
there's also-
your own work doesn't mean just something tangible, practical.
I actually started
in the
out
air.
in ZBrush before I ever touched
Well,
a piece of
there
clay.
you go. You've turned it around.
Absolutely. And now there's 3D printers.
Oh yeah.
So now you can sculpt something in ZBrush or whatever, and then you can 3D print it. You can print it out, add clay to that. You know what I mean? So the blur between digital and reality is, there is no, you can't tell anymore, and it doesn't really matter. It's about your own sense of design. You know, if you can design, you can put things together, you can start adding clothes and stuff like that, or like this thing over here, you can turn it into a movable freaking costume, you know what I mean? It's
That
like,
thing's light. It's easy. It's very easy. You can totally do that.
And that comes back to the idea of doing our own creative, projects.
Absolutely.
Like just not having to sacrifice, and like be it ZBrush or clay, and not having to sacrifice some creative aspect of the project so that it can be more easily molded, or so that your poly count is a concern, and to just be able to go in whatever direction you want and not be held back.
I would also want to say, as far as like the point of not sacrificing, this is not sacrificing your initial dream of creating pieces. This is another. I mean, this whole conversation is an outreach to you. Is like, if you've got the interest, you've got the information now. You've got you've got materials that you can find online. They'll FedEx you anywhere you live in the world.
Absolutely.
So you can do this. If you are on this site, you're most likely streaming videos. You have a plethora of information that I did not have as a younger person before the interweb was so damn good. I just didn't have it. It was about whatever was in the back of Fangoria magazine or Cinefex, but and you'd mail them off a self-addressed stamped envelope to get information on something that might be into what you're doing. But now it's very attainable. It's all there, and I would say if you are interested in this, it's not that you don't have any excuses anymore. It's that you have every excuse to do this, to chase your dream down, to make those creatures, to make those worlds. And I know as a professional guy, I got into it. I was a dreamer. I slowly worked my way into the business. But when I was doing that, I wanted to make movies, not just make the guys that went into the movies. And then when you do get into doing that, you are making part of the costume for the guy that's in the movie, and you're fighting your way up to the head, the focal point of the character, what's going to get the most screen time, attention time, and that is why I ended up doing masks on my own time to get there, to do that as a creative outlet, that kind of stuff. I cannot implore you enough to do that kind of thing on your own, just to make your day job more, and the creative changes along the way. If whatever you do, you deal with a lot of changes. So in this realm, when you take something home and you start to give it life, that's your life that you put into it. That's their lives that you create for them. These are your works, and you got to be doing something now. It's all available. So please, that's kind of where I stand on this thing.
Absolutely.
Go make art.
Go make art.
And also post your stuff too, because even if you don't feel like you're ready, your stuff isn't good enough. It's funny, I never showed my stuff to the Stan Winston studio.
Yeah?
Because I never thought it was good enough. Never showed it. And unfortunately, when Stan passed away, I got a chance to meet his son. He's like, oh, you should have shown it. And I was like, dang it, I should have shown it, but I never felt like I was good enough. I still don't feel like I'm good enough to show my stuff there. But the thing is just getting your stuff out there.
Yeah.
And then sometimes people look at your work, they're like, oh, your work isn't quite good enough, but we'll bring you in, we'll train you, you learn from people around you, and you can work your way up. So I say, even for any young person, this happens all the time. You put your work online, and people look at your stuff silently. You don't know that they're looking. They're not saying anything.
Yeah.
Then
you
like,
might get a like.
Like, oh, I've been looking at your stuff for years. Like, dude, why didn't you tell me when I was alone crying in my bedroom? You know what I mean? So just keep putting your stuff out there, and letting people watch how you grow.
Yeah,
and making those
forums can be really good
Make
for
those
that
just
as well.
tons of forums.
In the same way that Facebook can very often be about you posting a piece, and people seeing it as an opportunity to tell you all the different ways that you're awful and they hate everything that you stand for. If you go to different sculpture forums, there are communities of people who will, talk to you and give you advice and help you. And, like the Shiflett brothers have an awesome online forum.
Oh, and
absolutely.
A lot of the artists
great
will
stuff.
get back to you too, because you have these social media networks. And post your stuff, post it in progress, post it with questions. People will come back at you. You'll get information that nobody could ever give you before. It's just a great age for that. And I know if you're young, this is going to go completely over your head, because when I was young, nobody could tell me anything. And but it really is all out there now, and there is an incredible support network for this kind of stuff. And it doesn't, we're not going to look at your resume. We're going to look at what you're throwing out there. That's your effort.
Yeah.
And nobody's going to bag on your effort. I mean, you will encounter trolls, but, fuck them. They're on every third comment on Ain't It Cool News or YouTube or whatever.
Yeah.
They get mean, but it's
but there's a ton of great people that are always willing to help you out if you just reach out.
I've gotten the best feedback from a lot of people that I've admired that I had no idea were looking at my stuff.
It's absolutely, it's
and
crazy.
The most touching things from people that are working their way into this kind of craft. So whether letters or responses or the questions or the things that they send, or there's an incredible next gen of people that are coming up with this kind of knowledge, forums and everything to fall back on. So I think this stuff's only going to get better. Again, whether you're working in clays or pixel, it's out there. So do not waste your time. Make that thing.
And I would say there is no reason to be jaded. There's so much that we can do, there's so much that we can play with.
Yeah.
There's no reason for anyone in this industry to be jaded. There's so much to do. You can connect to the world with the internet. There's so much going on. There's so many possibilities. Let's say you're working in the industry for 50 years and things aren't quite working out, but you've gained so much knowledge. That's the best time to do your own stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no reason to be like, you know what I mean? If you're negative about that, then you bring that to yourself. But if you're positive, obviously you're attracting more positive, more excited people. For myself, I love teaching college because most students aren't jaded yet.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
But I tell them I'm really excited. I can't wait to leave class, go home, and work on my stuff. And it is possible. It is possible. There is times where you're going to get hit, you're going to get slammed, you're going to get kicked in the balls, right?
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
But if you can get around that and you can still become excited, you have a chance to be successful. As soon as you become jaded, that chance is diminished 75%.
It's easy to get jaded. By jaded, I mean it's like you've got the job, you're kind of comfortable doing it. It's been maybe a year or two, you've bounced around at a few shops, and now you know some names, you've worked on some projects, and now it's like suddenly, it's easy to get a chip on your shoulder, but you really have to keep in mind, even on the jobs, I'm not bagging on these jobs, you do have to keep in mind though that you are but a cog in the wheel to finish what hits the screen. It is a group effort, and you are only part of that group. There is some chance for some grandstanding, should you choose to take it or others choose to take it. I think that's only going to hurt you later on, and I mean deeply, personally. It's the kind of thing where you do become jaded, and I know for myself, my own little projects that I had started felt almost silly, like I wasn't being paid for them, so therefore they were a waste of time. But really, in reality, that was the stuff that keeps me going.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
It's important to not only get beyond whatever jaded thing you may have, or just never get there. Just keep it alive.
Absolutely. So I would say anyone who's in the business, who's been in there for a long time, just go home and start working on a lump of clay. Start something.
Have a good cry, pat yourself on the back, and get out there and make something.
Yeah, because sometimes once you start, it's very difficult to stop. But the hardest part is getting started.
Yeah.
And I always say
There's
aim
the blank
low
page.
when it comes to shooting don't shoot for the stars, shoot really low.
Also,
and then complete something.
It's for those that are getting started. I know we talk so much about those that might be in the industry. For those that are getting started, keep making the stuff that keeps your love alive and keeps that interest. Keep making your own pieces. Don't give up on yourself. If you've got these, it's your imagination that you're giving into the world. So keep it up. Don't stop doing that just because you've got a job working for whoever.
And the more passionate you are about the projects that you're making, that will show through, and people will be able to recognize
Absolutely.
that love.
Exactly. You've got a style. You've got a style. I know it's not always easy for us as artists to see our own style as much as other people see it. I'm told I have a style. I know some of it. I do, but at the same time, I'm still kind of oblivious to. I know that I have to keep making my thing, and the more I make something, even if I think it's completely different or 180 from my usual thing, people go, "Oh, that is so your
totally
style." You can't break away from your style. You may not know what it is. Just embrace what you're doing and keep it going. You can try to steer away from whatever your style is, but you're already doing it. You're already into it. So just keep making it.
Absolutely.
Also, one more time, I'll give a shout out to on our Facebook social media choices. I'm Bruce D. Mitchell on Facebook. I'll get back to you. So please look at it's got that is my profile pic. I'd give you the sticker if you were here. I brought a bunch with me, but we're not quite there on the internet yet. So Bruce D. Mitchell, and give the page a like, ask your questions, look through things. Again, I want to thank everybody that's been giving me inspiration to keep going on these guys. I've been cranking this one out and a separate one, and your likes, your comments, they really do keep me going when it's really late. I should probably go to bed to get back up to go to work in the morning, but I want to thank you, and yeah, that's me, Bruce D. Mitchell, Conceptual Executioner.
And I'm Matt Levin. On Facebook is Matthew Levin, and
how you spell your last name?
Levin. And the website is MatthewJLevin.com. Yeah, look me up. Send me an email.
Incredible stuff.
We'll chat.
This is the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, check out these websites.
It's
these
really
guys,
amazing.
It's incredible. And yeah, mine is Mahoney.carbonmade.com, and I have my my information on there.
Yeah, show that flash page. This is a key
Yeah.
shot of ZBrush guys.
I think there's a couple of penises in there. Very important.
There you go. There you go.
You know, I got a little
How
booty
many do
down
you
here.
have?
There you go. Exactly.
One, maybe.
But yeah, and send us your work too. If you guys are artists out there and you don't have any connection to Hollywood or whatever, send us your page and we can give you some, possibly some feedback and stuff like that. It's very easy to type out a few things to a young person. That could be the thing that totally changes you in another direction. I was a kid. I was growing up in upstate New York. No website, nothing. All I had was Heavy Metal magazine.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was it.
Metal was great.
It's a pretty nice way to start, though.
I got beaten by my grandmother for taking it in the house because they had boobies in it.
Yeah.
Totally. There was
My
boobies
mom
in it.
bought me Heavy Metal when I was a kid.
You got a cool mom.
Well, I
There
don't
you
think
go.
she looked through it. And it was I do not think she looked through it when she gave me that. She might have. She's a cool mom. So
there you go.
Maybe you need a little more of this, kid. So
Absolutely. So, but yeah, definitely, keep yourself inspired, and if you learn something that's really cool, share it. Don't feel like you have to hide your secrets. Because as soon as you share something, people are more obligated to share it back to you. So give out these ideas. Like I'm really inspired by Dick Smith and everything that he shared throughout his whole life. And if you share, it's amazing how much comes back to you. It's incredible. It's incredible.
So yeah, people always help me out with advice. So I'm always pretty conscious about giving it back out there and keeping it positive. One thing I want to say, have you done a video yet?
Nope.
You're so gonna do a video for these guys, just on the Scopy and the maquette style stuff. I've done a video. It was on the mask I create. I know you've done a video for ZBrush. But I want to implore you to check out the catalog of people that you have. Just as somebody who works in the business and looking at the videos here, like scroll through. Check out the trailers, even if you're just streaming this for free. The trailers are free. They might inspire you to check out the Stan Winston School, but there is an amazing amount of information at your fingertips. And this isn't like some other school. I've said it before, but this is your campus. It's there, it's for you. All that information is there. Your tutorials, your teachers, they're all working professionals in the business today. So there is a wide plethora of information out there. If you sculpt only, I would highly recommend that you take advantage of some mold making videos. If you're a painter, check out sculpting. Really mix up. You need a mixed bag of tricks to stay in the game these days, and knowledge is power. So Schoolhouse Rock.
Very cool. Very cool.
Well, I'm gonna just say thank you. Thank you, Bruce, for stepping in and guest hosting.
All right, absolutely, man. Thanks
Bruce
for
D.
having me.
Mitchell, conceptual executioner, mech driver, and talk show host.
And talk show host. I gotta say, I talked to him
And
really
John
briefly.
Mahoney. John Mahoney, thank you for bringing your beautiful and twisted art over. Matt Levin,
Thank you so much.
too. And
he's got to do a video with you guys, so
we'll do
you'll
it.
see his stuff.
There you go.
You saw it here
Absolutely.
first. We're gonna do one.
Real quickly, he said, "Go grab 2 guys." He fill up 20 minutes. So I was like,
"Okay,
all right, absolutely, I can do this." So,
Yeah.
and these were the first 2 guys I wanted to grab, and they were the first 2 guys that fortunately said yes. So thank you very much.
Thank you
guys.
very much. Thank
Always
you.
good to
Thank
see
you.
you, and
All
it's a
right.
great excuse to hang and talk.
Thanks
just
for visiting
even
the
on the
booth.
interweb.
On the interwebs.
All right.
Next
thank you
up
for
on the
checking it
Monster
out.
Show. Thank you again, John.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Bruce. The Chiodo Brothers.
Yeah.
The Chiodo Brothers are coming in, and they're gonna do something absolutely outrageous.
Killer clowns?
That I can't. It's
Killer
not
clowns.
killer clowns.
We got your clowns
It's
here.
something that you will remember. I guarantee you that. It's something you haven't seen before, and it's happening right here at about 3 minutes because we got to get them all laved up and mic'd up. So we got to grab your mics and give them to the Chiodo Brothers.
All right.
Thanks again,
Great.
Bruce,
Thank you.
John, and Matt.
All right.
The Monster Show continues. Monsterpalooza 2014 live. Chloe Sens is here and some stars of cinema makeup school and The Bride and The Monster. Will you please tell us about your showing here at Monsterpalooza? These guys are amazing.
This was really a passion piece for me to come up. I came up with this concept actually while I was on Face Off of doing a grayscale Frankenstein Monster and his bride. And we did this originally at IMATS and decided that we wanted to do it again and better. And I'm really fortunate to have an amazing team and even an all-girl team at that. And so I think, you know, I really love what we did, and I'm proud of it, and I'm so blessed to have these guys. So.
My name is Alex Ward, and I'm playing the monster.
My name is Mo Meinhardt. I'm playing the bride. I'm Katie Lucina, and it's important for us to note that Mo Meinhardt is also one of the makeup artists on the bride. She helped do the wardrobe. She helped sculpt pieces. She painted herself today. She's a huge part of this team.
The clothing that you see the monster wearing comes from Shrine Clothing on Melrose in California.
What am I adding to that? That was fabulous. I'm Erica, and I helped with the bride today.
Amazing tribute to the classics. It's amazing to see an update that actually works. So many don't, but this rocks. Thank you for stopping. Yay. Thank you guys. A great performance is what actually makes it work. So you guys are doing your makeup artist proud. You're scaring me. You're scaring me. The Chiodo Brothers are coming up next with some upside down aliens. Stay tuned.
Hey, hello. This is the Chiodo Brothers broadcasting live from Monsterpalooza in beautiful downtown Burbank and the Stan Winston School of Cool Monsters. We've just been involved with we've been meeting a lot of great old friends, seeing new projects and new things, and we just want to talk to you guys about what we're up to these days.
Yeah, it's called Channel 8 from Outer Space. Outer space, wacky, out of this world entertainment.
Yeah. So among all the other projects we've been doing, we've been working on the Nickelodeon show.
Yeah, it's called The Thundermans. It's a kid's show about a family of superheroes trying to lead a normal life, and we did an animatronic robot called Dr. Colosso.
Yeah, so guys, tune in and see. Dr. Colosso, in the context of the story, is their arch nemesis of the Thunderman family. It's a group of superheroes that are living in suburbia, and they've morphed him into a rabbit as punishment. So you guys should check that out.
Supervillain who's become a bunny rabbit.
And what else are we doing?
You know what? We're developing a lot of stuff. We're doing some stop motion animation projects. Alien Christmas, the children's book that Stephen wrote. We're rebooting that for a major stop motion animation pitch.
Yes, and for all you guys are wondering about the Killer Clowns 2, we're wondering about that too. Every day we go over the script. We've got it coming, but we could never tell you exactly when it's going to land. But keep those cards and letters coming. But the most recent thing we're working on is this web series we call Channel 8 from Outer Space. Imagine alien programs being beamed to Earth from a little pirate TV station out somewhere in the universe. In fact, that's where we're broadcasting from right now.
Yeah, we have great and crappy programming. Imagine if you were beaming stuff from the outskirts of the galaxy. What kind of programming would you expect to see? Well, we're going to show you.
You know, it's amazing. They've been scanning the universe for intelligent life, and we've picked up alien TV signals, and unfortunately, intelligence doesn't really happen out there in space.
Yeah.
TV is just as stupid there as it is here.
But it's fun and it's entertaining, and we think you're going to get a kick out of it.
Yeah, sure. So I tell you what, I think we have a live feed now coming from Channel 8. So let's cut into I think we have a car mechanics show.
Yeah.
This Old Robot, I think it's called.
Yeah, and Johnny Gorglock will be has a couple of words for you.
Take it away, Johnny.
Johnny, did you fix my car? I need to get to Monsterpalooza.
I don't think so, kid. You got a problem with your hyperdrive.
Hyperdrive? I just wanted the oil change.
Wow, you got a serious problem there.
You're trying to screw me under again, Johnny.
Hey, listen, you mother.
Johnny, don't do this to me!
I will tell you I'm on time.
Oh, Rich didn't put his eyes down.
I will burn you all in hell.
No, I'll never make it to Monsterpalooza. Yeah!
Wait a second, this Monsterpalooza, is this on Earth?
Yeah?
Oh, I've been meaning to.
Johnny Gorglock, your eyes are showing.
Yeah, Johnny, you forgot to put your eye. Somebody go over there and fix Johnny's eyes.
You love fix Johnny's eyes.
You just blew the whole effect. Wait a second. What is
This is not going to work.
Listen, I've got to get to Earth and impregnate.
What kind of Mickey Mouse outfit is this?
It's Channel 8 from Outer Space. Way out, wacky, outer space entertainment.
So what I want you guys to do is, this summer we're going to be launching a Kickstarter campaign. So you guys should check our Facebook page. It's called C8FOS. That stands for Channel 8 from Outer Space. So go to that Facebook page, which will link you up to the web page, which is still in development right now. We have a teaser that's going to be coming up, premiering this week. So check it out and follow us, because when we launch the Kickstarter, we're going to look to you guys to help us finance this endeavor, and hopefully we'll have some web content out in the fall.
Yeah, it gives shows like Dancing with the Stars a whole new meaning. The Chiodo Brothers spin.
Yeah, can you imagine a Kardashian show, a reality show from outer space, what that might be? We're talking TV commercials, we're talking about cop shows, reality cop shows from Uranus. Yeah. Ass cops. Yeah. You won't believe the stuff that's out there. And what else? There's so much.
Judge Jehudi. What's that?
I know.
Oprah the Hut.
And you have the Antique Roadshow from outer space, and you've got Antique Roadshow. They've got alien space probes, and it's not worth very much money. But then when they press the button, they find out who's been kind of probed. Oh, then it increases in value. Oh, JFK? Oh, this is worth more now. There's a lot of programming we can throw at you guys. But along with that, we're partnering with Bizarro Go-Go. Sig Neutron and Randy Rodil of the Bizarro Go-Go gang.
And we're adding their imagery, their imaginations to this project. So
Yeah.
imagine that, Chiodo Brothers and Bizarro Go-Go.
It'll be a lot of fun.
We're talking about what other programs do we have up there? You know what? There's too many. There's a universe full of programs.
Yeah,
and they keep beaming in.
How much time do we have on this? Because we should join our guys over there. We're going to beam ourselves up to the planet Channel 8.
Yeah.
We're going to go 1, 2, 3.
We're live over here.
Widen out here.
Nice to meet you, Donnie Gorglock.
Johnny Gorglock.
So here we are. We're floating in space.
You're both
We're in outer space here. So, I mean, here we are in outer space right now where we have our crackpot team shooting these guys. And it's just tons of great entertainment is going to be coming to you in your face at Channel 8 from outer space.
And when you shake hands with them, you never know what part you're touching.
And we like space virgins. Any virgins in the crowd, I want to impregnate y'all with my space
Whoa,
babies.
there's no oxygen here. And along with our characters, we're going to have the three main characters that operate Channel 8. It's going to be KZ, he's the intern from the Dumbbell Nebula. And then we have Maluna Del Rey, played by the beautiful and luxurious Randy Rodil.
And Yuck, the station manager, the diabolical, crooked station manager that's doing everything for the money.
I hate that guy. He's such a jerk. Keeps skipping me out of my paycheck.
Yeah, so besides the programming we're going to be beaming in, we're going to be having stories with these three characters. Like, for example, Yuck is so cheap that he turns off the oxygen to save money. And then Maluna Del Rey and KZ start suffocating and start hallucinating. And they start creating the greatest entertainment and the ratings go up.
Yeah, it's a world deprived when everything on Earth has become, a salesmanship and sales and, getting your money and infomercials. They're beaming stuff that you can laugh at and enjoy. And that's what we're going to do.
So you guys should join the 8 heads. And those are the guys we call the rabid fans who watch Channel 8. So become an 8 head and contribute to our Kickstarter fund, which is going to be coming up in the summertime. Matt, get us out of here.
Yeah. Beam us out of here, Scotty.
Let's beam Matt Winston in here. Matt, can you hear me? Matt.
Yes.
Beaming you in. We want to.
Yes. I can hear you. Over.
So ask us some dumb questions so we can give you some dumb answers.
guys, well, let's stay on these puppets for a second. What possessed you? Where did this come from? Obviously, we've all done the upside down off the side of our beds.
It's a classic thing. Paul Winchell, from the 50s and 60s and things, and we figured we'd do a Chiodo Brothers take on it and bring crazy characters to life in a way that made us laugh when we were kids.
When everybody else is pushing technology into the future, we keep it going backwards. We keep on researching the old techniques and bringing them back because we think rubber is the best.
Yeah, it's reverse engineering.
Rubber is the new black.
Thank you, Johnny Gorglock.
Now, is the tongue stuff part of your survival? Like, why with the tongue so much?
I'm just thinking about all those space virgins on planet Earth.
Oh, no.
I gotta go impregnate.
This is a family show.
Well, he's
not anymore.
He's like a dog. This is how he breathes. His tongue is what takes in his oxygen.
Give this guy some water.
Stop it.
With the tongue.
Well, hopefully Earth takes a licking and keeps on ticking.
As always, it's not an accident that we asked for you guys to come towards the end of the day because it's hard to follow the Chiodo Brothers. Finally, we have someone who'd like to bring in some art that kind of goes with the world. Can we go out on a little scene with these? An improvised scene, no humans. Let's all walk away.
My whole life is improvised.
And you guys are going to meet a strange space creature and just interact with it. And that will be goodbye to the land of the Chiodo. And then we will say goodbye to a few more artists and close it out. So I'm going to shut up now.
I love space sex.
Tastes like human.
You guys should pull back in this. Let's see what this is.
Yeah, let's widen out.
Give him a haircut.
Let's widen out, guys.
Hey, all right.
Get out of here with your tongue.
Here,
show your face. Stephen, who are your actors?
This is Rich Zim, famous animator. His work can be seen most recently in Robot Chicken's wrestling show, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is Mike, your last name?
Stambulian.
Scambulian, one of our new members of Chiodo Brothers, one of our newest interns, very talented young man, does just about a little bit of everything. So, Chiodo Brothers, we embrace young talent, and we embraced Mike, and he embraced us as well, helping us create these wonderful characters.
Don't you mean exploit young talent?
Absolutely.
The guest alien, come in and introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Payne, and this is Fleshly.
All right, let's get a close shot of that, our guest artist, because it'll give you
Yeah.
nightmares for the rest of your life. Turn it. Turn
Yeah,
it.
it was really funny.
What are you doing?
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know it was a hand.
What are you making?
Nightmares.
It's the realest body part.
Thank you for last minute joining in. I thought if there was any portion of the show that this would fit in, it would be during the Chiodo Brothers. Thanks. All right, we're gonna say goodbye to a few final artists, including Tim Gore and Casey Love. But thank you,
It's so
Chiodos.
silly, it just might work.
Well, you're not the Chiodos. But thank you for being the Chiodos. Chin puppet men. Yeah, we'll de-lab you. All right, guys, we're coming to the end of this broadcast. We're coming to the end of this broadcast. Am I on?
Yeah, it was just enough.
The sexual thing of the sculpture.
Our final two artists are going to be.
I couldn't resist. Johnny Birkenbox loves.
Monsterpalooza.
Hi, God. The Monster Show, live Monsterpalooza
Mostly
2014.
Mostly.
We are closing it out strong, gentlemen.
They're just the order.
We are joined via live cast right now. This is I'm a hologram. They are in Dublin, Ireland, or somewhere in Scotland.
Dublin, Ireland, or Scotland.
Scottish, somewhere.
We've got monster makers
Three
from
blooming
left to
idiots.
right. Casey Love, Kirk Thatcher, and we've got over here Tim Gore. And we're going to talk about this show. How was it, guys?
Awesome. It was great.
It's rocking.
Packed.
It was.
Packed. I think it's the biggest one.
Packed to the gills. I got a kidney stone. Still carrying your dumb accent with me. I got this kidney stone.
I'm a
and this
hologram,
is
man. You're in Dublin.
This is
your
right,
kidney stone.
right. Kidney stone.
Your
size
kidney
of a
stone's
clown.
a joke and a clown. Kidney stone and a
No,
clown.
but it would take up the whole jar. I'm gonna do a Kazu-sized version of it. No, the show's been fantastic. Some of the top names in art are here. Some of the stellar artists from the 60s, Bill Stout, you name it, been walking around. Rico Browning.
Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yes, the swimming
original.
creature.
He's in good shape.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we whip
Swim
all around.
every day.
He still swims.
If you want to be really healthy, swim every day. Don't sit
Wearing
in
a
front of
tight latex suit.
Well, I know that's what you'd like, man.
Well, in every
A lot of people,
everything.
most of the scenes
Just
there
wear
is a
tight
crotchless
latex
suit.
I'm wearing one of this.
This is my creature suit.
Crotchless creature suit.
Underneath, I'm ugly. We're gonna finish strong here.
So I make clowns, he makes goats, he makes...
I make jokes. I judge people.
So let's pick up with that. Let's talk about what you guys are up to. Let's start with you, Kirk, since you brought it up. There's a brand new show on Sci-Fi. I'm sure most of you who watch this know all about it. Jim Henson's Creature Shop Challenge. It is a cool creature build show led up by the Henson family, and you're one of the judges. You have a long association with them. And talk to us about the show.
Thank you, gentlemen. I use the term loosely. It's really a testament to the, Jim kind of energy, is that it's a show about creating monsters or creatures, not always monsters. But it doesn't focus on the drama is not between the contestants. It's really the drama about you versus time, which we all know if you work in this business. If you're in the business part, if you're, make stuff at home, that's great, but you don't usually have someone going, so the challenge is really people making cool stuff on no time at all. I mean, the one thing we said as judges every week was like, how did you do that in 2 days? How did you do that in 3 days? I mean, we've all had jobs where it's like, that's impossible.
Now they make movies like that.
Yeah, well, that's it. Someone said, well, it's unrealistic. I said, no, I don't know. Have you worked on a film lately?
Pretty accurate.
Yeah.
You gotta turn it around.
So it's
Monsters in Minutes.
double the budget.
Yeah, Monsters in Minutes. I said that's the worst thing that'll come out of the show is producers will see the show and go, you guys have 3 days, and you're a shop of 5 people. I just saw 2 kids who've never done this before.
TV, wait, hold on. It's TV.
Can I do
on the TV?
Edited it.
Could you see if I could do the intro to that show? I could say, hi, and welcome again to another edition of Monsters and Mayhem.
Well, no.
This is your host.
Well, given those constraints, are you seeing some real passion from the next generation? Are you seeing some real skills? Do we have hope that a new generation of creature creators are going to push it forward?
The contestants, a lot of them kind of work in and around the biz. It's not, just people who, do it at home for holidays. So they're really talented. What's really been exciting is the feedback from parents who are saying, my kids are so excited and it's getting them away from sitting in a computer. Like, they just want to, I said, make things. Yep. And what's nice about the show is it's not just monsters, it's not just puppets. We kind of do a little bit of everything. As the shows progress, you'll see it's not always a suit. Sometimes it's a puppet, sometimes it's a head, sometimes it's kind of a costume for like a Broadway kind of show, like a Lion King kind of thing. So we cover all the bases and styles. So it's really fun, and it's been exciting, to be a part of, but I only watch I'm only there for the judging, so I actually enjoy watching the show to see how they got to what we saw on stage. So it's a lot of fun.
Well, I think it's a great thing for everyone, just the more exposure kids have to making stuff, and
then you can teach them.
And for us, honestly, it's really all about arts education and creativity.
Right.
Monsters are just a hook to say, you know, it doesn't have to be boring. You don't
Right.
have to just paint apples. You can paint monster heads
right.
and the same stuff.
Right.
Well, it's great, and good luck with the show.
Oh,
I'll
thank
be
you. Well,
watching
and like
every
you said,
episode.
you guys are the perfect segue afterwards because everyone's like, how do I learn more? It's like,
And here you are.
And here you are.
Casey,
Hello.
what have you brought today? Casey
this
Love,
is,
a many-time instructor and an amazing monster maker.
Yeah, this is a new
Morbid
piece,
goat.
Hellhound, which, you know, it's pretty much a goat-werewolf mixture. New piece this year. Although, I'm a little bummed out because I didn't get my actual big display here this year, which I was shooting for, as everyone kind of found out. So in September, I'm coming back with this something totally different that no one's seen from me before. So that'll be a lot of fun. But yeah, for this year, we've got this guy and a few other pieces.
What kind of paint's on that?
Yeah.
Ooh. Very nice segue.
Yeah, bloodlines, baby. That's it. That's all I use now.
What is that?
Thanks to
What
Tim
is that,
Gore.
and where might we find that product?
Let me tell you about it. So you can get Tim Gore's bloodline paints from Createx.
Great text colors.
CreatexColors.com, right?
.com.
.com. So these paints
Shameless,
are shameless, but
That's what
who
this is
cares?
for.
These paints are
No,
probably
shine a light on what you guys are doing.
Paints for monsters.
These paints, yeah, these are monster paints, but let me tell you something else. These paints that I've been using right now, and this is not me just plugging to plug, this is the truth. And I use them as Matt Winston knows in one of my classes, live classes. They spray like a dream, especially one of the hardest spraying colors to get is a good white and an off-white, and these colors are awesome. So thanks to Tim Gore over here for
This
for
guy
getting
knows.
them out.
Yeah,
Createx colors.
Totally not plugging anything, but he's an amazing painter. I've seen
Yes.
his work. I finally got to meet him at Monsterpalooza, which is a great reason to come here. You get to meet these people whose work I've known for years, but finally got to meet him, and his paint schemes are amazing. So he knows what he's talking about.
And
He
another
knows
great
what he's making.
painter,
Yeah,
too,
exactly.
right here. So.
But we were talking about you now.
I know. Well, no, but it's listen. There's another great painter sitting right there, and this guy's been around forever doing it. So he knows
That's what's
his stuff.
incredible about the show. Everyone's like, dang, he's so good, she's so good.
There's a lot of amazing artists here. That's just
Well,
let's
I'm
put it
looking
that
forward
way,
to
you
working
know?
with Stan Winston School and showing some of the little tips, tricks, and whatever. And more
And
beer.
whatever, and clown heads in
Bring
the
your
jar.
own beer.
Clown heads in the jar.
Bring your own beer.
But I think you bring up.
That's what happens to you if you go into the clown field.
But what you bring up a good point is most of the artists here, as amazingly talented as they are really willing to share.
Yep.
It's not a community of like, it's my secret technique.
Ah.
I mean, most of them are selling videos
No.
or on your, teaching in your classes. And so for people who are interested, everyone loves to talk about it,
Yeah.
and share, because that's how we all learned.
Yep.
Your dad, Stan Winston, Rick Baker were all telling, showing us when I was a kid. They'd give you a tour of their shop and say, hey, if you want to work here, learn how to do this, learn how to do that.
Yep.
And that energy, pay it forward is still going
Because
on.
the end goal is just, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. It comes from that Dick Smith mentality that
Yeah.
he brought. Brought
Absolutely.
forth, and you got to pay tribute to a man that shared his whole knowledge.
I'm a Tom Savini man myself.
Well, there you go.
Savini.
But there's-
Innovator. No, he's in a great,
Actually,
crazy innovator.
All of those guys really shared. So
That's one of some of the first books you could get a hold of and see.
But I mean, all those guys share their knowledge, and so when people come by my table and they ask questions all the time, it's always like I'm not hiding anything. It's like, yeah, I'll tell you how I did that, how I did this. They're eager to learn. So,
Yep.
and that's the whole point of doing the teaching too, is just to get the knowledge out there and help everybody progress. And it's amazing that students have taught me stuff. Just hey, what about that?
It's a teacher's trick. That's a teacher. Secret lesson that teachers learn more than the students.
From the students, yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
More beer, all right?
No.
What is this an extension of
some of that
Daily
clown
Gill?
head juice.
Clown head juice.
You gotta be careful with the clown head juice because it's got an after kick that'll get you.
I'll be sober by class time. Don't worry.
I think the thing about monster makers is they look scarier than they really are. Everyone's got tattoos and beards and long hair. And we all look like crazy hillbilly rockers, but everyone's really
nice.
Except,
Really
you actually are
friendly and
crazy
gentle
hillbilly.
and sweet.
We'll give you a big
Mostly.
hug. Yeah. We're all about hugs.
Okay, now you're creepy.
Well, better.
We're all about the hugs.
Let's end it on hugs, guys.
Oh,
absolutely. Hugs.
Let's end this on
All we
hugs.
are saying is Monsterpalooza.
All right, we're gonna
Everyone
close
else
it
are gonna
out.
say-
We're gonna close this thing out, and then we're gonna close out. Then we're gonna shoot your trailer. We're gonna officially close out the broadcast, but then you can be a fly on the wall while we shoot a trailer with Tim Gore for his upcoming live class with us, live
very cool.
online class with us, which is going to be the 19th of
April.
So we're gonna shoot that trailer.
I even remember that.
You guys are gonna be like on the set watching.
I have a question from Wolvie.
Oh, a question from Wolvie.
Yeah, Tim, are your paints available through Reynolds Material? How do people get a hold of your paints?
CreaTexColors.com or Coast Airbrush, Anaheim, California. One of the greatest candy shops for painters known. Look for David Monig and tell him Tim Gore will send you, it'll cost you double.
Don't tell him
get my
Tim
paints down
sent
at Coast Airbrush locally.
All right, and we're going to actually include
Thank
a lot
you.
of this info in the description after we chop up this huge broadcast. We're going to re-upload it and point to everyone's websites and worlds and all that. So again, stay right here. We're going to thank everyone who made this happen, starting with Elliot Brodsky and his Mama
Yes.
Palooza, Barbara Brodsky, for giving us a home twice a year to get together and reunite and talk about the stuff we love and share art. Thank you to the team, the Stan Winston School team. We got to fly this off. We got to every time. We got to be looking around. So fly it off. This is how we close it out. Everyone gets to be on camera. All right, let's go slowly. Let's go slowly. We'll start with Eric Lidoff, co-founder Stan Winston School, who has been producing this entire broadcast
Bravo.
and running a tight ship on very short notice.
Get back here.
And we have Teresa, who's been our assistant coordinator, who's been in the booth selling merchandise and guiding people to everything they need to know about whatever. Ryan, Teddy, new guy.
Teddy's gone.
Teddy.
Oh, new old guy.
Teddy, new guy. Teddy's a new guy.
New guy.
I'm not sure how I feel about Teddy.
New
yet.
guy.
Yeah, no, Teddy, thank you. Chris Vaughn,
Yeah.
sweating it out every
Yeah.
second as we throw curveballs. He's like,
loud
Lou,
door.
what's happening? Switch the feeds.
What's your name?
We need lower thirds.
Don't worry, Melanie.
Mayday. But as always, you're a cornerstone of our live experience. Thank you. Cameron Wood is just hanging out right there. Cameron Wood, part of our web team.
Bravo.
Cluj Interactive. Jake Borowski. The bearded one, rocking it on camera, and cool as a cucumber. He hides his tension in his beard.
That's thick and
Let's
manly.
come around to the Duke of Darkness at 6 o'clock, Ben. Chris Truman. Oh no, the other
Duke of Darkness.
Chris Truman, our sound maestro, who's been like hooking up 12 different people with labs every 20 minutes. And
you got the bleep button, right?
Yeah. And we have back in the booth Maggie Sayer. We got Ryan back there.
I need you to bring
we have
back
Yukako Shimada switching cameras. And, oh, there you
Silicone
are.
half-head.
Yukako. She's been actually running this broadcast, switching feeds, and you're amazing. You're like a jet fighter or something. And once again, thanks to the artists, Casey Love, Kirk, Thatcher, Tim Gore. I'm Matt Winston. We are the Stan Winston School, and you are part of it. And we have had a great weekend with you guys.
Y'all come back now.
Y'all come back now. You're here. Hey, where's that clown head juice?
Where's that clown juice?